Bivens says the troopers were initially trapped inside the helicopter but managed to escape. Mills is listed in stable condition at the hospital while Corman was treated and released.
And they are people who are absolutely essential to the operations of the Pennsylvania State Police. And we're so grateful that they are going to be okay.
The airport has a single runway. There is no control tower, so pilots use a radio frequency to communicate.
I think that this is one of the safest airports.
Representative Barb Gleim of Cumberland County spent time on the scene with investigators.
It's a tragedy to the family to lose somebody this way. And I just think that the community really pulled together last night.
That was Barbara Barr reporting. The jury in the Lindsay Clancy trial should expect a longer day in session today after being sent home early for a second day yesterday. Clancy is on trial in the 2023 murders of her 3 children. Her defense argues that Lindsay Clancy was suffering a temporary psychotic episode and is therefore not criminally responsible. Her lawyer claims that she suffered from undiagnosed bipolar disorder and postpartum psychosis, made worse by being prescribed 13 different medications in a short period of time. The prosecution, however, says the murders were premeditated, arguing while Clancy was suffering from severe anxiety and depression, there was no clinical evidence of psychosis. A hospital chaplain who first saw Clancy the day after the murders took the stand, saying Clancy told her about voices that she heard in her head.
She alluded to having heard a voice, and the voice, according to Lindsay, told her that if she did not follow the command, neither she nor her children would be safe.
4 more witnesses will testify today. Closing arguments are expected early next week. Coming up later this morning, Chief Legal Analyst Colleen Rhodes will join us to weigh in on the latest.
After a fall in recruitment efforts, the Trump administration is using a unique method to push service to re-enlist. The incentive, a chance to play all the Grand Theft Auto you want. Soldiers can get time off to play the long-awaited GTA 6 if they re-enlist. Now they must commit to 2 to 6 more years of serving. If they do, soldiers will get 4 days off to play Grand Theft Auto 6 when it's released this coming November. Only 1 unit will get the offer, though. Officials at Fort Stewart in Georgia came up with the unique idea as a way to push for longer services with younger recruits. This year, the battalion's new career counselor thought about the highly anticipated launch of the popular video game. Soldiers must re-enlist between now and November the 14th. Officials told us that 130 men and women are eligible for the incentive. 20 have so far taken it. Gamers have waited nearly 13 years for a new Grand Theft Auto. It could generate $2.7 billion on its November the 19th release day.
6:20 time as we bring in meteorologist Brandon Lawson. Brandon, you were kind of talking about it. The storms that woke people up overnight. We're still seeing some of them on the radar, though. It looks pretty nice in Monroe.
Yeah, not too bad as you're getting southeast. So Monroe and southeast of Monroe, things are going to be dry. This includes Charlotte too. But as you're getting up towards the I-40 corridor north, that's where we still have a few storms going here. So up towards Lenoir, Hickory, Sauls Mills area, as you're getting into the Granite Falls area, that's where you're going to have the best chance for storms. Valdez, man, heavy rain for you folks there towards Burke County, some lightning and thunder. Again, this is looking through portions of Caldwell County, up into Alexander County too. You can see Taylorsville, heavy rain right along Highway 64 there through Alexander County, and then also between Statesville and Harmony, right along that section of I-77, heavier downpour developing. So if we see storms, that's where the best chance of it will be as we go through the morning, northwest of Charlotte. Still a few showers and storms back to the west that are weakening as they head into lower instability. So you can see this frontal boundary. It's a slow-moving boundary. It's interacting with a lot of Gulf moisture. And as I like to say, when you lift Gulf moisture up, what goes up must come down, and it will be coming down on us later this afternoon and evening. You can see the storms building into the mountains and foothills. This is 9-10 o'clock this morning. Still a little iffy on if that's going to be the case. That's those showers that are moving in from the west. Now, as you out the door at noon for lunch, things are dry, but by about 2-3 o'clock, we start seeing storms develop, and we're looking at numerous showers and storms by the late afternoon and evening. These are heavy downpours with the potential for gusty winds for your evening commute home. So you want to make sure you're already thinking about increasing your falling distance later today and giving yourself some extra time if you have any plans later this evening. And then as we go into the overnight hours, we start to taper off the storms by tomorrow morning. or dry with just some patchy fog. Now, tomorrow is mainly dry. There's going to be a few isolated showers and storms that try to make an appearance tomorrow afternoon, evening. I've got about a 30% chance of that, even for the Charlotte FC game later tomorrow evening, too. We'll have to dodge storms. The better chance for storms certainly today, though. Flash flooding, the main threat out of storms that do develop. Again, could see some ponding and pooling on the road later today. Southeast of I-85, 1 to 2 inches of rainfall for Monroe, Lancaster, and Sherrall. And then up towards the Charlotte area, about an inch. And you're getting northwest of Charlotte, more of a half an inch of rain. But then it's not just the flash flooding we have to watch. It's also the threat for damage and wind gusts. And with the saturated ground, you start worrying about trees falling a little bit easier later today. So just be very careful. It's going to be an active afternoon and evening for sure. But after this, a nicer weekend's ahead. 60s in the mountains, 70s this morning elsewhere. We've got high temperatures trying to get to 90 today. But again, it will be a race to 90. If we get storms earlier in the day, then again, we won't probably reach that. So it's 6 a.m. to noon, showers northwest of Charlotte, isolated storms from 1 to 3, and then 3 p.m. to midnight. That's when we track numerous storms in our best severe and flood threat for later today. The weekend looks gorgeous. 87 tomorrow, 88 on Sunday. Isolated storm tomorrow, low humidity for Sunday, and then drier for the most part as we go into next week. You're watching Queen City News, the most iron and most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back as we send over to Annie before we get a break.
All right, Brandon, thank you. Here's a live look over New York City. Kind of a gloomy start to their day as well. We'll have a check of Wall Street futures and your top business stories when we come back. Welcome back. Keeping an eye on your markets this morning as we take this live look over New York City. Wall Street futures looking a bit better this morning. All three major indices are in the green. Those positives, some good news after a major fall on Wall Street yesterday. You can see all of the Dow, the NASDAQ, and the S&P 500 finishing in the red. The Dow down the most there, just a little over 1%. We'll have a look at how things are shaping up for your Friday when we hit opening bell at 9:30. Well, parents, if you send money from time to time to your kids in college through a payment app, you may soon be able to do the same for their tuition. Some universities are now allowing students and their families to pay tuition through PayPal and Venmo. So far, Kansas State, Michigan State, and Texas State are the major universities using the programs. More, though, are expected to join later on this year. The payment options are being integrated through the campus payment platforms. Families, though, should keep in mind there could be some extra transaction or processing fees when using those apps. AI is changing the way students apply to college. 46% of high school students say they're using AI in that process. That includes anything from writing an essay to suggesting schools or scholarships. Even parents are using the tool. 57% say they're using AI to help get their kids into the school of their choice. Meanwhile, colleges are also using AI to screen applications. Heading to a break as we take a live look over Independence Boulevard. Traffic starting to build ever so slightly heading into Uptown. You're watching Queen City News, the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back.
.30 your time now here on your Friday morning, and we got a pretty active weather day ahead. Still tracking a few storms this morning. We'll let you know where those are as you head out the door. Plus, severe storms possible later this afternoon, including a flood threat. We'll time those out for you here in minutes.
A South Carolina deputy fired as investigators say he misused a flock camera. A South Carolina deputy fired as investigators say he misused a flock camera thousands of times. What he's accused of searching the system for, and now the sheriff is trying to win back the public's trust.
And a South Carolina man accused of kidnapping 2 North Carolina girls, one of them an 11-year-old out of Rowan County, and taking them to Georgia. How law enforcement across 3 states were able to track him down to ensure the victim's safety.
6:30, happy Friday. Thank you so much for joining us this morning and starting your day. I'm Annie Satowski.
I'm Julian Sador.
I'm Jason Harper. Happy Friday morning, everyone. Brandon Lawson here today saying finally we're coming to the end maybe of what, 15-day stretch of 90s?
Yeah, day 14 if we get there. It's going to be
Okay.
kind of a race to the 90 degrees or a race to the rain. One
Okay.
of the two. If the rain gets here first, we won't get 90, but it could be a pretty active day today, guys. A lot of storms this afternoon.
What are the conditions that would make one happen over the other?
Yeah, so if we see the storms earlier in the day, just if the storms just happen to pop up and they pop up over Charlotte, then that would cool
Right.
things down and we wouldn't get
Okay.
the 90. But if the storms do develop a little bit later in the day and the temperature does make it to 90 degrees, it's just going to be another hot and steamy day ahead of those storms that will be developing later today. Here's a live look from West Charlotte. Again, it was an active night last night for us here in the Queen City. I got woke up by the thunderstorms last night. I know a lot of my coworkers here got woke up by them. Even my fiance and dog at home are a little sluggish this morning from those thunderstorms. Here's the forecast timeline, though, for today and tonight. So 6 a.m. now until noon, we're tracking showers northwest, mainly in the mountains and foothills. From 1 to 3, that's when I expect isolated storms to start to pop up. But then by 3 p.m. to midnight, that's when we're going to be tracking numerous widespread showers and storms, and that will provide the greatest flood and severe threat for later today. Again, that timeline between 3 o'clock this afternoon to midnight tonight. Here's a look at radar now. We do have some storms really blossoming along the I-40 corridor in north. This is some heavy rain up here towards Sauls Mills, Granite Falls, just moving out of Valdez. This is moving up towards Alexander County, up towards Taylorsville. So I'm going to be watching this storm. There is a little bit of instability. This could provide maybe some stronger wind gusts as well. Something we'll keep an eye on for you. Taylorsville, you had a downpour. It's now moving east, but you have that heavy activity that's moving in from the west. And then up towards Harmony in the northern portion of Iredell County. Really just east of I-77 now, we have a downpour there. And then there's more showers back to the west. Now, this is kind of weakening back to the west. Again, Greenville, Spartanburg area, I was watching that for severe storms, but there's not enough instability there for them. So Futurecast does show a few showers and storms in the mountains around 9, 10 o'clock. Not sure I'm buying that too much, but at least maybe some lighter rain could be a possibility for mid to late morning. Then Futurecast dries things out for noon before more storms start to pop up. Again, we're looking at numerous showers and storms this afternoon and evening. Heavy rainfall and the potential for damaging wind gusts as well out of these thunderstorms. So flooding the top threat and the damaging wind gusts going to be that secondary threat for today. You can see it from the Weather Prediction Center. Flash flood risk, localized flash flooding, a possibility today out of those tropical downpours. And then southeast of I-85, level 2 out of 5 risk for severe weather, including the damaging wind gust threat. So a lot to time out today. We'll continue to time it out for you through the morning, but we're also going to talk about a wonderful weekend forecast ahead coming up in just a bit. Jason?
Oh, Brandon, we look forward to that wonderful part. I can tell you that right now. Well, traffic's not too bad, honestly. Wonderful sunrise around the Queen City. That's what we're looking at this morning, straight into the heart of Uptown, looking down the bottle there of John Belk Freeway coming straight at us, going over I-77, looking great. Bank of America Stadium right underneath our title bar at the top of the screen. Just a great looking shot. Most of Uptown's moving pretty well overall as we look around the crown. A little bit of volume building out west. That's typical in 85 North. A new accident, if you're coming up 77 from South Carolina, the Steel Creek area. Once you get inside 45, you're going to hit a little bit of a snag and a slowdown. We've got the right lane blocked just north of Arrowwood before you get to Nations Ford Road. Matter of fact, let's show you right here. You can see it. You got a truck, pickup truck, is the front end damaged there in the shoulder. It doesn't appear from this shot anyway to be causing really any slowdowns. Everyone looks like they're moving at a speed limit pace. It is steady though in both directions. That's northbound. This is all in South Charlotte this morning. Northbound is the headlights coming at us. So we'll keep an eye on that and see if that improves. Other than that, things are looking good out near the airport. 85 at Billy Graham. 4 lanes up, 4 lanes down, all looking good. Let's go further up 85, Cabarrus County. This is near Bruton Smith Parkway, near Concord Mills Mall. All looking good up in Cabarrus County as that sun is starting to shine. We're seeing that same sun slowly light up the east side of town on Independence Boulevard. We'll keep an eye on that. You keep an eye on not being distracted with the cell phone. Put it away till you get to where you're going. We'll give you another traffic update at 7.
Breaking overnight, one person is dead after a shooting in southwest Charlotte. It happened around 10 last night on Yeager Creek Drive, just off South Tryon and 485. Details are still limited, but police do say the victim was taken to the hospital with gunshot wounds, where they later died. Police are now asking the public to share any information they may have on a potential suspect. We'll continue to follow this throughout the morning and bring you the latest here on air and online at QCnews.com.
The attorney for Irina Zaritska's family says they will soon be filing a lawsuit against Charlotte's transit system. Tomorrow marks 1 year since a 23-year-old Ukrainian refugee was stabbed to death while riding the Blue Line home from work. The attorney says Katz is at fault for not doing enough to keep passengers safe across the system, saying that starts with fair enforcement. They argue a recent state audit of the agency proves Katz failed to do enough to maintain safety on the train. We'll have more extensive coverage on this story throughout this morning on Queen City News. Meanwhile, Yadkin County deputies say 2 abducted North Carolina girls have been found safe in Georgia. The sheriff's office says a 15-year-old from Yadkin County and an 11-year-old from Rowan County were kidnapped. Investigators identified 21-year-old Zachary Talmadge of South Carolina as a suspect after a neighbor reported a vehicle linked to the case. Authorities tracked the suspect south on I-77 before law enforcement located him and the children in Bullock County, Georgia. The sheriff's office says it's believed he had a connection with one of the girls that was taken.
The initial information, Talmadge actually is from Trenton, Florida, and he had been having communication with one of these females to the point where I guess they thought they were in somewhat of a relationship. One of the females has a brother who lives in the Florida area, I think Tampa, and so this fella is also connected to him.
Talmadge is awaiting extradition to North Carolina to face child abduction charges while the investigation continues.
The sheriff's office in Colleton County, South Carolina, has fired a deputy after allegedly misusing flock cameras more than 2,700 times. Deputies say that Lieutenant Reuben Carter used the system for personal reasons. An audit showed Carter conducted unauthorized searches on 14 different people, including himself, over the course of a year. The county sheriff says that he amended the flock camera policy to prevent this from happening again. A website that allows drivers to find out if their license plate has been searched in flock camera databases is now gaining in popularity. It comes amid what's called National Week of Action against license plate readers. Queen City News reporter Matt Stell talked with organizers behind the week and a local police chief that says flock cameras were a brilliant idea for his town.
We want to make sure communities are safe. We also understand that license plate readers don't actually make anyone safer.
Ed Vogel with the group DFLOC says that's what National Week of Action Against Automatic License Plate Readers is all about. The group is also promoting a new website called HaveIBeenFlocked.com, where drivers can look up if their plates have been searched by law enforcement through flock databases.
You can also go in there and search the data from your local police, your local sheriff.
The info is based on public records requests, department audit logs, and it might not be the most up to date, but Vogel calls it a tool for those concerned about their privacy.
It's imperfect, it's not complete, but it's a form of accountability, and it's a starting point for a conversation about whether or not these are actually meaningful tools that we should have in our communities.
But down in Union County, Waxhaw Police Chief Dexter Wilson believes flock cameras are a tool that prevents repeat offenders.
Each officer can put in their own matrix into that system on what they want to be alerted for. Stolen vehicle, stolen tag, sex offender. If it's a person with a warrant for arrest and it alerts those officers, or a domestic violence protection order.
Wilson's department operates at least 5 flock cameras within town limits.
It has helped us solve so many crimes, everything from car B&Es all the way to rapes.
But it is one of only a handful of agencies within the Charlotte area that has an online flock transparency portal, which allows people to see how many tags the department has searched and what other agencies Waxhaw is sharing its data with.
We have nothing to hide. We're not running your information for bad intentions.
And when it comes to those officers accused of misuse that some would call bad apples, Wilson tells us he's been very upfront with the men and women who wear a Waxhaw badge.
All of our officers here know that it is not for personal use.
In Waxhaw, Matt Stell, Queen City News.
Well, today is the last day for early voting in the South Carolina special Republican primary runoff. Senator Darlene Graham and Congressman Ralph Norman are facing off to replace late Senator Lindsey Graham on the November ballot. You can scan this QR code with your phone for a list of polling places that'll take you to our website, qcnews.com. Polls are open from 8:30 a.m. to 5 p.m. today. The runoff election officially is next Tuesday. As the war in Iran gets closer to the 6-month mark, President Trump is calling on U.S. allies to ramp up financial pressure on Iran. On Truth Social, the president threatened, quote, tremendous economic consequences for any country that provides a lifeline to Iran financially. In all caps Thursday, he vowed to unleash the most crushing economic operations ever taken against any country. The White House offered little details about the renewed pressure campaign. Iran already faces aggressive global sanctions. In response to those economic threats, China's foreign minister warned that further sanctions and pressure will not solve the problem.
Well, it's going down in Duval as the Panthers hit the field for preseason game number 3. Here from QB1 Bryce Young as the Black and Blue get ready to hit the field down in Jacksonville. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back.
It is game day for the Carolina Panthers as the team gets ready to take on the Jacksonville Jaguars.
And the Hornets have finalized a 5-team trade.
Carolina Sports Live's Casey Funderburg has those stories in your morning sports.
It's officially game day for the Carolina Panthers, who are continuing their preseason action, this time taking place down in Jacksonville. And before the Panthers hit the field for their third game of the preseason, the Black and Blue had Thursday off after a tough joint practice with the Jags in the Florida Heat on Wednesday. Carolina will look to maximize tonight's matchup, as it will likely be the last time that starters get live game reps before the Week 1 battle with the Bears. For QB1 Bryce Young, this week of quality work against another opponent is all about making big strides after a rough showing in Buffalo last week.
It's just about growing. I don't think, a win or a loss, for us, I think you look at a practice and think you won. Now you think you don't have to correct things. You think you lost. Now it's all right. What do we have to change? I don't think that's really the mindset of practice. We love to compete. We always we keep score, and we do that. We practice against ourselves. When we have the slide, I'm sure we'll put things up. But from a mindset standpoint, it's just about finding the stuff that, you want to get better at and isolating that, trying to improve, find the stuff you did well, and try to make it consistent.
From the gridiron to the hardwood, the Hornets' acquisition of veteran guard Dennis Schroeder is now complete, as we confirmed last Friday. Charlotte traded Trey Mann to the Cavaliers for the veteran guard and cash consideration. That move is actually part of a 5-team trade that is now official, according to the Hornets. Instead of Mann heading to Cleveland, he will now be joining the Wizards, who are part of the deal along with the Clippers and the Nuggets. And here's a refresher on the Hornets' 2026-27 regular season schedule, which dropped recently with some key dates here. Buzz City opens the season on October 23rd against the Atlanta Hawks. On Halloween evening, the King, LeBron James, and the 76ers come to town for a 7 p.m. tip-off. Plenty of firepower on that squad now with Jaylen Brown. The Lakers make their way to the Queen City on January 31st. That's another evening tip-off. And all the way in March, Jalen Brunson and the defending champion New York Knicks will invade the Spectrum Center. That is also a 7 p.m. tip-off on March 26th. And the Panthers and Jags, they kick things off tonight at 7:30 p.m. down in Duval. So we'll have the highlights from that game and hear from the post-game press conference later tonight at 11 on Carolina Sports Live.
All right, Casey, thanks. Preparations are nearly complete for the first IndyCar race on the streets of Washington, D.C. Video shows preparations for that event. There it is. You're going to see race cars driving around 180 miles an hour. It's like Julian pulling into work in the morning. The race is scheduled for this weekend. It'll be 250 miles of driving over nearly 150 laps on an over 1 mile track, all to celebrate America's 250th birthday. Green flag will drop just after 1 o'clock Sunday afternoon.
On the advice of my attorney, I'm going to plead the fifth. Turning to NASCAR, where Cup drivers have officially reached the penultimate week of the regular season. That's got some of the bubble drivers on the Chase cut line feeling the heat. One of those guys, Daniel Suarez, is bringing the heat himself to our Carolina Sports Live team and Garage Confidential. Our crew is also going to be joined by the Athletics' Jordan Bianchi. You can watch Around the Track this Sunday at 11 a.m. right here on Queen City News.
All right, we had storms overnight. Brandon, what are we expecting on this Friday through the weekend?
Yeah, still got a few storms this morning. Not in Gaston County, though. There's a live look from our Dallas Tower camera about 3,000, 4,000 feet up. And you can see a few of those cirrus clouds out there. We do have some storms, though, along and north of I-40. That's where I expect most of the activity to be as we go through this morning. You can see this storm that has now moved out of the Sauls Mills area, Granite Falls area, just escaping your region, and now moving into Alexander County in Taylorsville. Again, this is some heavy rainfall, thunder, and lightning. So if you have to head out maybe Highway 64 from Taylorsville to Lenoir, Granite Falls, Highway 321 area within the next 10 to 15 minutes, probably want to hold it out a little bit because that is some pretty rough rain to be commuting in. Harmony area, a downpour for you just east of I-77. A few more light to moderate showers back to the west, moving through Asheville and also the Greenville-Spartanburg area. But that little line of storms is falling apart as it moves into less instability. We do have a frontal boundary that is slowly but surely making its way to the Carolinas. And as it does, it's going to produce showers and storms. Now, the best chance for showers this morning, again, is northwest of Charlotte up towards the foothills and mountains. By noon today, most of us, if not all of us, are dry. Then by 3 o'clock, look at these storms blossoming. We've got storms blossoming everywhere from the mountains and foothills to the Piedmont and Sandhills. 3, 4 o'clock, and then 6 o'clock, we're looking at numerous storms. Now, I do think the best chance for the heaviest rainfall will be southeast of I-85 and along the 85 corridor. But, man, even west of I-77, we can see some big-time storms today. Damaging wind gusts and potential out of these storms, too. Overnight tonight, storms will taper down, some patchy fog tomorrow morning. And then the weekend, honestly, starts pretty nice. We'll see a few pop-up storms tomorrow afternoon and evening, but most of us are dry tomorrow. Not too concerned about thunderstorms. Damaging wind gusts, flooding, the big concerns today from those storms that develop later today. Could see some small hail. Not really concerned about tornadoes with the setup that we have today, but again, damaging wind gusts and flooding can definitely cause some issues for us. Southeast of I-85, 1 to 2 inches of rainfall projected. Right where Charlotte is and points north of Charlotte, around a ½ an inch to an inch. So just make sure you're being pretty careful today because later this evening, a lot of folks are headed home, could have the worst weather. Friday night lights tonight, man, I'm hoping that a lot of schools were able to get those games in last night because storms are likely. I expect delays at some point tonight for pretty much all varsity games, if not for the rain, the lightning. Temperatures in the 60s in the mountains. I've got upper 60s, low 70s towards Charlotte. Today's highs, upper 80s, low 90s of potential. It'll be a race to 90 degrees because if we get the rain first, then obviously that 90-degree temperature will be undercut. Looking at your pollen season here, ragweed pollen really starting to pick up. Mold, another one as well. And the tropics and the Atlantic hurricane season still slow. And honestly, these two disturbances don't really cause concern for me. 20% chances of tropical systems up there in the northern Atlantic. The far northeastern one, if you have any interest in Portugal and Spain, I'll likely bring them some rainfall here as we go through the weekend. For our weekend, it's nice. Temperatures in the 80s tomorrow, isolated storms, low humidity for Sunday at 88 degrees. And we keep up with those upper 80s as we go through next week. You're watching Queen City News Now. It's the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back after this.
The back-to-school season is here, and we're looking beyond this school year.
Declining birth rates, changing classrooms, and a generation making different choices about having children. What does it all mean for the future of education?
Watch Taking Attendance, a Queen City News back-to-school special airing Monday, August 24th at 7 p.m.
Leaders at Novant Health and UNC Charlotte are announcing a partnership to help improve resources for nursing students. The healthcare company is investing $500,000 to expand the College of Health and Human Services. The money will go towards improving UNC Charlotte's 15 nursing labs where students take part in simulations of different healthcare situations. School leaders say these simulators are critical for the success of students.
Can provide an immersive experiential scenario for our nursing students where they take care of these high fidelity patient simulators as if they would take care of a live patient in the hospital and at no risk to the patient or themselves.
Novant leaders hope the investment helps to grow the healthcare workforce in the Charlotte area. About half of all UNC Charlotte nursing school graduates stay in the region to begin their careers. Charlotte City leaders are celebrating the launch of another digital kiosk. The interactive device is set up at the corner of Beatties Ford Road and West 5th Street near Johnson C. Smith University. 30 kiosks in total are being rolled out this year. They offer neighbors an interactive map, public information, and free Wi-Fi.
They put useful information right here where people are, on the sidewalk, near the bus stop, and in the heart of Beatty's Ford Road, 5 Point community.
Pretty good to share information, like people coming in and out of town, they know exactly where you're at and exactly where you want to be.
The device was installed at that location because it's in one of the city's corridors of opportunity. The other digital kiosks can be found in neighborhoods like South End, South Park, and University City. You're watching Queen City News and most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back.
Seven o'clock here on your Friday morning. It was an active one last night. Maybe you had the early wake-up call. We had a big storm over Charlotte. Mecklenburg County severe warning at midnight last night. Lightning and thunder might woke you up a little early, but we've got more storms to track later this afternoon, potentially more severe storms and the threat for flooding. I'm timing it out for you here at 7.
It's been nearly 1 year since Irina Zarutska was murdered on a Charlotte light rail train. Now her family is taking a new path in their push for justice.
One of the big things that we do is we go to other areas and recruit teachers at universities both locally and across the country.
Fort Mill schools are already seeing results from a new hiring strategy. How they're planning to find more teachers and to keep them in the classroom, and they say it's working.
Queen City News starts now.
Good Friday morning, everyone. 7 o'clock. We welcome you into Queen City News. I'm Jason Harper.
I'm Annie Satowski.
I'm Julian Sador.
I'm meteorologist Brandon Lawson, and for meteorologist Ted Payton this morning. We're tracking what's going to be a pretty active Friday here. It is going to lead to more of a cooler weekend, which is kind of the upside to it. But the downside is we could have some severe storms before that later today. Maybe the threat for flooding as well. So just a lot of storm coverage and time out for later today.
Well, and you seem a little concerned by it. Is it the severity, how widespread, or what?
Just an active day. You know, we got Friday Night Football tonight. A lot of folks are going to be out for that. Panthers play tonight. They're not home, but you're going to have a lot of people out maybe watching those at some restaurants and stuff. So it's Friday night in general. You know, you got a lot of people outdoors and trying to enjoy the outdoors as we go towards the weekend. It just looks pretty dicey later this evening. We've got storms to track and heavy downpours, lightning, thunder. Not all things I'd like to see, especially when I know a lot of people are going to be out in it. Around the Crown this morning, you could see things are pretty calm for us this morning. Again, we had that storm at midnight last night, and man, that woke up everybody in my house, a fiance and even my dog especially. We were up at midnight last night because of those storms, and we've got storms returning today as well. That is today's weather story. Going to be a pretty stormy day, especially this afternoon. Now, storms this morning are northwest of Charlotte and really along and north of the I-40 corridor. We still have some heavy rain, lightning, and thunder over Taylorsville right now in Alexander County. Cedar Rock area is still dating some heavy rain. That's right along that stretch of Highway 64. So if you have to commute that from Cedar Rock to Taylorsville or Taylorsville to Cedar Rock area, that's going to be pretty active for you this morning. Maybe give it a little bit for that storm to pass by. Harmony right now, some heavy rain headed for you again. You just had a downpour, and here comes more heavy rain crossing I-77, that stretch from Statesville to Harmony. Here's radar this morning back to the west. You can see still some downpours over Greenville, Spartanburg, Hendersonville area. But then notice your rain chances. Most of the rain today is going to be towards the afternoon. 60 to about 70% chance of storms anywhere between 3 o'clock this afternoon to midnight. That's going to be the greatest impact of weather today. We're still starting warm and muggy. Upper 60s, low 70s. It's not as muggy as it's been. Dew points are down just a little bit this morning, meaning a little less moisture, but there's still plenty of moisture for storms. Hot and humid today. We'll call it 90, but we might stop short of that, especially if storms develop early. Afternoon storms likely. Tonight, temperatures dropping back near 70, storms early, and then patchy fog. Storm threats today, damaging wind gusts, and also the threat for flooding going to be the main concerns. We'll time the storms out for you on Futurecast, letting you know what your afternoon and evening could look like as you navigate your drive home later today. Guys?
All right, Brandon, thank you. Saturday marks 1 year since the deadly stabbing of Irina Zarutska on Charlotte's light rail.
Her murder has spurred sweeping changes for cat security, updates to state law, and now a potential lawsuit from the Zarutska family.
Queen City News anchor Savannah Rudisell is live along the Blue Line with a look at how they're taking a new path to win justice for Irina. Savannah?
Hey guys, the Zarutska's family attorney says that they plan to file a civil lawsuit here within the next coming days. They say they feel someone needs to take accountability for ensuring that a tragedy like theirs never happens again. Now, the man accused of stabbing Irina Zarutska, DeCarlos Brown Jr., he remains in custody awaiting both federal and state trials related to the stabbing. Local attorney Lauren Newton says systemic failures by the city and transit system led to Zarutska's death. She cites the gaps in cat security as highlighted in a recent audit from the state, such as a lack of gates or turnstiles at light rail stops. She says the family is still processing their loss, but they want to see positive, lasting change come from the tragedy.
We know that violent crime was already an issue, and you can't turn a blind eye. You have to do something. You have to keep people safe. And the way you do that at a basic level is you enforce fares. You have physical barriers, you have validators, you have to collect the fares, you have to have a plan, you have to have the guards on the train, you have to have something for deterrence.
Newton also shares the family is so grateful for the outpouring of support they've seen in the past year, and they also say they want her legacy to be more than just the violent incident which ended her life. Now, still ahead this morning, we are tracking lots of legal changes made across the state here in the wake of the stabbing. Coming up, we'll talk about what's next in upcoming court cases. Reporting live in South End, Savannah Rudisell, Queen City News.
All right, Savannah, thank you. Queen City News has obtained new audio in the case of a former Shelby police officer charged with assaulting a woman during an arrest. Now, we do want to warn you that the video of this incident is graphic. Queen City News reporter David Schumann has the details.
Carson Hyder was fired from the Shelby Police Department, then charged with misdemeanor assault for this incident from May. He repeatedly punches Sharia Moore as he's arresting her, continuing even when a second officer tries to stop him.
Let go! Let go! I got her! I got her! I got her!
For the first time, we're hearing police radio traffic surrounding the arrest.
We've lost eyes on her. She took off running.
Officers had seen Moore come out of a vacant house and determined she was homeless before arresting her on charges of breaking and entering. Charges of resisting an officer and assault on a government employee were later dropped.
EMS is going to be transported to the ER. I'll be riding with.
It didn't take long for angry calls to come into the Shelby Police Department.
I'm calling because I just received a video of one of your officers brutally beating my niece in the face.
That is unacceptable. And I'm pretty sure y'all gonna have a lawsuit for that. It's going viral on Facebook.
All this new audio was initially held back by Hyder's criminal case, but the Shelby City attorney wrote in a court filing that releasing it would, quote, no longer frustrate an active investigation. The city of Shelby realizes the importance of the release of otherwise public information. As for Moore, she's back in jail on a $20,000 bond after being arrested this week for failing to appear for a court date. Hyder is out on $10,000 bond. His next hearing is in September. David Schuman, Queen City News.
Fort Mill Schools is changing the way it recruits, and it's paying off. Of 179 new hires this year, more than half came from universities that the district intentionally targeted. South Carolina Bureau Chief Shakira Speaks explains how Fort Mill is building relationships with future educators long before they're ready to apply.
There's also a high turnover rate in education.
Fort Mill schools are managing around that, and it's working. 179 new teachers found themselves preparing their new classrooms in a Fort Mill school this year.
We have seen a higher number in the last couple of years of people going into college in the educational majors, but by the time they get to graduation, what we're seeing is not all of those kids that are coming into college stay with that major all the way through.
The Learning Policy Institute reports roughly 20% to 50% of new teachers leave the classroom within their first 5 years. School officials say a recruitment and retention initiative created a few years ago is showing results.
That includes recruiting people from all over the place. One of the big things that we do is we go to other areas and recruit teachers at universities both locally and across the country.
They're also using a homegrown teacher initiative where officials follow middle and high school students with interest in education through college and eventually recruit them to come back to teach in the Fort Mill School District. Then the cycle starts over again.
The improved teacher workforce in South Carolina, things like higher salaries, pro-educator policies passed by the General Assembly, those were only built on in 2026.
The Palmetto State Teachers Association says last year saw less vacant teaching positions than in recent history. The state's push to hire new educators with experience in a particular field has helped the shortage tremendously.
So a new teacher can come in at a higher salary based on prior work experience. But we also have some really high quality experienced educators in this state that have been teaching for 10, 15, 20 years that got a significant pay raise this year because of work they had done prior to entering the profession.
Reporting in South Carolina, Shakira Speaks, Queen City News.
Today is the last day for early voting in South Carolina's special Republican primary runoff between Senator Darlene Graham and Congressman Ralph Norman. Both are vying to replace the late Senator Lindsey Graham on the November ballot. You can scan that QR code right there with your phone for a list of polling places on our website, qcnews.com. They're open from 8:30 to 5 p.m. The runoff election is set for Tuesday. And speaking of that runoff, President Donald Trump is doubling down today to show his support for his pick, Darlene Graham. Trump will be in Myrtle Beach today for a rally supporting the interim senator. It's happening at 7 p.m. at the Myrtle Beach Convention Center. The president endorsed Graham before the special primary, but has since said that he would be happy either Republican candidate wins because they both are his supporters. All right, let's get back over to meteorologist Brandon Lawson on your Friday morning. Brandon, you're talking about the severe risk for storms, and that is present today.
Yeah, that's exactly right, Julian, especially as we get towards the late afternoon, evening, between about 3 p.m. and midnight. That's going to be the best chance for the greatest impact of weather today. Here's a look at the severe risk for today. Most of the severe risk is going to come along and southeast of I-85. This includes Charlotte, Albemarle, Wadesboro, Sherrall, down into Lancaster and Chester. Damaging wind gusts the main concern. Now, northwest of Charlotte, you can see severe storms, but it's going to be more of an isolated threat there. The biggest concern for me later today is flash flooding. We're going to be talking about tropical downpours later today, and the heavy rain that does fall could lead to ponding and pooling on the roads, and also it could stack up too fast and lead to flash flooding and poor drainage areas. So level 2 out of 4 risk for that everywhere, but the greatest threat for it will be Charlotte and southeast, where we're going to see the most rain. Monroe, Lancaster, Chester, up into Rockingham and Wadesboro, 1 to 2 inches of rain likely today, up to half an inch, if not an inch in Charlotte, and then northwest of Charlotte, 1/10 of an inch to a half an inch of rain, and that's where some of the heavy heaviest rain is this morning, northwest of Charlotte, right along the I-40 corridor and north. We got this big downpour that's over Taylorsville. So it's an active start for Taylorsville and Alexander County. This is lifting up towards Harmony, so lifting from Alexander County towards the northern portion of Iredell County, back to the west of Cedar Rock area. So that little stretch of Highway 64, man, pretty tough commute there right now. And I expect a few more showers and storms in the mountains and foothills as we go through the morning. But the best chance for storms will certainly be later this afternoon. Notice how the storms start to blossom around 2 to 3 o'clock. And then 4 or 5 o'clock, I mean, we're tracking numerous storms. These are going to be heavy downpours later today in and around Charlotte. And with these heavier downpours, you're getting the threat for flooding, but also the threat for gusty winds too. So just be very careful later this afternoon and evening out on the roads. If you're heading to any football games tonight for the varsity Friday night football games, use caution with those too, with all the lightning around. And then as we go overnight tonight, things start to taper off a bit. Rain chances will drop for the weekend. Isolated storm for Saturday, dry Sunday, and then storm chances slowly pick back up again to next week. We've got a really nice weekend ahead. I noticed we got a stormy Friday, but the weekend forecast will have you smiling coming up here in just a few minutes, Jason.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that, Brandon. Traffic moving well south of the city. Come on now. Let's get moving. Let's get this camera fired up. And it's Friday. It took the day off. All right, well, listen. There we go. Now traffic's moving down at the North-South Carolina state line, not too far from Carowinds. What I want you to look at is at the top of the road, the horizon. Look at the Queen City silhouette. Beautiful start to the day. Traffic moving well coming up from South Carolina, splitting off at 485 there overall. Just a couple of small incidents, nothing causing any major delays. We expect lighter volume because it's Friday. Rush hour officially started 12 minutes ago. Let's take you to 77 Nations Ford Row. Oh, they're moving the camera as we speak. They just had it a little further. If you look a little further towards the traffic coming at us along that inside median wall, there's a white pickup truck they had zoomed in. An accident earlier had things slowed down, but as you can see, it's now moving. So that traffic in real time. The other side of 77 near LaSalle, this is just north of Uptown. Traffic headed southbound on the left-hand side coming in. Northeast, there's 85 at Sugar Creek. All 10 lanes, 8 to 10 lanes across, looking good this morning. Further up 85 near Concord Mills Mall. Look at the sun shining up in Cabarrus County. Happy Friday, Cabarrus County. Independence Boulevard also looking good. Quickly, let's give you some drive times if you're headed to Charlotte Douglas Airport this morning. Check with your apps, your airlines. Make sure there's no delays as far as getting there. 33 minutes or less. Be respectful to a lot of the new teen drivers that are out there with back to school. We'll remind you throughout the morning in the next couple of weeks. We'll have another look at your pinpoint traffic coming up around 7:30. Good morning, May-Kay.
Morning, Jason. All right, with pain at the pump persisting, 81% of Americans are reconsidering how they get around. How about you? Are you among them? I'm May-Kay Beeler. Coming up, a new report reveals how people are changing their driving habits. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte.
(7:16). Welcome back, everyone. High gas prices, soaring maintenance costs, and those eye-popping insurance premium bills.
It can be enough to make someone rethink their driving habits, and hey, maybe that person is you.
Our chief transportation correspondent, May K. Beeler, joining us with a new report about how transportation costs are changing the way we drive. May K, what's going on with
Yeah,
this?
how about you? How about you guys? Well, you know, all these costs make owning a vehicle very costly. More expensive than ever, actually. And if pain at the pump is wearing you down, you may be one of 81% of Americans reconsidering how to get around. So according to a LendingTree survey of 2,000 U.S. consumers, 38% of drivers are combining errands into fewer trips. 31% are driving less overall. I think that's me. And 28% are on the lookout for cheaper gas before they even fill up. Now, the report cites nearly 3 in 10 Americans have carpooled about once a week or more over the past year. How about you? Well, you know, the practice is popular with who knew Gen Zers. Yes, ages 18 to 29, they like to carpool. It's not for everyone, though. Among those who don't carpool, 30% say they prefer to drive alone. 23%, well, they don't know anybody traveling in the same direction. And some just don't even have schedules that drive with someone else. So Matt Schultz, he's a LendingTree consumer finance analyst, says, quote, when gas prices and other transportation costs rise, many people respond by, yeah, of course, cutting unnecessary trips, while others, they just have to drive more because they don't have any other choice. So as much as people would love to be more flexible with their driving habits, sometimes it's not possible, end quote. He says if you are driving much less, listen to this, it may be worth reviewing your insurance policy to see whether driving fewer miles each year qualifies you for a discount. And I think that should be the case, right?
Interesting, yeah. Maybe
I didn't know that.
pay for what you drive, not just a blanket.
Yes.
A blanket amount.
I mean,
That's
does your
interesting,
insurance policy say for 10 miles to work one way or mine does?
I have no idea.
I'd have to dig. It's been so long. I'd have to dig back into it.
I do not know.
That's
yeah.
Just
that's
realized
how
I don't know the last time I've read my insurance
That's
policy.
how they make their money.
Okay.
Just
Well, let's start number one with that. Let's all go review our insurance policy
There you
and
go.
see what it says. None of us can carpool because our schedule's horrific.
And it's the same with me.
So what do they say to do to try to extend to make every mile count?
So, you know, be intentional with every trip.
Okay.
Don't just go willy-nilly. I'm going to drive here or there. Be intentional. That's common sense.
Going for a drive? Yeah.
does that?
Can't do that anymore.
Can't do that anymore unless you're going to pay. This is a big one. Don't cut corners on safety. You need to change the oil. You need to get new tires. Do it. Don't delay repairs. And you can lower your transportation costs by maybe if you have a car loan, see if you can get a better auto loan.
Okay.
That's what the experts say.
I think another thing that I would add to the list is if you don't belong to like a Costco or a Sam's Club, whether it's Harris Teeter or wherever you get your fuel, there's a lot of fuel points that you can gain every month.
Is great for
that. And there's a lot of Harris Teeter grocery stores around, but wherever you live, whatever's convenient for you, there's like a Gas Buddy app, which is free.
That's right.
It will tell you within a 10-mile radius, the cheapest gas. Those things really add up.
They do.
It's not just the people, the casual drivers who are rethinking it too. Businesses are rethinking how they're getting out their work vehicles. Because they're saying, okay, you know what, it costs too much for us to have a work fleet. You have a personal vehicle, we'll reimburse you, but to pay for the maintenance and everything like that, it's making everybody rethink what they're paying for transportation.
Exactly. And think of the poor truck drivers.
Oh, yeah.
But they have to. Anyway, I'm waiting for gas to come down. I just filled up yesterday. It was like $3.70.
Well, don't hold your breath.
I know.
You can come up to Lincoln County. It's a lot cheaper there.
Right, and I'm spending all the gas to get up
there.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I know.
All right, so we're waiting for gas prices to come down. We're also waiting for temperatures to come down. And Brandon, that's actually happening with the rain. The question is, how cool are we going to get? It's all about timing, right?
Yeah, so today's going to be an interesting day when it comes down to the 90-degree high because we've got rain that will be coming down later today. As those rain chances increase, we expect maybe temperatures to be a little bit cooler. We've got this frontal boundary that's moving through the area today. And again, that's going to produce showers and storms even this morning, we have storms north of I-40. You can see Taylorsville area, eastern Alexander County. This is now lifting into northern Iredell County. So Highway 115 and also Highway 90 and 64. That's going to be the most impacted areas here at this hour. Harmony as well. So just be careful out there on the roads north of I-40. You can see more showers and storms building in from the west. This is lifting east-northeast towards Burke County, Caldwell County, and up in the mountains. Not looking at severe storms, but still some torrential rainfall. Now, when you look at Futurecast, again, Futurecast going to be showing numerous showers and storms as we get towards the afternoon and evening today. And those storms are going to be picking up in intensity. So that's something we're going to have to track as we go through the afternoon and evening. There's the data popping up for me. Data refresh start showing the showers and storms building into the mountains and foothills as early as 9 o'clock. And then as we get towards the afternoon, look at the storms really firing up and blossoming, especially along and southeast of I-85. And this is going to be heavy rainfall as we get into later today. I know most of the storms are popping up southeast of I-85, but I do expect storms west of I-85 and west of I-77 as well. Even later tonight, still going to be tracking storms for you before storms taper off by tomorrow morning. Tomorrow afternoon, going to be tracking more isolated storm coverage. Most of us are dry through the day, but there'll still be a few pop-up showers and storms to track tomorrow afternoon and evening. The greatest threats from storms will come today. Flash flood risk going to be the highest threat out of storms. A lot of tropical downpours later today. I do think this threat's going to be highest southeast of I-85 though, because that's where most of the rain's going to be. 1 to 2 inches of rain for Monroe, Wadesboro, Rockingham, and Lancaster today. A half an inch to an inch for Charlotte, northwest of Charlotte up to a half an inch. But we also have to track the threat for damaging wind gusts out of some storms that developed today. And the greatest threat for that also southeast of I-85, where we're going to have the greatest coverage of storms. Again, damaging wind gusts, the main concern out of storms that become severe, along with small hail, and then northwest of I-85 towards the foothills and mountains, more of an isolated threat there. The weekend forecast looks fantastic though. Pop-up storm tomorrow, most of us are dry, 88 degrees on Sunday, and guess what? We're drier and also lower humidity on Sunday with temperatures in the 70s in the mountains for Sunday and also tomorrow. So things are looking better. Temperatures this morning in the 70s, 60s in the mountains. Highs today racing to 90, but if the storms come first, we'll stop short in the mid to upper 80s. Again, we're going to get cooler for the weekend, but it does come at the expense of those showers and storms today. And then for early next week, looks fabulous. Mid to upper 80s, low humidity, storm chances increasing towards the end of next week. You're watching Queen City News now. It's the most local news in Charlotte.
Welcome back. I'm excited to bring you this breaking news. Everything old is new again. The unicorns and the rainbow dreams of your childhood are alive and well at the Lisa Frank online store. You heard me right. If you're a person of a certain age, chances are you had a Lisa Frank Trapper Keeper for all your papers. Kids don't even know what that is. And your worksheets. And maybe you had a Lisa Frank pencil case and lots of stickers in their signature neon colors.
Oh, yeah.
You can get the same stuff now for your own kids, including backpacks, lunch bags, keychains, you name it. Of course, the price tag is a little bit higher than you may remember. I didn't even know what it was. You cannot put a price tag, though, on nostalgia.
I did reach out to Lisa this morning.
Did you?
And I just said, listen, we're looking for a little refresher for our morning team, our promo. And so these are going to be back to school items you might want to add to your list. As you're shopping this weekend.
Look at that!
And so,
eyes look crazy.
Thank you, Lisa, for anyway, we're excited.
Why are your and Julian's eyes are insane?
I don't know. I mean, I got it like a little furry sling bag on the lunchbox right there.
I want that one. I want Ted's jacket.
I know. I kind of low-key want that dress to wear. This is perfect.
Oh, man.
You know what?
It's back to school time.
Limited edition.
Look at Jason's little fur.
These are going.
Is that part of the jacket, little leopard?
No,
I don't know.
it's got the lapel, but then he's got a little purse. It's got a little purse.
Look at the little cheetah on the bottom. Is it leopard or cheetah?
That's a leopard.
That's a leopard.
Is it leopard? Oh,
well,
man.
it depends on their spots.
Yeah, I don't know.
I'm not going to go into that.
That's I want that lunchbox.
I was going to say, if you're looking for a place to put, those fruit snacks, and I think they're going to go fast. Is all I got to say. So add it to the list. Lisa, thank you. Really.
Limited supply.
Yeah,
it's
very limited. Very limited
incredible
supply.
She was able to turn that around in such short fashion.
Welcome back to the 90s.
She knew that you were a diehard fan.
I know. Thank you so much.
All right.
What a great surprise.
We're going to take a break. Get those lunches packed. Don't be late for that first bell this morning. We're going to be back in a couple minutes. Stay with us.
Oh, that's so good.
Tracking showers and storms here at 7:30 already, especially north of I-40. Got some gusty storms moving into Iredell County right now. Tracking those storms for you, letting you know how you can navigate those for your morning commute, and also the severe storm chances for later today.
You have to keep people safe, and the way you do that at a basic level is you enforce fares.
The family of murdered Ukrainian refugee Irina Zarubska calling for serious public safety changes on the anniversary of her death. How they plan to use the courts to get that justice.
Plus, the town of Harrisburg is rallying around a beloved restaurant after a car crashed through the building. How patrons are offering patience and kindness as the business looks to bounce back.
7:30, happy Friday. Thank you so much for starting your day here with us. I'm Annie Satowski.
I'm Julian Sador.
I'm Jason Harper. Nice to have you with us on this Friday. A lot of school districts out there wrapping up their first week of school. I hope it's been a good one so far. More to come next week. In the meantime, let's bring a meteorologist. I almost said Andrew Brightman. My gosh, we had him for one day yesterday. Brandon, my apologies. Nice to have you here this morning. We got a lot of changes coming in the next 12 hours.
Yeah, we're tracking a very active weather pattern for the next 12 to 24 hours. But by the time it's over, the weekend will be much nicer. But today, going to be very active out there. Already tracking showers and storms. For the most part, things are dry here towards Charlotte. So most of the activity that we're seeing this morning is northwest of Charlotte and the mountains and foothills. That's where we have a pretty active start to the morning. So Charlotte, you are dry. Same with Gastonia, Langleton, and Shelby. Now, I do think Shelby, Cleveland County, up into Burke, that's going to change for you here shortly. But right now, within our viewing area, this is the storm I'm watching. It's moving into northern Iredell County, crossing Highway 64 and getting ready to cross I-77 from Statesville to Harmony. So if you have to travel I-77 in Iredell County from Statesville to Harmony or Harmony to Statesville, you want to make sure that you're getting ready to use caution because that is heavy rain and likely some gusty winds crossing I-77. We also have storms lifting up into Avery County right now. Newland area, heavy rain, lightning, and thunder headed for you. Same with Banner Elk as well as Watauga County. I would say within the next 30 minutes to an hour, it is going to grow a little bit more unsettled in the high country. Then you see this little broken line of showers and storms. It's moving into the Forest City area. This is going to be moving into Burke County and also Cleveland County here within the next, let's say, 30 minutes from now. So just be careful out there. It is a pretty active start for some areas because we are tracking heavy rainfall for some of the commute. Most of the rain today will stay northwest of Charlotte to start the day. But then as we get into the afternoon, notice where the moisture ends up. Southeast of I-85. This is 3 o'clock. Heavy rain, lightning, and thunder for spots like Wadesboro, Monroe, Rockingham. 6 o'clock, still tracking heavy storms west of I-77. It's going to be a pretty active afternoon and evening everywhere with heavy rainfall, lightning, thunder, and the potential for gusty winds. The main threat for me today that I'm tracking is flash flooding. These are going to be heavy tropical downpours. You want to watch out for ponding and pooling on the roadways later today. Take it easy out there as you're headed home from work, picking up the kids from daycare. But notice where most of the rain is. 1 to 2 inches for Rockingham and Sherall today, a half an inch to an inch for Charlotte, and the northwest of Charlotte, and a 1/10 of an inch to a half an inch. And then severe thunderstorms also potential. Best chance for that southeast of Charlotte, and we're looking at gusty winds as the main threat. Coming up in just a bit, again, it's a better forecast for the weekend. Just got to get through today first. We'll talk about your weekend forecast coming up here in just a little bit, Jason.
Brandon, thank you very much. 7:35. Let's see how this half hour is going with traffic. Pinpoint traffic starting down at the state line, North South Carolina, down near Carowinds. Good looking shot of the Queen City skyline there off in the distance. Couple of incidents that are scattered out there. None of these causing major delays, just volumes a little bit lighter, which is good. Listen, we'll take it. All the school districts are back in session as of Tuesday next week, so we will notice an increased amount of volume that's out there. So let's enjoy it while it lasts right now. Let's go out to the west side of town this time of morning. It's always 85 north, about 15 minutes to get from Gastonia to Belmont down below. It's the best we've seen it all week, honestly. 85 at Cox Road typically is stopped traffic, all 3 lanes. Down below, it's moving at about 50, 55 miles an hour, so that's good news. Let's go to the northeast part of town on 85. We've got an accident if you're headed northbound towards the Kannapolis, Concord, Kannapolis area. So if you're headed north, trying to head up to Greensboro or that direction, it might be a little bit slow. We'll keep an eye on that through the morning. Let's give you a look at 85 southbound. If you're coming down from Cabarrus County near Concord Mills Mall, this is how things are looking right now. Further down inside the 45 loop, this is Sugar Creek Road, busy part of town, just south of the University City area. A lot of traffic flowing, but it's moving the way it's designed to move. So that's good news. We'll keep an eye on that closer to town, just north of Uptown 77 at LaSalle Street. Looking good this morning. Here's a quick look at Independence Boulevard. Coming up at 8 o'clock, we'll give you drive times to the airport.
Well, this morning we're tracking the progress of public safety changes city and transit leaders promised in the wake of Irina Zurutska's murder.
Saturday marks 1 year since the 23-year-old Ukrainian refugee was stabbed to death on Charlotte's light rail. The man accused in that murder is DeCarlos Brown Jr., and he still faces state and federal charges.
Queen City News anchor Savannah Rudicel's live along the Blue Line in South End to explain the next steps as they search for justice.
Yeah, that's right, guys. DeCarlos Brown Jr. is not headed for trial, but that doesn't mean that he'll be able to leave custody anytime soon. Now, a federal judge and a team of medical professionals declared Brown incompetent to stand trial back in June. This means that he doesn't understand the repercussions of his case or is able to provide assistance for his own defense. So the judge ordered Brown to remain in custody and receive medication and treatment in order to improve his mental state for up to 4 months. Charges can move forward if doctors believe that his mental state improves, but if not, the case would be dismissed by statute. Brown's charges include a federal offense of causing death on a mass transportation system, and that carries the possibility of the death penalty. Now, his state case of first-degree murder, that's paused pending the outcome of the federal trial.
And I think that the prognosis is good, and we will see him stand trial. In this process, we have to make sure that we have a case that is airtight on appeal, airtight on post-conviction litigation. We have to make sure the defendant has all the due process that the Constitution affords him.
At the time of the stabbing, Brown was on pretrial release for a misdemeanor from back in January. He was telling officers as they were arresting him for misuse of 911 that he was exposed to some man-made material that was controlling both his mind and body. Now, a judge had ordered a psych evaluation for Brown in that trial, but that evaluation hadn't taken place by the time the late August stabbing occurred. Now, his pretrial release conditions and the fact that he had not undergone a psych evaluation had a lot of state lawmakers talking, prompting them to create Irina's Law. We're going to break down the impacts of that coming up within our next hour. Reporting live in South End, Savannah Rudisell, Queen City News.
All right, Savannah, thank you. New overnight, one person is dead after a shooting in Southwest Charlotte. It happened around at 10 last night on Yeager Creek Drive, just off of South Tryon Street and I-485. Details are still limited, but police do say the victim was taken to the hospital with gunshot wounds where they later died. Police are asking the public to share any information they may have on a suspect. We'll continue to follow this throughout the morning and bring you the latest both on air and online at QCnews.com.
A North Carolina judge is denying compensation in a lawsuit filed against a man connected with a viral horse crash in Uptown. We first brought you this story and this video back in April. Tracy Bogan sued Desmond Moore, the owner of a horse stable, over an injury to her horse's eye. Moore became well known for his involvement in a now viral video where a horse got loose at Uptown and then was hit by a car. Bogan says her horse's eye was blinded while it was boarded at Moore's stable. A judge initially ordered Moore to pay Bogan more than $1,200 for the incident, but Moore appealed. The judge overseeing the appeal ruled he owes Bogan nothing.
Today is the last day for early voting in South Carolina's special Republican primary runoff. Congressman Ralph Norman and Senator Darlene Graham are running to replace her late brother Lindsey Graham on the ballot. You can scan that QR code with your phone to bring you to a list of polling places on our website, QCnews.com. Polling locations open from 8:30 to 5 today. The runoff election is Tuesday.
The Harrisburg community is coming together to support a local restaurant after a car crashed into it. It happened last week, and since then, Vortex Bottle Shop has seen an uptick in business. Queen City News anchor Caroline Boyer shows us the damage and the outpouring of love from loyal customers.
It's sheer surprise. No one expects this to happen ever, much less during a busy shift.
This is what owner Matt Weiderman saw when he walked into his restaurant during dinner service last Thursday. A car sitting in the middle of his restaurant. The accident sent 4 people to the hospital, luckily only with minor injuries.
All the thoughts race through your head at the very beginning, not knowing how bad it's going to be. And I feel like we're very blessed for it to have been as casualty-free as it could be.
It didn't take long for Matt to get things cleaned up and to reopen. What's left of the damage is this boarded up window, which he hopes will be replaced in the next couple weeks.
It's unfortunate there was some property damage, but that's the least of our concern. That can be fixed.
His regular customers and their families are showing up, offering a little extra patience and kindness to the staff members who are getting back to work after the scary situation. Some of the youngest patrons have left cards with drawings and messages.
One of the good things in small towns, you got to have each other's back. So you got bars around the area that, folks that maybe don't frequent this place as much, they're stopping by to at least grab a beer, a 4-pack, get some stuff off the shelf and show support.
The owner is thanking loyal customers like Jaron Lippard for sticking with him during this time and the first responders who showed up that night to help. He's looking forward to the future now.
Hopefully get everything fixed and make it a distant memory.
In Harrisburg, Caroline Boyer, Queen City News.
The company behind one of the most highly anticipated video game releases is facing new problems. Hackers are speaking with our chief local analyst Colin Leaf Rhodes about the crimes against people trying to get access to GTA 6. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back. Well, the gaming world has once again been rattled by what appears to be leaks to one of the most highly anticipated video games of all time. Hackers are releasing information they claim they've stolen from Rockstar Games. The info, the secrets of GTA 6. In a post that circulated, CyberLeak framed the security breach as a protest against the gaming industry's shift towards all digital releases.
All right, so joining us now is our chief legal analyst, Colin Leaf Rhodes. Highly popular game, to say the least. That would be an understatement. But talk about the challenges of prosecuting something like this or getting a resolution when it's a hacker and they've done something in form of protest.
Yeah, it really just depends on the nature of how they acquired the information. If they actually lawfully acquired it, right, they were giving it to some tester and then distributed it, there's a number of routes you can go that way. But if they actually hacked it, there's a couple of routes you can go that way. So it really just depends on how they breached that I wouldn't say invisible door, but that data door where Rockstar was keeping it behind a shield, a fortress. to ensure that nothing got out. Yeah, November's it's right around the corner, but they've been working on this game for a number of years. And so right here at the last moment, you see these type of images that are leaked out, and folks were disputing if they were real. And so one of the things I can say is, while prosecuting this may be hard, trying to find some civil liability may be hard, a lot of this is now verifying what folks were already thinking in many communities, that, all right, this is legitimate leaks and not just, AI-generated images of a game that people have been waiting to get their eyes on for a number of years.
When it comes to liability, where do all the fingers point? At the person, whoever did the leaking and the sending out? Is there any liability for the social media platforms? Maybe you don't pull it down quick enough if someone posts it online?
Well, a couple parts. So I think Section 230 would, like we've talked about here a number of times, would protect a third-party platform from hosting information that's supposed to leak, right? And now if you're receiving some type of information from the company that says, hey, you now have information that's posted on your site that isn't supposed to be there, that is obtained illegally, yeah, you have a duty to take it down. So if you don't mitigate that and take it down immediately, yeah, you could subject yourself to some future liability. But the original posting and hosting it on your site, limited liability to, if any, because that's why we have that Decency Privacy Act to protect companies to be able to post things like that. It's really, you don't want to go after the platform. You want to go after the individuals that are posting and or the folks that are taking. It's just really not a crime to possess that. It's that how did you get access to it? Now, if you are the one that hacked it, yeah, liability will be there. And if they're the same thing, the hacker and the host are the same company, then yes, you can get liability. But if they're two different entities, it's hard to connect those two. But if you don't respond, yeah, now you haven't mitigated that exposure, and you will be held liable as well.
Khalif, if you're advising Rockstar, do you pursue somebody on maybe copyright or something to say, hey, I want to prove a point. Anybody who's trying to take our data, we're going to go after you. Or, what you said earlier, do not want to give any, I guess, credo to what this post is and say, yeah, you got us, this is actual game footage.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's too late now. The cat's out the bag, and they're making all the legal statements to show that you want to defend something like this. And I say this a lot of times on the airs. You talk about these David versus Goliath type of things. They're not hurting for any type of money. A game that they created in 2013 that's generated over $10 billion with a B, they can fight you all the way into infinity if they want to, in terms of filing some type of suit and forcing some type of process into figuring out what happened. Again, it's two different roads. You have the criminal road where investigators, law enforcement could go that route. You have the civil road where you can demolish this company and say, if you find out that they acquired your information by using some means to get access to information that you didn't want out there, yeah, you can go and I think the law would support that. But then would public policy support that? And will you now stoke the fires to letting folks see things that you really didn't want them to know anyway? Oftentimes in a situation like this, it would be best to just leave it alone and then file a cease and desist to the company as opposed to publicly blast them, because now you have, again, given support to what folks were not even sure if it was real.
So outside of criminal charges, if we're talking about a civil suit here, the company's stock tanked after these leaks. So they are projecting maybe $3 billion worth. Is that something that you can point to of like, hey, you need to make this right?
Yeah, I mean, there's a number of civil claims that you can go after where you can point to a dollar amount. I mean, negligent infliction, negligent targeting of their business interests. That could be one, but intentional targeting. If they did this with some actual malice, right? That I didn't just take your product and I posted it, but I took your product and I posted it with the intent to hurt your business. That would be that next step they'd have to prove. Yeah, you could do that as well. But the $3 billion number, if you're able to verify that as in Rockstar, yeah, now can you get that from another company, a company like this that probably isn't valued at $300 million, let alone $3 billion. So those are the things that will be harder. Yeah, you can get a judgment. You can get some granted in your favor, but then can you recover a dollar amount that will be worth what it would pay to get there? Who knows?
I think those would be just fine once that game releases.
I think they'll make it up.
I can't wait.
I'm sure. All right. Khalif, we got more topics with Khalif coming up next hour. In the meantime, let's get over to Brandon Lawson. Today, you say, is a race for the Storms or the 90s?
Well, I'll tell you what, the Storms are winning out right now. They're winning that race for sure. We've got a good amount of storm coverage northwest of Charlotte. Let's go north up I-77 to Iredell County, Statesville, Harmony area. Heavy rain and likely gusts up to 30 to 40 miles per hour moving through that stretch of I-77. Lightning and thunder, too. So take it easy from Statesville to Harmony along I-77. Farther west, we've got heavy heavy rain, lightning, and thunder moving into Burke County, Glen Alpine, Morganton, Valdez. This is an area that's seen already a couple storms earlier this morning, and now more storms moving into those communities along that stretch of I-40. We've got heavy rain moving into the mountains now, Newland, Banner Elk through Avery County. This is lifting up towards Boone and Jefferson. As you get farther to the south, you can see some storms as well moving into Cleveland County, and you saw that at Stent moving into Burke County as well. Wanted to track it a little bit for you here. Valdez 7:52, so really in about a minute from now. Kaiser about 5 or so minutes until you get storms. Boiling Springs, Lenoir, probably around 8 o'clock. You'll start getting some heavy rain, lightning, and thunder. Saul Mills area around 8 o'clock this morning. So within the next, I'd say 10 minutes, you've got heavy rain, lightning, and thunder in your community. Likely some gusty winds as well. Not looking at severe winds this morning, but that will be a potential this afternoon. Notice northwest of Charlotte, that's where most of the storms are. But then by 3 o'clock today, we've got heavy storms developing along and southeast of I-85. And even as we get towards the late afternoon and evening, we're still tracking heavy rain, lightning, and thunder, including the threat for severe storms like damaging wind gusts, which would be the main concern with any severe storms that do develop. So it's a pretty active Friday for Friday Night Football later tonight. And then by tomorrow morning, we're drying things out. Still a few clouds and still a few pop-up storms to track tomorrow. Only about a 30% chance of that, but still something you'll have to track if you have any plans tomorrow afternoon. Damaging wind gusts and flash flooding. Those are the main concerns today, later this afternoon and into the evening. So some small hail also a possibility. Not really worried about tornadoes today. A half an inch to an inch in Charlotte for when it comes to rainfall totals, 1 to 2 inches southeast in the Rockingham and Wadesboro, and then also about a half an inch of rain for the mountains. Again, if you do have Friday night football games tonight, please, please, please be careful. Storms are likely and delays are too. Seek shelter when you can. Temperatures in the 70s, 60s in the mountains. Today's highs racing to 90, but the storm's winning right now, so we might be in the mid to upper 80s, 70s in the mountains and the tropics. Everything's staying tame for now due to 2 disturbances in the northern Atlantic with a 20% chance of formation. No threat to the U.S. 7-day forecast near 90 today, but it's a stormy afternoon and evening. Drier and cooler for the weekend with low humidity returning by Sunday. You're watching Queen City News Now, the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back.
The back-to-school season is here, and we're looking beyond this school year.
Declining birth rates, changing classrooms, and a generation making different choices about having children. What does it all mean for the future of education?
Watch Taking Attendance, a Queen City News back-to-school special airing Monday, August 24th at 7 p.m.
Welcome back. Queen City News brings you 6 hours of news each and every weekday morning, and we still have 2 hours left to go. So here's a preview of what's ahead in our 8 and 9 o'clock hours. It's been 1 year since Irina Zarutska's murder on Charlotte's light rail. Have security upgrades made people feel any safer? This morning, we are live in South End, going back over the past year as Irina's family now plans to file a lawsuit. A South Carolina man accused of kidnapping 2 North Carolina girls and taking them to Georgia. One of those girls was from China Grove. How law enforcement across 3 different states were able to track him down and rescue those young girls. And the Carolina Panthers are braving the Florida Heat down in Jacksonville as they get ready to take on the Jaguars tonight in their preseason matchup. Can the Black and Blue get back in that win column after their loss last weekend to Buffalo? Sheena Quick joins us at 9 with her preview of the Panthers. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and local news in Charlotte.
Queen City News starts now.
Happy Friday, everyone. Welcome into Queen City News, now 8 o'clock. I'm Jason Harper.
I'm Annie Satowski.
I'm Julian Zador.
I'm meteorologist Brant Wilson for Ted Fate this morning. I was making some forecast updates due to the storms and the clouds this morning. I've taken us from 90 to 89 degrees for high
Whoa!
temperature.
Okay. Come on! So that ends the rule, the 14-day rule of 90s.
13. Today would have been day 14
in
a row if we could get it. And I just think with the clouds and storms this morning, it's going to be hard to get to that 90-degree temperature.
I'm okay. I'm all right with that.
It feels nice this morning, though, after all the thunder. Didn't like the thunder. but
Yeah,
we like the rain. It sure did.
Man, those storms were rocky last night. Right over Mecklenburg County around midnight, we had a severe storm. And still tracking a pretty active day, especially northwest of Charlotte this morning. So even though we are going to be a little bit cooler today, it is going to come at the expense of showers and storms out there, especially towards the afternoon and evening. But even this morning, we're dealing with storms. Around the crown this morning, you look at our two left cameras, you can see really two shots of Uptown, our West Charlotte camera and our Independence camera, showing the sun a little bit, but still a lot of clouds. And then farther to the southeast towards Monroe, our bottom right camera, you can see the sun trying to peek out a little bit there in Union County too. But west of Charlotte and west of all of these cameras, we've got showers and storms, and there are big time downpours right now. Here's radar. Things are dry in Charlotte, but again, as you get farther north up I-77, heavy rain now moving through Harmony. So northeastern Iredell County getting some heavy rain right along that stretch of I-40 and also Highway 64. Now Statesville, you're drying out, but man, you had some heavy rain earlier. That stretch of I-77, it was pretty active. So just watch out for some ponding and pooling due to that downpour that just crossed from Statesville to Harmony along I-77. Here's a look at the mountains right now. Avery County up into Watauga County and even now Ashe County. We've got heavy rain moving into those mountain communities as we speak. A lot of lightning associated with this as well. As you're getting farther to the south, Morganton, Valdez, Polkville, Lawndale, Kingstown. As you're getting into Cleveland County, heavy rain, lightning, and thunder moving into these communities. And we're tracking some isolated gusts up to 30 to 40 miles per hour with that part of the line. So storms continue northwest of Charlotte to start the day today. And then as we get towards the afternoon, notice the storms blossoming along and southeast of I-85. I think it's very active this afternoon. Numerous showers and storms through the afternoon and evening, including for Friday night football tonight for all of our varsity teams. Could have delays there with all the lightning. Flash flood risk, localized flash flooding through today and tonight. Best chance for that southeast of I-85, where we could see 1 to 2 inches of rain in Sherrill and Rockingham. Also a threat for gusty winds. Coming up in just a bit, we'll talk more about those threats that we could see for later today and also talk about your weekend forecast, which will have you smiling a little bit more after the active day today. Jason?
Thank you very much. Appreciate that, Brandon. Now we're in the 8 o'clock hour. We are seeing volume pick up. Again, it's going to be lighter than normal just because it's a Friday. Right now, you're looking near the state line, not too far from Carowinds. 77 north and southbound, moving across the state line at the 45 split. Good-looking shot of the Queen City skyline, the silhouette there at the top of the screen. A couple of incidents that popped on the board in the last half hour that we want to get to try to help you get to where you're going as quickly and as safely as possible. Let's go out west and start in Gaston County. They're the usual suspects around 6 o'clock. We get a slow 85 northbound stretch between Gastonia and Belmont. Right now it's pretty good, 11 minutes. I mean, we'll take that any day during the week. It gets better the closer you get to Mecklenburg County. Staying on the west side of town, new accident, 485 outer. We've got a lane blocked between Mount Holly and the Brookshire Boulevard, Brookshire Freeway, so just be aware of that. We've got a little bit of a slowdown, but again, volume's a little bit lighter. Further up 85, if you're headed northbound, it might have just cleared. The icon just went away in the last 2 minutes, headed towards Kannapolis, but there was an earlier accident there, so we'll keep monitoring that. If you're coming down from Cabarrus County, Concord, you guys are in great shape this morning. Let's take a look at 85 in Sugar Creek, not too far away from University City Boulevard. All 8 lanes across, looking really good this morning. LaSalle Street, right north of Uptown. A lot of sun shining, traffic moving as it should. Inbound Independence, all good to go. Coming up at 8:30, we'll give you drive times to the airport.
In the days following the shocking death of Irina Zarutska on Charlotte's light rail, CATS officials pledged to make some sweeping safety changes.
As tomorrow marks 1 year since that fatal attack, we're checking in on the progress that they've made.
Queen City News anchor Savannah Rudisell is live along the Blue Line in South End with a look at recent improvements and the changes on the way for the Charlotte area transit system. Savannah, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. CATS officials say that they have made significant and measurable progress in terms of safety over the past year. However, some riders and state regulators don't necessarily agree. Earlier this week, State Auditor Dave Bolyak, he released a report stating that there were some highlighting the gaps in between CAT security and desired outcomes. Now, it states that the city misses out to up to $6.5 million in unpaid fares. Now, fare enforcement remains a focus as officials believe DeCarlos Brown Jr., the man accused of stabbing Zarutska, did not pay before boarding the light rail the night. Now, Charlotte officials say the report did not adjust for any improvements that they've made in 2026. They cite things like the 46,000 hours of coverage that off-duty law enforcement agents have provided across the system, CAT's security contract has nearly quadrupled, now to $23.1 million. And officials say one of the most noticeable differences for riders is the increased presence of private security guards, as well as the size of that force that's more than doubled.
It's not about are there personnel on every vehicle, every day, all day long. It's are there personnel visibly present throughout the entire system, always throughout the day.
Looking ahead, CATS is set to launch a fare ambassador program in October. Uniformed inspectors will check if passengers have paid for their ride on the Blue Line, Gold Line, and CATS buses. This is a $5 million program that's going to roll out in phases, starting with the Blue Line with 60 unarmed workers. Now, CATS officials have also alluded to incorporating AI into their security features. The leaders say that they've looked into AI video analytics in order to enhance their video surveillance. Reporting live in South End, Savannah Rudisell, Queen City News.
Savannah, thank you very much. Washington is trading political races for a much faster race this weekend.
IndyCar is taking over the National Mall, and President Trump's motorcade will get a lap of its own.
News Nation Washington correspondent Rashad Hudson joins us live with a preview of those events. Rashad, good morning.
Hey, good morning to you. This is something Washington has never seen before, but for one weekend, the streets surrounding the nation's capital and those iconic monuments will transform into an IndyCar racetrack. And of course, President Trump will be there and taking part in the festivities. The sounds of IndyCar are coming to the National Mall.
It is our longest street course race in history.
147 laps, 250 miles, and speeds approaching 180 miles an hour through the heart of Washington.
It's not something that you would have thought you'd be racing as a kid.
It will send drivers past some of Washington's most recognizable landmarks.
As an American, this is an iconic moment.
And for the drivers, a brand new street course means plenty of unknowns.
I think it's going to be a super interesting race with lots of changes on strategies.
The White House has made the event a centerpiece of the country's 250th birthday celebration. And on Thursday, First Lady Melania Trump tied IndyCar to another White House priority, announcing a new round of scholarships for foster children in partnership with the race.
The greatest achievement, investment America can make is not in technology, infrastructure, or capital markets. It's our children.
And before the big race on Sunday, the presidential motorcade will take the first lap around the track. Back to you.
All right, Rashad Hudson reporting live for us from Washington. Thank you so much. Well, today is the last day for early voting in South Carolina's special Republican primary runoff. Interim Senator Darlene Graham and Congressman Ralph Norman are facing off to replace late Senator Lindsey Graham on the November ballot. Scan this QR code with your phone and it'll take you to a list of polling locations on our website, qcnews.com. Polls open in about 20 minutes. They'll be open today from 8:30 a.m. to 5 p.m. The runoff election is next Tuesday.
Well, Yadkin County deputies say 2 abducted North Carolina girls have been found safe in Georgia. The sheriff's office says a 15-year-old from Yadkin County and an 11-year-old from Rowan County were kidnapped. Investigators identified 21-year-old Seth Zachary Talmadge of South Carolina as a suspect after a neighbor reported a vehicle linked to the case. Authorities tracked the suspect south on I-77 before law enforcement located him and the children in Bullock County, Georgia. The sheriff's office says it's believed he had a connection with one of the girls that was taken.
The initial information, Talmadge actually is from Trenton, Florida, and he had been having communication with one of these females to the point where I guess they thought they were in somewhat of a relationship. One of the females has a brother who lives in the Florida area, I think Tampa, and so this fella is also connected to him.
Talmadge is awaiting extradition to North Carolina to face child abduction charges while the investigation continues.
The sheriff's office in Colleton County, South Carolina, has fired a deputy after allegedly misusing flock cameras more than 2,700 times. Deputies say that Lieutenant Reuben Carter used that system for personal reasons. An audit showed Carter conducted unauthorized searches on 14 different people, including himself, over the course of a year. The county sheriff says he amended the flock camera policy to prevent this from happening again. It's 8:11. How we looking, Brandon?
Yeah, conditions turning active west of Charlotte right now. We've got a line of showers and storms that's moving into Highway 321. So you see it there. Heavy rain moving into spots like Burke County, Caldwell County, Catawba, and up into our mountain communities. And there's even a little sneaky feature I'm going to show you after the break that's also potentially going to bring storm chances here in Charlotte here in a couple of hours. I'll detail that for you in just a bit. Want to get you a live look now from Boone, where the rain is already moving into our communities. Heavy rain, lightning, and thunder there in Boone and App State. You know, they've got a lot of college kids back in town, so hopefully everybody's taking it easy on the walk to classes this morning. We'll detail the severe threat for later this afternoon. Time out the rest of your day. Coming up in just a bit.
It may seem hard to believe, but this year there will be college football players, listen to this, who've already taken snaps in the NFL preseason games. The judge temporarily blocked the NCAA from enforcing rules preventing a group of players who signed NFL contracts from returning back to college. The decision has opened the door now for former and even current NFL players to seek another season of eligibility.
In fact, two players, including Tampa Bay Buccaneers edge rusher Jack Pyburn and Cleveland Browns tight end Daquan Wright, have already made the move. College programs are now scrambling to figure out whether to pursue those players through the transfer portal. Many expect a wave of new lawsuits as these athletes test the NCAA eligibility rules.
All right, so joining us now is our chief legal analyst, Khalif Rhodes. When we were talking about this in the newsroom, we're just all really perplexed. So kind of explain, because this is piggybacking off of a rule that kind of limited eligibility to 5 years, right?
Yeah, I mean, so this is all about timing. Everything is about timing and numbers. A couple things that I'll say is 33 folks that were involved in lawsuits while we're talking about the 16 NFL players. There's other athletes that are involved. And like you said, the ruling came out when the NCAA decided to change it from this, unlimited years, it seemed like, after COVID, where you had folks that had been in sports for 7 years, 8 years, some to a 5 year only, 19 years or after graduating high school 5 years total to compete, removing the red shirt year. And that sparked a number of things. First, the lawsuit where they talked about, hey, you guys aren't considering the class of 2022 when those folks came into school. You're just saying they just ended their year. They should be able to play. Judge rules that they can go back. So now you have some of these NFL players that are like, hey, well, I should be able to go back as well because I have another year eligibility. Enter in the TRO that we talk about all the time, the temporary restraining order, which is an injunction, which I've said a number of times here, extraordinary relief. The court doesn't want to grant injunctions. They want the case to be resolved. But if they do, irreparable harm, likelihood of success on the merits, balancing of the equities and public policy. Irreparable harm. You can't throw money at this. Your last year of college, either you're going to play it or you're not. I can't say, hell, well, you missed your last year, I'll give you $50,000. Good luck with that. And so what the court will say is, we'll pause this, we'll allow these guys to go back, and then we'll see what will happen down the road. What we're seeing what will happen down the road is you're probably going to see a lot more players deciding to go do this. Team cuts are happening right now, right? We're right on the edge of NFL rosters going down to 53. So you got probably 30-plus players from every team. It's about 1,100 players that could potentially go back to college this year if they wanted to.
Wow.
Julie and I were laughing about this yesterday because we're like, once you've stepped onto the pro field and you tasted that I'm a pro, why would you want to go back? So help us understand that. And then number two, it's almost like these pros, they've had this trial period. How does that change things?
Well, I'll say a couple things. The landscape has shifted, Jason. Back in the day before NIL, if you had left college and went to the pros and you were getting paid to play, why would you want to go back? Because you're getting paid to play. However, you can get paid to play while in college. And so now, if you didn't go the way you thought it would go, you got to the NFL and it was like, hey, this team I landed on, I'll never make it on this roster, or it'll take me 5 or 6 years to make some significant type of money. I can go back to college and maybe reposition my draft stock to land on a better team. And so that's why you do it. I point to the court case from Ed O'Bannon, who started this entire thing. 2015, the court talked about the floodgates opening. And it said, once that line is crossed, we see no basis for returning to a rule of amateurism and no defined stopping point. We recognize that the stopping point has moved. What amateurism is in sports is just different than it was 15 years ago, 20 years ago, 5 years ago. Now, if you have touched professionalism, you can go back because money isn't stopping you or defining what amateurism is anymore.
Khalif, I'm very curious with the contracts because the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, Dan, even though he's undrafted, he signed a 3-year deal with them. So contractually, if you go back to the college ranks, I don't know if you have to work out buying out your contract, but does the Tampa Bay still retain rights over that? How does that work if you contract and sign a contract with the NFL?
I think that's going to be problematic, and those are things that are probably building the plane and flying it at the same time. You're having advisors to these folks. Some of them are probably not attorneys saying, look, you can reposition. You went here, you were undrafted. If you come back next year, you could potentially be drafted. And they're mitigating the cost and saying, okay, you signed this unrestricted free agent contract. Well, maybe we get you back signed next year and you'll be able to pay that back. Who owns the rights? A lot of that stuff, will this even stick? The NCAA saying they're going to appeal. We haven't had a final resolution, so we don't even know by the end of the season will this be something that will be able to be done all the time.
But it could happen mid-season where these players are deemed ineligible?
It could, and that's the risk that these universities will have to take now. But I doubt that aspect of it. If a judge is granting a TRO, they're saying this isn't going to get resolved probably to the end of the year. Allow them to go back and let litigation play itself out.
Dang.
This is wild.
Come on now.
Wild West, that's what it is.
Man. All right, Khalif, another topic coming up at 9. That's like taking Brandon Lawson. Brandon, you're done doing weather in the big leagues. You're going back to your college weather TV station.
Cooking them, man.
I'm thinking about high school football now. I've gotten a little bit stronger since then.
Yeah, there you go.
Maybe I can get in there. I don't know. Probably wouldn't do very well, though. I'll stick to my job with the weather. And speaking of weather, we do have a lot going on today. I wanted to give you kind of a forecast timeline of what's happening today. So this morning to noon, we've got showers northwest of Charlotte. This includes the mountains, foothills, and even parts of the region west of I-77 like Cleveland County. Isolated storms developing from 1 to 3, but then from 3 p.m. to midnight, we've got numerous storms developing. developing. That's where our flood and severe threat will come later this afternoon through the evening and also into the early overnight hours. Here's a look at radar right now. So northwest of Charlotte, that is where most of the activity is. I want to zoom in on this line of storms that's moving through Boone, Lenoir, Sauls Mills area, Valdez, up into Hickory now. Again, this is actually a gusty line of showers and storms right now. Heavy rain and frequent lightning. That is just going to be a nasty commute along that stretch of Highway 321 from Hickory down through Newton. And then also as you get towards Kaiser in northern Cleveland County, Bellwood area, heavy rain moving into those spots too. Farther south into Lattimore, Bowling Springs, Patterson Springs, southern Cleveland County, we've got heavy rain, lightning, and thunder. Now I want to show you a feature that's developed here over the last 30 minutes or so. You see this little skinny light green line there that's kind of moving off to the east? That's what we call a gust front. It's like a mini cold front in meteorology. And essentially it's those downdrafts from the storms that are essentially hitting the ground and then spreading out horizontally. And this cold front itself, this little gust front, it could actually produce more storms. So Gastonia, Mount Holly, you might actually get maybe 30-mile-per-hour gusts and not even have a storm at all because of this little mini front that's developed. But there could be storms that develop off of this. So we'll have to watch this too out ahead of that line of storms. Now, Futurecast is going to be mainly dry for Charlotte through the first half of the day. But then 3, 4 o'clock, there's the radar lighting up. We've got numerous showers and storms this afternoon and evening, heavy rainfall and potentially some gusty storms as well later this afternoon and evening for the Friday night football varsity games. And then tomorrow morning we're drying out. There could still be a few pop-up showers and storms tomorrow. Most of us will be dry tomorrow. Tomorrow actually looks really nice compared to today. But the severe storm threats today, again, damaging wind gusts are concerned, but also flooding. I think flash flooding is going to take the cake when it comes down to threats today, just because these are going to be big-time downpours, along with small hail as well. Not really worried about tornadoes, but again, damaging wind gusts can still cause damage. A 1/2 inch to 1 inch of rain for Charlotte, southeast of Charlotte, Sherwall, Rockingham, 1 to 2 inches. A little less rain farther northwest. 70s this morning, 60s in the mountains. We've got highs in the mid to upper 80s today, 70s in the mountains, less than the 90. And then we get towards the weekend forecast looking good in the 80s, low humidity on Sunday, and looking great for the mountain 70s with low humidity on Sunday as well. We get lower humidity Sunday, and that holds tough through really early next week, so that'll be nice for us. But we do start to gradually get more humid and a bit more stormy towards the end of next week. You're watching Queen City News Now, the most iron and most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back.
It is 8:25. Welcome back, everyone. We're looking live this morning. Kind of an interesting shot in New York City, the harbor there. Lady Liberty way out in the middle. A lot of boat traffic. Anyway, just a cool shot we wanted to show you this morning. Futures looking good as well so far. We're over an hour from markets opening. The Dow's up 290 points. S&P, NASDAQ well in the green. So again, cool shot courtesy of EarthCam this morning. Now those positive, that's good news after a major fall on Wall Street yesterday. Couldn't be more opposite. All closing down yesterday. Over 700 points the Dow was down. NASDAQ, S&P also in the red. Again, the opening bell coming up around 9:30. Many parents send their child in college some cash for lunch, maybe through a payment app, and now they might be able to pay tuition the same way. Some universities are now allowing students and their families to pay tuition through PayPal and Venmo. So far, Kansas State, Michigan State, and Texas State. They are the major universities using these programs, but more are expected to join later this year. The payment options are being integrated through campus payment platforms. Transactions or processing fees might also apply. I'm just waiting for Apple Pay. Pay college through Apple Pay. AI is changing the way students apply to college. 46% of high school students are using AI in the college process. That includes everything from writing an essay to suggesting schools or scholarships. Even parents are using the tool, with 57% of them using AI to help get their kids into the school of their choice. Meanwhile, colleges are also using AI to screen those same applications. Good luck. Everyone's using the race with AI. You're watching Queen City News this morning. We will be right back.
8:30, happy Friday. Thank you so much for joining us this morning to kick off your weekend. I'm Annie Satowski.
I'm Julian Tador.
I'm Jason Harper. Nice to have you with us. Meteorologist Brandon Lawson here as well. I'm sorry, what day was it?
Friday!
Come on now.
Just making sure the people in the back row also heard what day it was.
Everybody heard that one.
Everyone heard it, all the way to the back, all the way to the back. So a couple of hours ago, you said it was a race to either 90 degrees or storms. And it sounds like the storms have kind of won out.
I think the storms are going to win for sure. Even if we don't see storms in Charlotte, we're still going to probably get some cloud debris from the storms back to the west. So that should keep temperatures below 90 today for the first time since August 7th.
Wow.
It's been that long. This is a live look from West Charlotte. Again, things are pretty quiet here in West Charlotte. And honestly, that's really the only quiet spot. As you get northwest of Charlotte and really up towards the western parts of our viewing area, that's where we're seeing pretty active weather this morning. I actually want to show you something pretty cool that I just captured from Gastonia. The camera there is actually showing what is a shelf cloud. You can see it here. This is looking at those storms to the northwest. This is, again, a gusty line of storms, not severe, but you can get these shelf clouds developing because essentially what happens with these lines of storms as the air is going down and sinking down to the ground, it's spreading out. So this is just that cool, gusty air that is coming out from the storm. So you can see this. This isn't necessarily moving towards Gastonia. It's more so moving away out from Gastonia, but looking right over Crowder's Mountain. That is a cool shot this morning to see from those storms to the northwest of Gastonia. A little bit of a breeze coming through Gastonia as well because we've got a little gust front that's developed. I want to show you radar to the northwest. Again, this is where most of the active weather is. That picture that I showed you from Gastonia, that is this line of storms that's moving through. So Boone, Lenoir, Sauls Mills area, Hickory, Valdez. This is also moving up towards Newton and Catawba County. So this is a pretty active morning for those communities. That stretch of Highway 321, nothing but torrential rain, lightning and thunder, and likely gusts around 30 to 40 miles per hour. Now, farther to the south, you can see this line of storms moving through Cleveland County, Shelby, Cherryville, up through Bellwood. This is going to probably miss Kings Mountain barely. Same with Bessemer City, because it's lifting mainly to the east-northeast towards like the Cherryville area. But I also wanted to show you this. You see this little light line here that's developed out ahead of the storms, getting ready to move into York and Gastonia. I'll put this into motion. Notice that is what we call a gust front. That's a mini cold front that has developed from the outflow from those storms to the west. This mini cold front can lead to just some short breezy conditions, but it can also develop more storms because the mini cold front is just essentially creating more lift for more storms to develop. But again, these storms are continuing to move off to the east-northeast towards Hickory this morning. And you can see Futurecast, it's not doing the best job keeping up with that line of storms, but it has a little bit of it, and that's promising. It tells me that this model, our in-house model, kind of has a good idea of what's going to happen today. To the northwest, that's where the storms will be through noon. And then notice 3, 4 o'clock, we start getting storms blossoming in and around Charlotte today. It's going to be a pretty active afternoon, evening. Heavy rain, torrential rainfall with this, lightning, thunder, likely gusty winds, and the potential for severe storms producing damaging wind gusts. So coming up in just a little bit, I'll go over those threats more for the afternoon, evening. We'll also time out the storms for you again and let you know what your weekend forecast is going to look like. That's all coming up in just a little bit. Jason, how are we looking with traffic?
Not too bad, honestly. The last report we gave you around 8 o'clock, we haven't had any new incidents added to the board. So there's some good news. Got to take it when you can. Right now, we're looking just south of the city. This is the North-South Carolina state line, I-77, northbound on the right-hand side. You can see the skyline way off to the top of the screen there. Overall, 4 or 5 incidents. Not all these are accidents. Some of this just kind of some slow delays from one area to another. So that's actually good news on this Friday morning. We'll take a little bit lighter volume. I have an earlier accident, 485 outer lane blocked at Mount Holly Road. We're not seeing any backups from that. So that's good news just with lighter volume. Just be aware of that if you're working your way around the west side of town. Drive time is still manageable from Gastonia to Belmont, only 12 minutes. Down below is 85 at Cox Road, moving well through Lowell, McAdenville, eventually into Mecklenburg County. Other side of 85 up near Concord Mills Mall. This is Bruton Smith Parkway, 85. 4 lanes in, 4 lanes out. It's all working really well, looking good this morning. So again, more good news. We like this. 77 at Lake Norman. This is up in Iredell County and Mooresville. You can look off to the right, just beyond the trees. A little bit of Lake Norman. You can see the water right there. Beautiful. Traffic in all directions, including toll lanes. Looking good this morning. Independence Boulevard, also moving well on the east side of town. Let's give you some drive times to the airport this morning. Things are looking pretty good. As always, check with your airlines. Put the phone down. Don't be checking it while you're driving. Wait till you stop. Wait till you get to your destination. We'll wrap up your pinpoint traffic at the top of the 9 o'clock hour. Tomorrow marks a somber anniversary. 1 year since the deadly stabbing of Irina Zarutska on Charlotte's light rail. The 23-year-old Ukrainian refugee was stabbed while riding the Blue Line home from work.
Her murder has spurred sweeping changes for CAT security, updates to state law, and now a potential lawsuit from the Zarutska family.
Queen City News anchor Savannah Rudisell is live in South End as Irina's loved ones press for justice. Savannah, good morning.
Hey, good morning. We talked with the family attorney for the Zarutska family, who says they plan to file a civil lawsuit here within the next coming days. They say they need someone to hold accountable here and making sure that no other family has to go through a tragedy like they have. Now, the man accused of stabbing Irina, that's DeCarlos Brown Jr., he is still facing state and federal charges relating to the stabbing. But local attorney Lauren Newton says systemic failures by the city and the transit system led to Zarutska's death. She cites gaps in CAT security highlighted in a recent audit from the state, such as a lack of gates or turnstiles at light rail stops. She says the family is still processing their loss, but they want to see positive, lasting change come from the tragedy.
We know that violent crime was already an issue, and you can't turn a blind eye. You have to do something. You have to keep people safe. And the way you do that at a basic level is you enforce fares. You have physical barriers. You have validators. You have to collect the fares. You have to have a plan. You have to have the guards on the train. You have to have something for deterrence.
Newton also shares that the family wants Irina's legacy to be more than just the way in which her life ended. Now, North Carolina lawmakers lended her name to a bipartisan effort towards criminal justice reform. We'll talk about Irina's law and its impacts it's had over the past several months coming up in our next half hour. Reporting live in South End, Savannah Rudisell, Queen City News.
All right, Savannah, thank you. Today is the last day of early voting in South Carolina's special Republican primary runoff between Senator Darlene Graham and Congressman Ralph Norman. Both are vying to replace the late Senator Lindsey Graham on the November ballot. You can scan that QR code right there with your phone for a full list of polling places on our website, qcnews.com. They're open now until 5 p.m. The runoff election is Tuesday. And speaking of that runoff, President Donald Trump doubling down today to show his support for his pick, Darlene Graham. Trump will be in Myrtle Beach today for a rally supporting the interim senator. It's happening at 7 tonight at the Myrtle Beach Convention Center. The president endorsed Graham before the special primary, but has said that he would be happy with either Republican candidate because they are both his supporters.
Coming up on 8:38 right now, it is Friday. Maybe you're already thinking about those weekend plans, but a new Harris poll finds 62% of young Americans are avoiding making any plans at all.
Yeah, and nearly 7 in 10 say going out just isn't worth what it does to their wallet.
Oh boy, let's bring in our chief business correspondent, Taylor Young. So Taylor, I guess having a social life is just getting way too expensive.
Yeah, I think for a lot of people in their 20s and 30s, they certainly feel that way. So, and it's not just that they're skipping out on going out for an occasional dinner or night out. Nearly 3/4 of Gen Z now say that at least half of their weekend is spent in their home. And nearly 73 say they consider their home basically their default plans because of how expensive just having a social life is now.
All right, not judging. If you like your home, fine, stay in your dwelling. What's making weekend plans so expensive?
Yeah, I mean, just think about, we talk a lot up here about how the rising cost is really affecting everything, but just think about what a night out can entail. Dinner, drinks, maybe an Uber, concert tickets, or any kind of ticketed event. And the Harris poll points out that concert tickets are now sitting around at least $133 per ticket. Drinks, $15 to $25 each. Those add up if you're having a couple. And the average date night is now pushing $200. So if you do this a couple of times a month even, you could be spending hundreds of dollars just on having kind of a social life.
Wow. All right. So we've talked before about the disappearance of third place, and those are places outside of the home and work where people can just hang out and have a good time without spending a lot of money. Does that play into this?
So I think it absolutely does. I think that's actually a main point in this issue is that there are just not a lot of places anymore like there were maybe 20 years ago where you could just go hang out with your friends and not have to spend $80, $90, $100+ And this survey does show that people want to go out, they want to leave their homes and have a social life. So the question may be whether there are enough places where people can go again, and hang out without having to break the bank.
Okay, so if a lot of people are staying at home, they're ditching their plans, what is getting them out of the house?
Yeah, so 80% of the people in this survey say they want more places that are more affordable, and it doesn't have to look like a traditional night out, like the drinks, the dinner. More than half say they rather socialize during the day. They rather do things that don't involve alcohol, which I think is an interesting take for this generation, especially because we've seen alcohol sales drop, alcohol consumption drop. Maybe prices have a part in that, but so what that can look like is maybe workout classes or coffee shops or going to the park. But again, staying at home, I think, is still a big draw for a lot of people, maybe watching Netflix or playing video games.
Yeah.
I feel like that's what's behind it. Is like people want to stay home and now they're looking for excuses as to why they're staying home. This sounds like the classic introvert. It's like
it's okay if you want to stay home, just
right.
stay home. You don't have to blame it on the economy.
You know when it's like 5 p.m. you don't want to actually go out and do those plans.
Yes.
You're like, what can I say that will be a defensible text message?
Yeah.
Like, oh,
It's just a little too
broke
expensive.
Right.
I'm broke. But I mean, maybe we bring back some of the things that maybe we did in high school, right? Granted, they're still more expensive,
out
but
at
like
the mall.
like bowling,
Yeah,
right? Or
bowling.
like
All right.
mini golf. If you want to get out and do something, I don't know what mini
there's
golf
so many
costs
free
these days.
concert series though. Like go out
There
and enjoy
are,
those
yeah.
things.
I don't know. I think we need to be a little bit more creative with
I
getting
agree.
out of the house, right?
If someone texts me and was like, do you want to go bowling tonight? I might be like, it's too expensive.
Taylor's at home
What about
gaming on
laser
Fortnite.
tag? Laser tag?
I like that.
Laser
Okay,
tag is
I could
fun.
see you doing that.
I will say that the AI can be helpful if you put in, like, here's the things I want to do. I kind of have a budget. This is where I live. Honestly, it gives you some good ideas, and you can strategize. A lot of places do, like, Wine Wednesday or BOGO burgers on Thursday.
Yeah.
There's a lot of great places in town that do that. You just have to put a little work in on the front end, and you can have a great time and actually save a lot of money.
Karaoke night is free most of the time.
Okay. Taylor Young with the pipes.
There we go.
There we go.
Can't wait to hear that.
All right, McKay, what is coming up?
Well, it's expensive even to go out for a drive, Taylor. All right, so it's the new wave of cool, the rise of the everyday classic car. You know, young buyers are ditching the Corvette for the Civic, the Honda Civic, and the Porsche for the four-door Ford Taurus. Yeah, McKay dealer coming up while younger buyers are collecting the familiar cars they grew up with. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. Stay with us.
Well, it's not that coveted new car smell, but quite the opposite that's luring car lovers to rethink their rides. It seems that car enthusiasts are longing for the simpler times, and simulated wood grain is resulting in the rise of the everyday classic car.
Chief Transportation Correspondent Mackay Baylor joining us to explain why modern cars are taking a backseat to the classics. I thought you were going to say 50s and 60s.
Well,
We're talking 80s and 90s?
Yeah, boy, do I feel old.
classics?
I feel old. This is what I grew up. I
think
know.
that counts.
Well, listen to this. These are some of the hottest cars on America's highways. Drivers are on the lookout for the affordable, familiar cars they grew up with. Trusty, built-to-last four-door sedans rather than Corvettes and Porsches that break the bank. It's a major shift. And car collecting, yeah, it is. It's a generational shift. Younger buyers are now collecting vehicles from their parents' generation as the new wave of cool. Now, that's according to a Wall Street Journal report. Honda Civics and Ford Tauruses are now classics, and car lovers can't get enough of them. So this is why modern cars often look the same. To save fuel with the wind tunnel tested designs, right? They all look the same. Vintage cars stand out. Experts say they represent pure romance with their bold lines, chrome trim, distinct personalities, while modern car designs are limited to strict aerodynamic requirements and, of course, safety laws. Modern cars excel in terms of vehicle safety and crash protection. You know, they got those crumple zones, airbags, automated braking, not barking, mind-blowing acceleration sensors, computers, all of the bells and whistles. Classic cars like your grandfather's old station wagon or your dad's old station wagon win big thanks to their simple engines that can be repaired at home with basic tools.
Wow. This is interesting.
Okay. What's the advantage to having a 1980s and 90s vehicle? When you say classic, I don't think of what my parents were driving. I think those are beautiful and those are classics and they should be loved. But
they love Honda Civics and the four doors.
But like the Crown Victoria and all those Crown Vic.
Oh, the Crown Vic.
Yeah, baby, look at those lines. Come on.
That's what I think.
Some hydraulics.
I'm looking up Mercuries right now. Remember the Mercuries?
Oh, yeah.
All right, so this is why people buy them.
Okay.
They're cheaper to buy because they're old. They're really the classics you're thinking of.
Right.
Cheaper purchase prices, lower insurance rates for occasional use classic policies that attract the younger buyers.
Don't they have high mileage though?
I mean, maybe if you know your dad.
Where's it been? You can replace the engine.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So what are the challenges though of driving a classic like this, Mackay?
Breaking down.
All right, upkeep is costly because older mechanical parts cost more. They require more care, and we know this. They're gas guzzlers.
Yeah.
Right? They were gas guzzlers.
That was when gas was $1.25 to fill up, so it didn't matter.
Muscle cars, remember muscle cars?
They have their time and place, but when I think of the first car that I had was my grandmother's Buick Riviera.
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
There you go.
My dad was
Yeah.
I was happy to have a car. So I didn't really
Yes, good for
care.
you.
I mean, was it my top choice for looks? No. And then after I started driving, I promptly drove over a cinder block and ruined it. Not on purpose, but my dad had
Those are
suspicions.
common roadside hazards.
No, let me tell you, it dropped out of the truck in
that.
front of me. It dropped out of a construction truck in front of me.
Sure.
And I didn't know what to do at the time.
So you
Being a
just
young driver, and it was a single lane highway, so I couldn't veer. And I tried to straddle it. But the car was so low to the ground.
Yeah, Buicks are known for veering and straddling. They are.
All right, first cars. Do we have time?
What was you? What was yours?
A Datsun 280Z.
Not even surprised.
Stick shift.
Datsun 280Z.
That's neat, though.
Yes.
That's not a 90s or 80s.
Cool.
Yes, and then I had the Mazda RX-7.
Oh, I always liked that one.
But I really wanted a Pontiac Firebird.
You did.
From
of course
the
you did.
Trans Am.
I
wanted it, but
this was building up for you being a pilot.
Yes.
The need for speed,
Right,
the need for
100%.
control.
All these cars track for Mackay.
Yeah, they do.
I had an '88 GMC Jimmy that every time you turn right, the horn would go off.
Oh, man.
And so I tried to figure out how to go to school only by going left.
There you go.
Very
That's
difficult.
incredible.
I had it was a 2002 or 2004 Toyota Corolla, but it didn't have automatic windows, so you had to hit the little crank down.
I love it.
Get a nice little shoulder workout.
Right,
You
exactly.
know?
I love it. It's a classic.
My kids and Gen Z will never know what this means.
They don't know.
Roll the
Roll
window
down
down.
your window
I see
down.
Cooler pulling up on a pack of girls in high school, like, "Hey, let me holler at you."
Brandon.
Brandon, what was your first ride, Brandon?
Yeah.
Come on.
It was a 2001 Mazda Protege, Silver Bullet. Silver Bullet. Yeah. Then I named my second car Black Pearls, a Dodge Dart. Third car now Equinox. I have not came up with a nickname for that one yet. So.
We can help.
Yeah, you gotta name your car.
I agree.
I'm
with you
100%
on that.
name your car. We are talking storms this morning, especially northwest of Charlotte. It's been a pretty active morning, so hopefully the windshield wipers are working on your car from the mountains all the way down through the foothills, especially along the Highway 321 corridor. So you see Jefferson, that's where the heaviest rain is, right along Highway 221. And then farther south, you've got heavy rain moving through Taylorsville, Hickory, Newton, also Lincolnton. So this is a very impactful line of showers and storms. It's right along the Highway 321 corridor. So that is going to be a rough commute, really, for at least the next 30 minutes or so. This is moving off to the north and east towards Catawba, Statesville, Troutman, Lake Norman area. Now, farther south, I told Bessemer City you'd probably just miss out. It looks like that's going to be the case. Cherryville got some heavy rain. This is now moving up into high shoals. Now, I was talking about that gust front earlier. You remember this little skinny light line of showers that looked like? That is essentially a gust front that formed its outflow from that storm to the northwest. Now, I want to point something out. This is what it looked like going through Gastonia at 8:38. I recorded over this. This is the gust front coming through Gastonia. Notice there's no storms at all. But look at the American flag shaking there. That's probably about 20 to 30 mile per hour gusts moving through Gastonia from that gust front, the outflow from those storms to the northwest. And you can even see those storms off in the distance right over Crowder's Mountain from this shot. And look at the camera shaking. Again, that's a gust front. It can produce more storms too, because it's like a mini cold front that's creating a little bit of lift out ahead of the main line. So those storms will continue to march to the east towards I-77. Futurecast doesn't do the best job picking up on it, but again, we'll see those scattered showers and storms really pop up more and more as we go through the afternoon and evening, especially southeast of I-85. And then as we go overnight, storms continue through the early overnight hours. We dry out by tomorrow morning, but there's still going to be a few pop-up storms as we go through your weekend forecast. Most of us, though, will stay dry for Saturday. We'll all be dry for Sunday. Damaging wind gusts possible southeast of I-85, northwest of I-85. Isolated threat for that. Localized flash flooding also a threat today. And again, that's something we'll have to track. I think the flash flooding threat going to be highest today, especially southeast of I-85, where we see more of those numerous storms developing later this afternoon and evening. Lower humidity for Sunday. We're dry. Temperatures in the mid to upper 80s. So that's 7 days. Maybe we touch 90, but much cooler than what we've been. You're watching Queen City News Now, the most iron and most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back.
Mommy time. She's like, I'm tired. I'm tired of this, Grandpa. Grandpa.
Leaders at Novant Health and UNC Charlotte have announced a partnership to help improve resources for nursing students. The healthcare company is investing $500,000 to expand the College of Health and Human Services. The money will go towards improving UNC Charlotte's 15 nursing labs where students take part in simulations of different healthcare situations. School leaders say these simulations are critical for the students.
Can provide an immersive, experiential scenario for our nursing students where they take care of these high-fidelity patient simulators as if they would take care of a live patient in the hospital and at no risk to the patient or themselves.
Novant leaders hope the investment helps to grow the healthcare workforce in the Charlotte area. About half of all UNC Charlotte Nursing School graduates actually stay in the region to begin their careers. You're watching Queen City News. We'll be right back here on kind of a dreary looking Friday. Good news is, though, could it prevent us from getting into the 90s? More on that coming up in just a bit.
Queen City News starts now.
Good morning, everyone. Happy Friday, TGIF. Welcome into our 9 o'clock and final hour of Queen City News. I'm Jason Harper.
I'm Annie Satowski.
I'm Julian Sidor.
I'm meteorologist Brandon Lawson, and for meteorologist Ted Payton on this Friday morning, and we're tracking your pinpoint forecast, which has been pretty active this morning, especially for communities northwest of Charlotte. That's been the most active part of the day, especially as you look at our Dallas Tower camera. So, yeah, that's that line of storms that is northwest of Gaston County. So this is looking up towards Catawba County. This is looking up towards Lincoln County, and those spots that are dealing with that line of storms right now. So again, that line of storms continues to press off to the north and east, missing Gaston County for the most part. But Gaston County, you did have a little bit of a breeze. If you're listening from Gaston County, that was a gust front that moved through your area. That was essentially outflow from the storms itself. So you didn't actually get a storm. That was just that 20 to 30 mile per hour gust front that moved through your community. Look at where the heaviest rain is, though. It's north of Charlotte, moving through Lincoln right now, Hickory, and up into Iredell County. Zooming in a little bit closer for you, we've got some gusty winds moving that are associated with this line of storms. I've seen some reports from the National Weather Service. We've had some trees down in Alexander County just from the 40 mile per hour gusts with this. Now, this is moving to the northeast towards Statesville. I'm already seeing it's kind of losing a little bit of steam. Probably going to be moving into the Lake Norman area. I would say within the next 20 minutes or so. It's a fast moving line. Taylorsville, Claremont, down to Conover and Newton. That's where the heaviest rain and thunder is right now. Lincolnton, High Shoals area, heavy rain and thunder for you right along Highway 321. And that gust front that moved through Gastonia, that has since weakened. We're going to see more storms as we go through the day today, especially this afternoon and evening. Look at the storms lighting up, especially southeast of I-85. Heavy rain, lightning, and thunder, the main concern with these thunderstorms. Coming up in just a bit, we'll be talking about the other threats that come with these storms and also your weekend forecast, which is looking much nicer than today. Details on that in just a bit, guys.
All right, Brandon, thank you. Tomorrow marks 1 year since a 23-year-old Irina Zarutska was stabbed and killed on Charlotte's Blue Line.
Yeah, North Carolina lawmakers quickly passed consequential criminal justice reform in the wake of the violent light rail attack named after the Ukrainian refugee.
Queen City News anchor Savannah Rudisell's live in South End with a look at the impacts Irina's law has made since going into effect. Savannah, good morning.
Hey, good morning. Irina's law tightens up bail regulations in the state and mental health evaluations for certain violent offenders. While there was bipartisan support put behind this in Raleigh, some law enforcement agents across the state warned about the potential increased workload that it may have on both the jails and the court systems. Now, Irina Zarutska's accused murderer, DeCarlos Brown Jr., was on pretrial release at the time of the stabbing. He was on release for a misdemeanor for misuse of 911. Irina's law, it now bans the cashless bail for certain violent crimes and repeat offenders, limiting how often judges can allow pretrial release. It also requires more defendants to receive mental health evaluations. When the legislation took effect in December, it provided funding for 10 new prosecutors, but no money for additional corrections officers. Mecklenburg County Sheriff Gary McFadden now says the jail is overcrowded by at least 200 inmates, though he did not directly attribute that to any impacts from Irina's law. McFadden did tell county commissioners before this went into effect back in November that his staff was already stretched thin.
Continuation of care is still going to be in our care. We have to understand that. They may not get any more additional mental health care, which that probably won't happen if they're in my facility. But imagine after that IVC order and they deem them all right to be released, he or she still comes back into the care of the Mecklenburg County Detention Center.
Now, DeCarlos Brown Jr. was declared unfit to stand trial back in June, but federal judges and doctors have determined he will remain in custody for up to 4 months, receiving treatment and medication on the hopes that he could become fit to stand trial. If that's the case, then charges would move forward. If not, the case would be dismissed on statute. Now, the state case for first-degree murder, that is on pause while the federal charges are pending. Reporting live in South End, Savannah Rudisell, Queen City News.
All right, Savannah, thank you. The jury in the Lindsay Clancy trial should expect a bit of a longer day in court today after they were sent home early for a second day yesterday. Clancy is on trial in the 2023 murder of her 3 children. Her defense argues that Clancy was suffering from a temporary psychotic episode and is therefore not criminally responsible. Her lawyers claim she suffered from undiagnosed bipolar disorder and postpartum psychosis, made worse by being prescribed 13 different medications in a short period of time.
The prosecution says the murders were premeditated, arguing while Clancy was suffering from severe anxiety and depression, there was no clinical evidence of psychosis. However, a hospital chaplain who first saw Clancy the day after the murders says Clancy told her about voices she was hearing in her head.
She alluded to having heard a voice, and the voice, according to Lindsay, told her that if she did not follow the command, neither she nor her children would be safe.
4 more witnesses will testify today, and then closing arguments are expected early next week.
All right, joining us now, our chief local analyst, Khalif Rhodes, to break this down. What they continue to try to hit is whether or not she was suffering from this postpartum psychosis. Khalif, can you explain for people who may not understand, and I think you touched on this yesterday, it's not a matter of whether or not she committed the crime, it's whether or not the psychosis was there and whether or not she was it mentally fit at the time?
Well, yeah, it's do you have an ability to appreciate the wrongfulness of your actions? That's what it boils down to. And the doctor that saw her immediately after this for a number of hours, he spent more than 35 hours. That's who testified yesterday. He says that she has no appreciation for the wrongfulness of her actions. Prosecutors attempted to come back a number of times with questions basically directed at, well, how can she do normal behavior, normal activities like playing with their kids, taking them to the doctors, you know, playing with them in the snow and a number of things like that. The doctor came back and said, well, psychosis, doing normal activities doesn't rule out psychosis. A person that's experiencing psychosis can go in and out of those periods and appear to look normal, but still be battling with this psychosis in the background. And so a major blow to prosecution's case. Great testimony from defense yesterday with this doctor for sure.
You talk about painting a picture all the time as we get ready for these closing arguments. One, how important is that closing argument? And then two, so far from what you've been tracking with this case, who do you feel like has painted the better picture for the jury?
Well, I'd say a couple things, and I want to touch on Annie's question yesterday as well about timing, right? They broke yesterday early. The judge informed them that today's going to be a longer day. So the judge does an excellent job of painting pictures as well. You want to paint expectations for your juries because you don't want them to say, well, man, I got out 30 minutes today, I'll be half hour tomorrow. Maybe the next day will be like that. No, tomorrow will be a normal day because a number of things are happening in the background. We need jury instructions. We need to know what potential schedule looks like. We need to set up what closing looks like. So who do I think is painting the better picture? I think defense, as I always say, doesn't have a job to paint a picture, even though they try. They want to tell a story. Prosecution has the burden. They have to paint a picture. And I think they are not doing the best job they could at trying to paint that picture. And defense is pivoting. They're putting up a lot of smoke and mirrors that bring into doubt into this opportunity. And so I think, I won't say who's painting the better picture in this scenario. It's just the prosecution is not using the things at their disposal. This is an expert that they didn't have to go out and find. This is a person that was already there. This individual, this doctor wasn't some expert that defense flew out and got. This person was already there. So you had an opportunity to go over this testimony. You should have known some of the questions that they could ask to ensure that you laid the foundation for the psychosis either being there or not, and specifically her appreciating the wrongfulness of her actions. I think when listening to the questions they asked this doctor, they were really trying to attack the medical portion of it, the science behind it, the psychosis of whether that was something that's established, as opposed to can you attack what he's saying within his notes about her specifically. I would have went that angle as opposed to the way they went. And because of that, I think the jury is not following their logic or their thought process.
And really quickly here, the prosecution doesn't have to prove a motive in here, right? And the defense just has to say there is a possibility that, hey, can you reasonably think that maybe she was going through this, right?
Well, you definitely don't have to have motive, so that's not a requirement. The standard is, are you fully satisfied and entirely convinced? That's the standard for reasonable doubt. And all you need as defense to get a not guilty, but a mistrial or a hung jury is just one. You get one person on there to say, I don't think there's enough. We're deadlocked. We can't go forward. Okay, we either have to do this all over again, or they'll decide not to bring charges. What I can say in this case right now, I think we're gearing up towards that. I don't think that it will be unanimous for either one, for a not guilty or for a guilty verdict. But I do not think prosecution has met their burden of carrying it completely to the finish line because they have not harped enough, pun intended, on trying to figure out how you can get to this psychosis argument, not the medical aspect of it, defending if it's something that's scientifically supported or whether or not she actually was in that mindset.
A lot of eyes going to be on closing arguments next week, Khalif. All right, again, Khalif Rhodes breaking that down for us. Let's get over to meteorologist Brandon Lawson on an active Friday as we're seeing storms come through the area.
Yeah, that's exactly right. It's been a pretty active morning, and we still have more storms to track for this afternoon and evening. Greatest threat for severe weather today going to be southeast of I-85 later this afternoon. Damaging wind gusts going to be a potential with severe storms that do develop. Northwest of Charlotte, isolated chance for those severe storms. I do want to talk about the flood risk, though. I think the flash flood risk would be the greatest risk for later today. We're talking about about tropical downpours. Heavy rainfall later this afternoon and evening. Could lead to ponding and pooling on the roads as you're trying to head home from work. Maybe pick up the kids from daycare later today. So just make sure you're being careful out there. Localized flash flooding definitely a threat, especially southeast of Charlotte. Rockingham, Sherrill, Lancaster, those are going to be the spots that could see 1 to 2 inches of rainfall today. But even around Charlotte, a half an inch to an inch of rain certainly a possibility. Farther northwest, that's where most of the rain is falling this morning. We'll call it a 1/10 of an inch to a half an inch of rain there. But notice radar has that line of storms really pushing towards the I-40, I-77 interchange up in Iredell County. I'm actually going to see if I can get a traffic camera pulled in here within the next few minutes up towards I-40 and I-77 interchange, because that's probably going to be a good shot of that storm moving into Statesville right now. Heavy rain for Claremont, Catawba, moving into Troutman. This is also moving towards the Lake Norman area. Some heavier rain just north of High Shoals and moving through Lancaton. Most of this is going to miss Charlotte, which is good news for Charlotte. We'll stay mainly dry, but we've got more storms to track for later this afternoon, evening. You can see them firing up later this afternoon on Futurecast, continuing through the evening and overnight tonight for maybe some of those Friday night varsity football games. That's something I'll be tracking for you. I've got that forecast for you as well as your weekend forecast coming up here in just a few moments. Jason.
All right, thank you very much. I appreciate that. Brandon, you know, some of those storms you're talking about, we're looking here, even though this camera wants to freeze on and off, I can't control it. This is down North South Carolina state line. You can see the skyline. You can see the clouds on the left. You can see the clearing on the right. So you can tell things are moving through town. Traffic's also moving through town. It's actually clearing up. There's the good news. We're going to get to this quickly. A new accident, 77 northbound at Woodlawn this morning. Let's go ahead and show you out on Woodlawn. Right there in the left lane. So you've got the folks out there saying, move over, slow down. You got folks out there trying to help. Looks like you might even be putting gas in the gas tank right there. So be careful if you're 77 northbound on Woodlawn. Look at this shot. Julie and I were looking at this. 77 up near Lake Norman, headed down. Look at the weather up there. You mentioned up near Statesville. You can see it moving from left to right. All in all, things are looking good though, from Concord all the way over to Independence Boulevard. Just again, don't speed. Keep your phone put away till you get to where you're going. Annie.
All right, Jason, thank you. The Crown is back in action tomorrow after a disappointing match just a couple days ago. Checking in once again with Charlotte FC expert, good friend of the show, Willie P, talking about what the team needs to do this weekend to see 3 points. You're watching Queen City News, the most honor and local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back.
Soccer fans, Charlotte FC back in the Fortress coming up tomorrow.
Yeah, the Crown preparing to face off against DC United in what they hope is a more successful evening than what we saw in the team's draw against Toronto on Wednesday north of the border.
Willie P joining us once again. A little shell-shocked, a little...
Hello, friends.
Hello.
Hello,
You all
Willie.
right?
You okay?
I'm okay.
Yeah?
I'm over it. We've moved on.
Okay.
Have we?
I know you want to talk about it.
Yeah.
Though. We can talk. We have to talk about it.
Yes.
I get it. What do you want to know?
I don't want to look backwards, right? We all know what happened. Let's talk about this.
No, we want to look backwards.
I don't want to look.
How did they were a man down. We had the lead. We lead with 1 point. Willie, what happened?
It was maddening, to say the least, Julian. I've seen results like this in the Premier League before. It's not completely uncommon. And I was talking to some buddies earlier in the day, and it's like, you know, if you root for a team like a Barcelona or a Real Madrid or a Man City, you know, you maybe don't see these type of things, but these things are common in football in terms of teams will gather the gumption to, you know, rally behind, down a man, those kind of things. I don't know if you've seen very often, though, a team get 2 goals. In fact, it had only happened once in Toronto FC's history, get 2 goals when they're down to 10 men. That happened in a game that they won 5-0 about 10 years ago. So it wasn't the same situation nearly that they were in when they were down 2 goals trying to get an equalizing point. But I think, unfortunately, it's like Dean Smith said, it was a fantastic away performance until the 2 moments that undid them. And I think it's one of those things that's been unfortunately emblematic of their season. Great performances undone by punitive moments defensively where they either switch off, somebody gets beat, and you have an individual moment of lack of brilliance. And there's just those moments that unfortunately have kept them from getting to their full potential.
I was going to say, is this more just kind of like a mental break, right?
Sure.
Where you just weren't in it and you really needed to stay in it until literally the clock says 0.
I mean,
the higher number.
The brain lock, I think, was on the second goal they conceded, the 3rd goal of the game, where the player in the midfielder, Nicholas Dortch, puts in a cross. It's not a shot. It's literally a cross that everybody just kind of ball watches on their way into the net. Nobody steps to the crosser, number 1. And number 2, nobody steps to where the ball is. There's a lack of communication, whether it's, you know, you're freezing in the moment, you're like, you see something. Like, anybody ever been in the kitchen where you see like something spilling and you just freeze and you're like.
Slow motion
Yeah.
as it's happening.
That's kind of what happened with the second goal that was scored in the final 15 minutes.
Okay, so what elements do we take from that draw with Toronto, and how do we work things so that we're successful when DC United comes to the bank tomorrow?
Well, you have to remember that you were very, very good up until that point. You had scored, you know, another couple of goals early. You got another set-piece goal as well. They had been working some chances very, very good, and that's not even with Alan St. Maximin on the pitch. Like, that's something that I think is very, very important, is that he's even going to bring that little extra sense of quality. And you're also going to be playing at home. You've been very, very good at home. They had a big 3-1 victory last weekend against Columbus that I know we haven't talked about because it was 2 games ago. But we should not forget that part. And I think it's a situation where maybe Maxey gets a little bit of a longer run here tomorrow because he's been ramping up his minutes. That gives Charlotte a better opportunity to potentially be a little bit more offensively qualified in terms of that, and also just making sure that they're sound defensively. That's the biggest thing, is that so much of what happens defensively is mental, like Annie said, and I think it's one of those things that, unfortunately, they've just had trouble with getting underneath in terms of this season.
Willie, we're almost out of time, but I do want to ask you, because of the long stretch of games that the Crown has played, and Dean has done a really good job of mixing it up, getting some guys some run, especially against the La Liga teams, or Liga MX teams. But do you think that kind of wears down and allows for more of the mental mishaps to happen when your team has been constantly out on the pitch?
Well, I do like that he has used his squad smartly, especially during the Leagues Cup. They were able to utilize a lot of their bench and a lot of their players that hadn't played to the level of the season earlier in the year during that tournament, and they looked like they were up for the task. Like, I don't think that the squad that they had out there in the final game against Pachuca is the reason that they lost. It's just they got undone by, again, another the typical defensive moment that Charlotte FC has had with them this season. So I think it's one of those things where when you are playing a lot of games in a row, it does maybe take a little bit of a toll on the mental and the physical nature of this team. We've seen Dean try to rotate a lot, but we've also seen him run some guys into the ground a little bit. So I'm hoping that maybe with not having a midweek game on Wednesday, that allows them to kind of take a pause a little bit and say, okay, we're now back to somewhat of a normal schedule, because they've been playing a very congested schedule since the start of the World Cup break.
Right.
Well, fans get there early tomorrow. They're giving away pillow plush.
Sir Minty's pillow plush.
I mean, who doesn't want a Sir
that.
Minty pillow plush? So get there early tomorrow night. Quick prediction. Go.
3-1 Charlotte again.
3-1 Charlotte.
3-1 Charlotte.
What
Okay.
do you think about weather prediction?
Well, I need to do this almost kind of like Bernie Sanders. I'm once again asking you, Brandon, for clear weather for a Charlotte FC game.
Man, I'm doing my best. I do think I will say it's a good thing it's not tonight and it's tomorrow night. The forecast does look decent tomorrow. I just have a 20% chance of storms as kickoff tomorrow. Maybe an isolated storm here or there. So we'll definitely have to dodge a few storms tomorrow night. But for the most part, the storms tonight will be a little bit more impressive and could create some impacts for the sports games like Friday night varsity football. So that's something we'll be tracking for tonight. But again, we are tracking that line of showers and storms that's northwest of Charlotte this morning. It is losing steam. Thank goodness. It has been a pretty active morning here, especially along and west of Highway 321. That is where we've seen most of the active weather. You can see it though. That storm line is definitely losing steam as it crosses I-77, moving towards Statesville, Troutman, Harmony. So I-77 and Statesville and Harmony and also Troutman has been active for you. Farther south, you can see heavy rain still moving into the Lake Norman area this morning, but northwest of Charlotte, that's where most of the heaviest rain is. South of Charlotte, we continue to stay dry. Here's a look at Futurecast this afternoon. Again, it will be active later today. We're tracking several storms this afternoon and evening. Heavy rainfall, potentially some isolated gusty winds as well with these storms as they develop. Overnight tonight, we start to dry things out, and then by tomorrow morning, we should be mainly dry with just a few isolated storms. And again, for Charlotte FC, we'll have to dodge a few isolated storms tomorrow evening, but for the most part, we should stay dry. Damaging wind gusts flooding the main threats, and then hail, small, but not really expecting large hail out of storms today. Tornadoes, not really a threat. Damaging wind gusts flooding will take the cake with the threats today. 1 to 2 inches of rainfall for Rockingham, Sherall today, 1/2 inch to an inch towards Charlotte. And then also you want to watch out for Friday night football tonight. Could have those storms likely, maybe even some delays later tonight. 7-day forecast showing a pretty nice weekend, mid to upper 80s with low humidity for Sunday and into early next week. Overall, though, stormy Friday ahead. We'll talk more about your Friday forecast coming up in just a bit.
Welcome back, 9:25 the time. The CDC says the Cyclospora outbreak is still growing, but the worst may be over. There are now 7 active FDA investigations with tainted lettuce, the only confirmed source so far. The FDA and CDC are also tracking the salmonella outbreak, which has now sickened 431 people across 32 states. It's been linked to tainted jalapenos. A growing number of doctors and experts are urging food manufacturers to refocus on safety.
A good recall and traceability plan is always important for them. Also ensuring that they're purchasing their foods from approved and reputable suppliers is important.
Says it expects the number of salmonella cases to rise in the coming days as states work to clear their testing backlogs. You're watching Queen City News, most local news in Charlotte, as we take you over there to Monroe, the start of our final half hour right on the other side of this break.
Welcome back. Almost 9:30 on your Friday. Listen, we started the 6 a.m. hour.
Man.
Unhinged already. This is usually when it goes off the tracks.
Oh, no.
We just started right out of the gate. But
yeah,
we appreciate you joining us. We're having a fun time. Hopefully you are too. I'm Andy Satowski.
I'm Julian Sador. It's gone so much off the rails that Jason Harper's already
Had to leave.
started his weekend.
Left the door.
Yeah, he is. Meteorologist Brandon Lawson in for Ted. And Brandon, while we've been having fun, you've been working.
You have
the
so
entire
hard.
time.
I'm like jealous of you guys, man. Y'all been having a great time. I'm sweating.
But you know what? For good reason, because this has
Yeah.
been a very active day, even more so than what we originally thought, right?
Yeah, it really has. It has turned into a pretty active morning. Now in Charlotte, you're probably like, my active morning started at midnight last night when we had that big storm at midnight. But overall, the most storm coverage has been northwest of the Queen City. Now it's a little breezy from our exclusive Arlington camera looking over Bank of America Stadium. We did have that little gust front form earlier, that mini cold front out ahead of this main line of storms. And that might be where that breeze is coming from. But you look farther north, this is where most of the activity has been. Statesville, Troutman, once again. Stop me if you've heard this before. Another downpour right in that little stretch of I-77 up to Harmony as well. Mooresville getting some heavier rain. Also the northern branches of the Lake Norman region also getting some heavy rains as more heavy rain lists up into Troutman this morning. Jefferson, Boone, it's more light to moderate rain for you. You had some thunderstorms around 6, 7 o'clock this morning, but you're really starting to just deal with more stratiform rain now. Down to the south, Rock Hill, Chester, Lancaster, Monroe, you haven't seen rain, but guess what? You probably will see the most rain before the day is all said and done because you have storms to track for later today. Here's a look at Futurecast. We'll stay mainly dry through the morning after this storm coverage up in Statesville and Salisbury passes. And then notice the afternoon, we get more storms blossoming. Heavy downpours, especially southeast of I-85 and spots where we haven't seen a lot of rain today. And these will be, again, tropical downpours and the potential for gusty winds as well. So that's something we'll have to watch for you as we go through the afternoon and evening with Chief Meteorologist Tara Lane. Flash flood threat going to be the highest, level 2 out of 4 risk for that, but especially southeast of I-85. That's where I expect we'll see more issues. Also the threat for damaging wind gusts southeast of I-85 too, with the severe threat today. I want to get you out in the tropics just really quickly. 20% chance of tropical development in the northern Atlantic. No real threat to the U.S., but Portugal and Spain could get some good rainfall, plus your pollen forecast in the medium levels here. Ragweed pollen, that is going to be the main culprit because ragweed pollen gets really high around this time of year. Coming up in just a bit, we're going to be talking more about your storms for later today and also your incredible weekend forecast ahead. More to smile about later in your forecast for your weekend in just a bit, guys.
All right, Brandon, thank you. Taking you now to New York City right there as we're giving a nice look out there at the harbor out there. I believe Statue of Liberty, if you can make it out kind of top right. Here's the good news. Stock futures and stock market actually opening up in the green right now as we're taking a look right there. The Dow Jones up about a 0.5 percentage point. They're rebounding after that sell-off. They do still remain on pace for a weekly decline, but the good news is all 3 major indices are in the green to start the day.
All right, would you go by yourself to Italy? What about a cruise? Maybe just heading to the beach for a week. Apparently more people are saying yes. Searches for solo travel have hit an all-time high this year, and the trend does not appear to be slowing down.
I want to bring in our chief business correspondent, Taylor Young. Taylor, what's behind this trend of traveling solo?
Yeah, so a lot of it comes down to freedom. A recent survey that asked 3,300 solo travelers what were the reasons why they did it, and they said freedom and spontaneity were by far the best parts. And think about it, if you're traveling alone, you don't have to worry about whoever you're traveling with taking PTO, you don't have to worry about that, where you're going, how you're spending your money or what you're doing, whether you're going to museums or sightseeing. So basically, people are drawn to solo traveling so much now because they can build an entire trip based off what they want to do.
You don't have to wait for someone to get ready if you're going somewhere, right? Who is actually taking these trips?
Yeah, so I mean, there's the stereotype of the 20-something-year-old backpacking through Europe, but that's really not the case anymore. I mean, this is across all age groups, especially women, and especially women 50 years and older. So this is no longer just, you know, that trope of the broke college kid traveling through Europe staying in hostels. This is really across all age groups, and you know, for a growing number of travelers, I mean, they aren't going alone isn't the whole reason why they're doing it. They still want to meet people. But they just find that there's a thrill in going to a place maybe you've never been before and going by yourself.
Okay, so Taylor, usually travel companies, they market to groups like, hey, if you fly, then like your friend flies half off. Are they now trying to cater to more people traveling alone?
They absolutely are, and it's just because this customer base is growing exponentially. We're seeing cruise lines adding more single occupancy rooms. Tour companies are also offering solo trips maybe at a discount price. And I think that's kind of the business ripple effect from this because like you mentioned, this is an industry that really centered around couples or families kind of spending a lot of money on a trip. But now that they're seeing this trend, I mean, the most searches for solo traveling ever, now they're starting to kind of look at this customer base and say, okay, maybe we can cater to them. And that's what we're seeing. You know, more places just kind of maybe ads or tours. What are the things called that you can get when you go on a vacation? Excursions, yeah. More open to single occupants rather than multiple people. Yeah.
Okay, so is it more expensive to travel by yourself?
So that's kind of the downside of solo traveling, of course. I mean, think about it, if you get a hotel room, $300. You can split that with someone. Now you're kind of taking on that whole cost on your own. And while we are seeing more cruises and more destinations kind of catering to the solo traveler, I mean, there's still this thing called the single supplement, which is essentially an extra cost that you're paying maybe for a room that was meant to be for 2 or more people, right? So there's still costs that you're going to pay more. But I think the fact that people know that and they're still want to do this shows that there's just a serious need for it. But can you guess the destination that is the most popular for single travelers?
Oh,
Somewhere in Europe.
Is it Europe? It's not Europe.
No.
It's Asia.
Mexico.
It's Japan.
Yeah. Really?
Woo-wee! Okay.
Wow.
You know what? An incredibly safe area to go visit.
That's
so
true.
It does make sense. You're going to be solo traveling. One of the biggest concerns is safety, so makes sense to go play safe.
And I'm
really
not
interesting.
surprised it's a city too. I think if you're on a beach, maybe you want people with you,
Yeah.
right? But you're in a city, you get to do whatever you
Right.
want. That's maybe a destination where you might argue with someone on what you want to do, what you want to see, what you want to eat. But if you're solo, the cities are a really big destination.
You want to go eat ramen, for breakfast, lunch, and dinner? You can do that.
Yep, exactly.
Very
I like that. Okay,
Yeah.
cool. Cool stuff, Taylor. Thank you.
All right, 9:36 the time. Today is the last day for early voting in South Carolina's special Republican primary runoff. Congressman Ralph Norman and Senator Darlene Graham are running to replace her late brother Lindsey Graham on the ballot. You can scan that QR code right there on your screen. That's going to take you to our website with the list of polling places. They're open now until 5 p.m. The runoff election is Tuesday. And President Donald Trump will be in Myrtle Beach today to host a rally in support of Graham. The city, as well as the staff at the convention center, want to make sure they're prepared for tonight's rally.
So it's a huge deal that the President of the United States is coming here, and it also means that our teams are stepping up to the plate like they always do. We've been organizing with our local, our regional, our federal partners when it comes to public safety, because public safety is always #1 in the city of Myrtle Beach.
The event gets underway at 7 tonight. The city is urging residents to expect some road closures and long lines for everyone in attendance.
The attorney for Irina Zarutska's family says they will soon be filing a lawsuit against Charlotte's transit system. Tomorrow marks 1 year since the 23-year-old Ukrainian refugee was stabbed to death while riding the Blue Line home from work.
You have to keep people safe, and the way you do that at a basic level is you enforce fares. You have physical barriers, you have validators, you have to collect the fares, you have to have a plan, you have to have the guards on the train, you have to have something for deterrence. You have to have
Attorney Lauren Newton, who represents the Sarutska family, says Katz is at fault for not doing enough to keep passengers safe across the system, saying that all of that starts with fare enforcement. DeCarlos Brown Jr., meantime, is accused of murdering the 23-year-old as she was on the Blue Line. And he was sitting behind her late on a Friday night. Newton argues a recent state audit of the agency proves Katz failed to do enough to maintain safety on the train. Katz did not respond to a request for comment on the incoming lawsuit, but interim CEO Brent Cagle told our Brian Blakely Wednesday they're actively investing in more ways to check and validate fares. A North Carolina judge is denying compensation in a lawsuit filed against a man connected to a viral horse crash in Uptown. We first brought you this story and this viral video back in April. Tracy Bogan sued Desmond Moore, the owner of a horse stable, over an injury to her horse's eye. Moore became well known for his involvement in that viral video where a horse got loose in Uptown and then was hit by a car. Bogan said her horse's eye was blinded while it was boarded at Moore's stable. A judge initially ordered Moore to pay Bogan more than $1,200 for the incident, but Moore appealed. The judge overseeing that appeal ruled that he owes Bogan nothing.
The Harrisburg community is coming together to support a local restaurant after a car crashed into it. It happened last week, and since then, Vortex Bottle Shop has seen an uptick in business. Queen City News anchor Caroline Boyer shows us the damage and the outpouring of love from loyal customers.
It's sheer surprise. No one expects this to happen ever, much less during a busy shift.
This is what owner Matt Weiderman saw when he walked into his restaurant during dinner service last Thursday. A car sitting in the middle of his restaurant. The accident sent 4 people to the hospital, luckily only with minor injuries.
All the thoughts race through your head at the very beginning, not knowing how bad it's going to be. And I feel like we're very blessed for it to have been as casualty-free as it could be.
It didn't take long for Matt to get things cleaned up and to reopen. What's left of the damage is this boarded up window, which he hopes will be replaced in the next couple weeks.
It's unfortunate there was some property damage, but that's the least of our concern. That can be fixed.
His regular customers and their families are showing up, offering a little extra patience and kindness to the staff members who are getting back to work after the scary situation. Some of the youngest patrons have left cards with drawings and messages.
One of the good things in small towns, you got to have each other's back. So you got bars around the area that, folks that maybe don't frequent this place as much, they're stopping by to at least grab a beer, a 4-pack, get some stuff off the shelf and show support.
The owner is thanking loyal customers like Jaron Lippard for sticking with him during this time and the first responders who showed up that night to help. He's looking forward to the future now.
Hopefully get everything fixed and make it a distant memory.
In Harrisburg, Caroline Boyer, Queen City News.
Well, it's game day for the Carolina Panthers, and the team is ready to face off against the Jaguars. We're speaking with friend of the show, Fox Sports Radio's Sheena Quick, about what we can expect to see from the team as we continue to move through the preseason. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back. Welcome back. It's the story of the Jungle Cats as the Carolina Panthers get ready to take on the Jaguars tonight in Duval.
That's right. And who better to get us ready and hyped than our very own Sheena Quick. Welcome back.
Good morning.
Game 3 of the preseason.
It is going by so fast. I think cuts are in like 8-9 days.
We're going to whittle down that roster. Before we get to the game itself, what have we been making of the joint practices going on?
Well, they had one joint practice a couple days ago, and the Panthers, just like they get off to a slow start in the season, they got off to a slow start in practice. But by the time all was said and done, we heard the final 3 horns. I would say it was a pretty even practice. They got better as the practice went on.
Okay. One of the things that we were talking about and you share with us is kind of Tech calling out the offense, saying they're being a little bit too cute, right? What does the offense need to do to kind of start a little bit quicker?
Stick to the basics, stick to your assignments, and I think they'll get a huge boost today. Later on today, they'll have Rob Hunt and Damian Lewis back in the lineup, who were noticeably absent against the Bills. You saw that there was pretty much no ball movement in the 3 drives that we did see the starters. So looking forward to see what that offensive line actually looks like, because this is as close to what we will get week 1 as far as the offensive line goes.
All right, so let's talk about the other side of the ball. What do we make of the defense? Should we be worried about anything?
Side eye from Sheena.
Oh no! Listen, you guys know that I am like a super critic when it comes to defense, but again, I think that this team still has to kind of gel. It's still difficult for them to defend tight ends in the middle of the field, whether Claudin Charles or I'm drawing a blank. I'm sorry. Or Trevin Wallace steps up to take that linebacker 2 position next to Devin Lloyd.
Right.
One of them has to set themselves apart. Right now, they're running kind of even kill, and it's leaving the middle of the field very susceptible.
Okay, so we're talking about position battles, obviously, for linebacker, but also we're talking about running back. Chuba's dealing with an injury.
Yes.
Got Jay Brooks there. You got Mr. Achane as they're going by now. So what does that running back battle look like in a very crowded room?
AJ Dillon is definitely making a name for himself
Right.
in that room. We always kind of get the comparisons of, Deshaun Foster and the Jonathan Stewart, the fire and ice combo that everybody wants to see. AJ Dillon gives them the opportunity to do that. He's a very, very good short yardage back, and he's proving himself in that in the joint practices and in the preseason games. Now, before Achane kind of had the edge on him because he does special teams, but now you're seeing Jimmy Horn Jr. back there taking some of those returns. So that may even the playing field a little bit, and we'll look today to see who kind of solidifies himself in that RB3 spot.
Okay, so when we jump to the game, right, the actual game itself, what are you hoping to see that maybe we haven't so far in our first 2 preseason games? Something. Okay.
Ball movement for one. Ball movement for one. I know Dave Canales is big on they have to earn their reps. And we only saw them for 3 series. Couldn't get a first down. The one first down did get called back due to penalty. So there has to be some type of ball movement. You guys have to see what we've seen in practice. Otherwise, you guys are going to call this entire beat a liar.
Look, we can only see what they show.
You can only see what they
true.
show.
All
They
right.
have to have some ball movement.
Sheena, we're almost out of time, so you got to fire up the music here. We got to play a quick round of Sheena Says. If we have it ready to go, let's go. Okay.
It's gonna come.
So there it is right there. All right. Obviously, we signed Darren Waller. Darren Waller has a bounce back season, Sheena Says.
I say yes.
Okay.
I say yes. He brings a different dynamic to that tight end room that they thought they were going to get in JT Sanders. You've seen flashes of it, but injury kind of reared its ugly head. But Waller has to be durable as well. So that's one of those caveats that we have to kind of hope works out for the Panthers. But definitely a red zone receiving threat for sure.
Final score against the Jaguars tonight, Sheena Says.
Ooh, I'm going to go 21-13.
Okay. And last one for you. If the panic level, where should it be if we can't produce something tonight? Sheena Says panic level should be what?
Moderate. I still wouldn't just, overreact just yet because you still will see the starters in a limited capacity. And you're still not going to see Brad Isaac's complete playbook. He can't give
You can't do that.
Yeah, he can't do too much in the preseason. So just moderate. I wouldn't overreact just yet.
Just yet. All right, Sheena, quick. Friday of the show again. You got the Panthers and Jaguars tonight. Maybe we'll see something from the offense. Of course, we'll have Sheena back again coming up after the matchup, talking about what we see in the final preseason game. So stay tuned for that. Again, hopefully we see something tonight. Brandon, as far as the weather, look, we know we're going to see something from the weather. Hopefully we can get the same energy we've seen from the Storms from the black and blue.
Yeah, I'm telling you, maybe they can wear out the Jags just like Mother Nature's warned me out this morning. We've seen a pretty active morning with showers and storms. You see the live look right now from West Charlotte. Things have been very quiet in Charlotte. And I will say, we did have the big boom at midnight last night that might have woke you up a little bit, that severe storm that rolled through around midnight. But right now, West Charlotte tower camera looking fine out there. Radar, for the most part, storms are fading away and moving out of our region. We've got storms crossing I-77 up in Iredell County. But honestly, storms are kind of weakening a bit. They're running into a little less instability, which is better news for spots like Salisbury and northwestern portions of Rowan County up into the Cleveland area. So Charlotte's dry, but just a few miles north up I-77, different story up towards the Lake Norman area, Troutman, Statesville, also into Cleveland, northwestern portions of Rowan County. Still dealing with some light to moderate rain there. Less lightning, though, which also tells me we're seeing these storms weaken. Wilkes County up into Alexander County, Taylorsville, still some light to moderate rain for you all. Also up into the mountains, too, in Jefferson, some heavier rain up in Ashe County. Here's a look at radar to the south. Again, we are starting to see things calm down quite a bit across much of the region. Things have been calm for Charlotte, but the same can't be said for this afternoon. This is 3 o'clock. Storms start to blossom southeast of I-85, including the Charlotte region. So again, the areas that did not see storms this morning will really have to return the favor when it comes down to those storms later this afternoon and evening. We'll see more storms blossoming through the evening and even overnight tonight. So Friday night football folks that are going to be out for the varsity games, heads up, there's going to be storms and likely delays. We're dry by tomorrow morning. There could still be a few spotty showers, maybe an isolated pop-up storm tomorrow afternoon, evening. We'll have to watch out for Charlotte FC against DC United. Still could see an isolated storm for game time tomorrow night. Severe risk is certainly there later this afternoon and evening when we have more instability and more heating of the day. Damaging wind gusts is going to be the main threat severe-wise, but we can also see the threat for flash flooding just due to some of those torrential downpours. So level 2 out of 4 risk for that. Localized flash flooding, the main threats. Now, again, you saw that level 2 out of 4 risk covering up all the Queen City News viewing area. I think the highest threat for flooding is going to be spots like Rockingham, Sorrel, Lancaster, even towards maybe Monroe and Wadesboro, where they're going to see up to an inch of rain, maybe 2 inches, about a half an inch to an inch for Charlotte, and then farther northwest of Charlotte, that's when we get that tenth of a half to a half an inch of rain. That's a little less rain there, but they did see rain this morning, though, so more saturated ground. 60s in the mountains. We're at 77 in Charlotte, already 80 in Wadesboro. Due to some clouds this morning from those storms earlier, a little bit of outflow, I do have us a little bit cooler today, only in the upper 80s, low 90s southeast of I-85 with those 70s up in the mountains. So it could be the first day we haven't hit 90 degrees since August 7th. We certainly won't get 90 tomorrow, only 87 for your Saturday with pop-up storms. Lower humidity returns by Sunday, and we hold it in the 80s, maybe low 90s as we get towards the end of next week. You're watching Queen City News now. It's the most iron and most local news in Charlotte. Our director Amy taking us to break. Want to get you your weekend headlines. I know I've been talking about the storms all morning, so I want to talk about your weekend. Cooler temperatures, an isolated storm on Saturday, but drier on Sunday, dropping humidity levels. Looks pleasant this weekend. In Charlotte, we're looking at temperatures in the 80s, lower humidity for Sunday. We will have to dodge some storms on Saturday, maybe a little bit more humidity tomorrow. And then as we go into the mountains, 70s there, dry on Sunday, looking pleasant up in the high country through the weekend. And even in the early next week, it looks nice in the high country. Those mid-70s going to be a story. It is going to be stormy, though, later this afternoon and evening, especially southeast towards Charlotte and southeast of I-85. So just watch out for those storms. Could be some heavy downpours and maybe some gusty winds. But look at your 7-day forecast. I don't have a single temperature in the 90. Not to say we can't try and get there, but today could be the first day we haven't hit 90 degrees since August 7th, which is 14 days ago.
I'm normally for giving your best effort, but let's try not to.
I don't want it. I'm going to do my best.
I don't want it.
I'm going to do my best to keep it down.
All right, we got one more story before we leave you. 2 mobile apps are soaring in popularity precisely because they send messages at the speed of snail mail. Roost Social and Carrier Pigeon are digital versions of the carrier pigeon. Messages are sent at the speed it would take a bird to fly the distance from one user to another. Carrier Pigeon only offers pigeons which fly at 110 miles per hour. Roost offers a variety of feathered friends which can fly as slow as 1 mile per hour. Together they have nearly 800,000 users. It's interesting.
Okay, maybe. How cool would this be, though, when you think of like the love letters that people used to write, like way back in the day, like and during the war and everything? So maybe that's the only vehicle I would use that for. But like, can you pick up milk on your way home? Like, that's not gonna.
Yeah, I need to be sending me.
That's not gonna fly, literally.
Well, you might be wondering why I have a little furry friend.
Turn her around.
Right here. There we go. That's what you guys want to see right there. This is Nami, who actually adopted because Positively Charlotte has this knack of bringing in beautifully adoptable pets. As we turn it over to Liza and Alicia. Guys, you got me.
No, we did.
There's another chance because there's another beautiful adoptable pet in the green room right there.
Big.
Look
Look
at her.
She's so cute. She is the cutest girl. She looks like a giant fruit bat. Like,
Yep.
It's the ears.
It's the bat ears.
Yes, the bat ears.
You know, it's our fur babies on Positively Charlotte today. So, the place that you got your dog from, they brought in a new one. So we're going to see if we can find another forever home.
We are very excited about it. And also, we're talking about a food influencer as well on the show today who's given back. He's got a purpose behind his passion. So we're going to give you the details on David Garfin.
And we're always eating. We've got Uchiba and we've got Garden Grace. 2 restaurants have teamed up for one special night. You guys are invited, so we're going to tell you all about it.
Yeah.
I cannot wait to go to Garden Grace. All right.
I know.
We got to go. Bye. We'll see you Monday.
Bye.
You don't want to miss what we have coming up today on Positively Charlotte, a food influencer with a cause behind his content. We meet David Garfinkel coming up.
And keeping on the food train, a Charlotte hotspot is teaming up with another famed restaurant for a unique collaboration. Find out what Uchi and Garden Grace are cooking up in the kitchen.
And ahead of their match tomorrow against the DC United, we are introducing you to Charlotte FC's honorary captain.
Happy Friday. Yes, yes, yes. Welcome to Positively Charlotte. I'm Alicia Quarles.
And I'm Liza Mahacek, and we are so excited for the weekend.
Girl, I'm ready.
I know you're excited for the weekend so you can get a break for this voice.
I'm excited for my couch. I'm excited to have a medicine ball. I'm done. Count me out.
Yes. Okay, well, as always, there's so much to do in Charlotte, and this weekend has no shortage of events. So let's fill up your calendar for this weekend as you're taking a live look at Uptown right there. But you can start the weekend off strong with a laugh from the host of the Golden Globes. Nikki Glaser has brought her The Stunning Tour to the Queen City. You can see her comedy show at Ovens Auditorium at 7 tonight. Then tomorrow, the Big Three Season Championship and All-Star Game is happening at the Spectrum Center. It all kicks off at 12:30 p.m. on Saturday.
That's right, and Luke Bryan is bringing his word on the street tour to Trilliant Amphitheater. You can catch the country star Saturday at 7 p.m. If you want to get active and maybe meet someone special, Saturday, Rally is hosting their Single Social Survivor. It's at 5:30. They're inviting people to come solo, dress in their best Survivor look, and then meet their match on the pickleball court. How unique is that? I like it.
If you're good at pickleball, then that's great for you.
There we go.
I am so bad at that.
You're not, Liza.
Girl, you trust and believe. Yes, I am. All right, well, if you want some more music for your weekend, Jack Johnson is bringing his tour to Trilliant Amphitheater on Sunday. Lake Street Dive is opening for him. They're a really great jazz group, and the concert starts at 7:30.
And finally, you can do your back-to-school shopping or just for fun shopping at Birkdale Village Farmers Market. It's from 11 to 4 p.m. on Sunday at the Plaza at Birkdale Village. They'll have 20 different vendors with jewelry, decor, baked goods, and more. We love to shop local.
And check out our full list of weekend events over on our Instagram at PositivelyCLT. We've got a whole list of them.
Yes.
But, I mean, you know, I think that there are plenty of things to be out doing in the streets, but you're going to be on the couch.
I'm going to be on the couch. I'm going to be in the couch. That's it.
In the
Girl,
couch.
I'm done. I'm done. All right, well, Darwin Cortez will serve as the honorary captain for Charlotte FC's home match against DC United. Darwin was first diagnosed with acute lymphoblastic leukemia at just 3 years old while living in Honduras. And throughout his childhood, he faced multiple relapses before moving to North Carolina as a teenager, where he began receiving care at the Atrium Health Levine Children's Hospital.
So after his care team determined a bone marrow transplant offered his best chance for long-term survival, Darwin underwent a life-saving transplant. More than 10 years later, he remains cancer-free and is now a supervisor with Rugs.com in Fort Mill, South Carolina. And this July, Rugs.com joined Charlotte FC player Tiger Smalls, Henry Kessler, and Rodolfo Oloco, along with Sir Minty.
Your guy, Liza.
My guy. I love Sir Minty. So they all did a visit to the Atrium Health Levine Cancer Infusion Center, and they helped pass out some care packages with blankets donated by Rugs.com, which is a powerful example of how Darwin's journey, Rugs.com, and Charlotte FC are coming together to show cancer patients that they are supported by the entire community.
He is a hero indeed, so I think that's just incredible.
I love it. Well, with all of the new restaurants popping up around Charlotte, it can be tough to know where to go. But one Queen City content creator is working his way through our food scene one step at a time. Let me introduce you to the man behind Garfinkel Food Ventures.
Chop Chop Red Pot is the name of the restaurant here in 7th Street Market.
Some restaurants are hidden gems.
We take pride in our humble potato wedges.
And some get brought out into the light.
We're back at Chop Chop Red Pot in 7th Street Market.
David Garfinkel is a Charlotte food reviewer on social media.
I don't see myself as much as a food critic as much as a foodie. So I go around helping support local businesses, put their name on the map, and just eat a bunch of food. Waffle Flight Shrimp and Grits, are you kidding? This might put me into orbit.
He highlights local restaurants in the Queen City, getting up to 390,000 views on some videos.
Trying Chop Chop Red Pot. Chop Chop Red Pot, that one did very well. We're at Lulu's. Lulu's did really well. Culture at Noda. We're back. We're at Culture in Noda. Those were like the really big ones that got hundreds of thousands of views. Walk with me. Walk with me. Walk with me.
Step by step, his page is bringing some big attention to these small businesses.
I can't keep up with potato wedges. We are doing like hundreds of pounds of potatoes, hundreds of pounds of prime rib.
If you haven't been here, what are you doing? Let me ask. They would come back to me and say, well, we had the craziest night ever after that. Or one restaurant even said they had to close down because they ran out of inventory, like one of my biggest reviews.
But beyond the restaurants and the food, there's a cause behind his content.
I went through a pretty rough patch in my life with mental health, and I needed a spark in my life again. And so I reverted to something I love, which is food and food reviews.
David wanted to make his hidden battle with mental health more visible, so it would allow others to feel more seen.
I went from severe depression to being known as the funny food guy on TikTok. I am partnered with an organization called the Fight Against Suicide, and also partnered with Charlie Health, which is an online kind of virtual counseling center.
And restaurant owners like Eric Crawford wanted to be a part of this, reducing the stigma surrounding mental health.
I just saw what he was doing, and it was like honest, and like then I found out a little bit more of the mission behind what he was doing, and then I just reached out and said, hey, come try this out.
Getting away with the stigma to it's not okay to not talk about your feelings, or it's not okay to not be okay, and you never know what impact you can have just by showing up.
David says a portion of the proceeds of his Walk With Me merchandise go directly to those who are fighting this hidden battle.
What I'm doing is really just raising awareness, and every single dollar that gets donated to my fundraising page is going to help fund someone's mental health resources, therapy, counseling, whatever they need.
His motto, reminding people, no matter how hard it is, to keep walking through life.
Walk.
Even if it's just one step at a time.
Just find that thing that gets you up in the morning and chase it, and that'll lead to a much happier life.
And if you want to find those resources, you can go over, check out his Instagram bio. He has links to everything, and as well as over on his TikTok. But so much fun, of course, to see his content. I feel like it pops up on a lot of people's For You pages and their Explore pages. But for people who are needing resources and are needing to hear, like, it's okay to have conversations about this.
But I like that he has a deeper cause behind it, because I'm definitely, I watch those kind of things. I just sit there and watch people eat. I guess it's not nothing. So I think it's cool that he has actually a cause behind it.
Exactly.
Yeah, cool.
It's really fun. Well, coming up, turning reptile haters into serpent fans. How one little girl is helping folks shed their fears about snakes.
And Friday means we are getting those endorphins all the way up. What better way to do that than with our pet of the week? Meet our fur baby, looking for their forever home right after the break.
You're taking a live look at West Charlotte. Dang, there's some traffic down there. But it's moving along slowly but surely. We'll be right back with more positivity after this short break. Thanks for sticking with us here on Positively Charlotte on your Friday. Are you ready for all the feels? Because you're in luck, because it's time for our Pet of the Week.
That's right. Cassandra and Karen are here with the Shelter Pet Adoption Center. They're here with Sunny Boy, and I got to be honest, y'all. The dog just got adopted. Literally, we've adopted, this will be our 4th dog. The dog just got adopted by little Aiden. He's going to come in a little later. But if you want a dog like Sunny Boy, they've got others. So tell us about Sunny Boy.
Yeah, so Sunny Boy is a 1-year-old Chihuahua mix that we actually pulled from Charlotte Mac Animal Care and Control. He is the sweetest boy, such a lap dog, but he is definitely one that prefers to be around his people. So the moment you leave him, he's going to get a little bit sad, but definitely there's going to be an adjustment for him for sure. But he loves being around his people.
He is so adorable. So what kind of animals do you guys have in your care right now? I know you guys always have a lot of kittens too.
We have kittens, we have cats, we have dogs and puppies are both currently in foster. So they're also available as well. And we actually have an adoption event starting today up until this Sunday where we are having adopters name their own adoption fee for both dogs and for cats.
Okay, let's pull in little Aiden. Aiden, come on. So this is Sunny Boy's new family, Aiden.
Yes.
Hi,
oh my
Aiden.
goodness. So, I mean, are you gonna, do you think you're gonna keep the name or do you think you're gonna change the name? What do
Hold
you
the
think?
mic up.
I'm probably going to change the name.
Change it? What do you think you're gonna change it to?
Something that starts with the A.
With an A, so that it matches with
Maybe
Aiden.
Alicia. I think Alicia's a good name.
But it's a boy.
Alicia.
Aiden, what made you want to adopt this dog?
I always wanted a dog.
Yeah, you've always wanted one. So were you looking for a small dog? Is that what you were thinking? He said, you know what? Any dog. Any dog. I love it. Okay, so what are you most excited about bringing your sweet, nameless right now dog home?
He matches my energy.
Oh my gosh.
I love that. Ladies, what other animals do you have right now?
We have a bunch of cats and kittens available for adoption. We have dogs and puppies. Most of them are typically in foster, but fosters are super flexible. We're bringing them to the center during the event. So
very fun. And if people want to adopt, of course, can you walk us real quick through what that adoption process and foster process looks like?
Yeah, for both processes, it's a very simple and short process. So the entire process takes about a little bit, maybe less than 30 minutes to actually do. And for adopters, we provide them with all the resources that they need to help them with their fresh start with a new puppy or dog. And we do our best to educate and counsel adopters on expectations, responsibilities, and how to care for your new animal.
I love
it. Should we give little Aiden a little Alicia?
Yes. We'll have to hand over to little Sunny Boy. Whoops. So exciting. We're so excited for you to have this new forever friend with your family. How are you feeling about this? Very excited? Yes? Yes. Very excited.
Enjoy your
Thanks,
new puppy.
Aiden. Thank you so much. We so appreciate it. We got the information right there on your screen. And if you want to adopt another pet that is not Sunny Boy, you can head on over to that address or visit their website.
Liza, we are, you know what I'm
I
saying?
know. You know what? We got a great track record for the number of pets we've gotten adopted. All right, well, we, of course, love all of our pets and animals, but listen to this story. The owner of a Myrtle Beach reptile removal service called the Snake Chaser got a call this week after a driver spotted an unusual snake slithering through a shopping center, just trying to get some shopping done.
Oh my God, look at that snake.
Yeah, that's frightening.
Whoa.
As it turns out, that unusual snake was a 10-foot-long python.
Okay, but get this. Officials say it's not illegal to own a pet python like this one in South Carolina, but they must be properly contained. That obviously was not the case in this situation. The snake chaser believes it either escaped or was released by its owner. This is insane.
I mean, seriously. But you know what? Hey, I've got to say, we're all trying to get our back-to-school shopping done. So the fact that he was just hanging around the mall, I get it. I understand.
I don't.
She said nope. Okay, but also, you know, I think that people say often snakes are misunderstood, that they're a lot nicer and sweeter.
Are they,
a 10-foot
Liza?
long python, I think I would be frightened.
Nope,
I would
nope,
be
that's
scared.
scarier than Jimothy.
You know what, Jimothy is so much sweeter. So much sweeter, I've got to say.
All right, guys, let's stick with animals because a 7-year-old in Northeast Wisconsin is on a mission to change the way people see reptiles.
What started as a lemonade-style stand in her front yard is now growing into a little business. Ellie Davis takes us to New London.
Python and bearded dragon.
Meet Finley, a 7-year-old reptile lover with a big goal.
A lot of people out here are scared of snakes. I'm trying to break people's fear of animals.
She started Sassy Snakes and Such, a stand at the end of her driveway with the goal of teaching people that reptiles are not scary. Every day in the summer, she brings her pets outside to have visitors learn about proper reptile care. And if you're brave enough, she'll even let you hold one of her pets. She says she wants people to leave with a new outlook on reptiles.
People are scared of snakes and they're like, then they leave, they're like, oh, that's pretty cool.
Her mom, Lindsay, says her passion to teach others started years ago. And for her, it isn't about showing off her pets.
She's very passionate about making sure that they are well taken care of and making sure that everybody that she talks to knows the best care possible.
Finley has taken in 4 rescue reptiles this year who originally were living in bad conditions. Her mom says not only were the reptiles rescued, they rescued Finley.
She has had massive anxiety. A year ago, she would never talk to a stranger. Like, she would hide behind me. And now she's seeking people out.
Finley says she hopes to one day run her own reptile rescue, continuing to educate others and give reptiles a proper home.
Because it's always right to do that.
Coming up, a name change for a popular fast food chain. It might be cheesy, but it's all to celebrate football season. Stick with us, we'll tell you about it.
Here's a live look at Uptown. You're watching Positively Charlotte. We'll be right back.
Happy Friday and welcome back to Positively Charlotte. As families settle into the back to school routine, nutrition experts say what children eat before school, during, and after school can really play an important role in supporting learning, focus, and healthy development. So here to help is award-winning registered dietitian and mom Lauren Monaker. And Lauren's teaming up with Gonna Need Milk to share the importance of nutrition as families head on back to school. So as kids, of course, are back in the classrooms, what should parents really focus on when it comes to nutrition?
So my top recommendation for parents is to focus on building balanced meals for their children throughout the day. And that means leaning on foods that provide healthy fats and protein and nutrient-dense foods like fruits, vegetables, whole grain, and dairy milk. Now, all dairy milk, including whole and lactose-free milk, provides 13 essential nutrients in each 8-ounce glass, like calcium, vitamin D, protein, and B vitamins, making it an easy and cost-effective way to help fill nutrient gaps and support bone strength, healthy growth, and brain development.
So how big of a role does nutrition really play in supporting kids' focus and development?
So this is an interesting question. I feel that many parents underestimate how important nutrition is when it comes to children's brain health. And proper nutrition plays a crucial role in supporting focus, cognition, and overall brain development. And I really do believe that breakfast is the most important meal of the day for many reasons, including that it can help support brain development if we are choosing the right foods and the right nutrients to provide to their kids to set them up for success throughout their school day and with those after-school activities. So I recommend whole milk because it does provide healthy fats along with key nutrients like choline, iodine, and vitamin B12, which are vital for brain development, learning, and memory formation, helping kids stay focused and ready to learn. And bonus points for whole milk, it provides nutrients that helps kids stay full longer so they can spend their time focusing on what they really need to be focusing on at school, which is learning, versus focusing on hunger and tummy grumbles throughout the day.
Yeah, exactly. So are there some meals for parents who are maybe tight on time but want to ensure that their child gets the nutrients they need? Because of course, time is money.
Time is money, and present company included, we are running out the door in the morning. I have an 11-year-old running to get that bus at 7:15. So we lean on nutrients and foods that help her get those nutrients in first thing in the morning. But first thing I want to remind people is that breakfast does not need to feel complicated. We do very simple things like adding whole milk to our smoothie in the morning, splashing whole milk on our cold cereal, leaning on overnight oats made with whole milk. All of these are easy foods to get out the door. I prep lunch the night before. And I also want to remind people to not underestimate the power of a balanced and nutrient-dense after-school snack. I love leaning on a peanut butter and banana sandwich on whole grain bread with a glass of whole milk on the side. It is balanced. It takes about 20 seconds for me to make, and it provides so many nutrients that my daughter needs.
I love it. Okay, well, do you have any other details to share and where we can go for more information?
Sure. Well, I want to remind parents that good nutrition does not need to be expensive or complicated. Milk is in many refrigerators already, and it's easy, it's affordable, versatile way to add essential nutrients to people's diet. Dairy milk does provide protein and provides nutrients that support bone strength, healthy growth, and brain development. And for more information, people can go to Gonna Need Milk for more details about what I talked about and more.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for sharing this with us today, and a happy back to school season to you.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Of course.
Well, a new study out of the UK finds cheese may benefit gut health. Yes. Scientists studied 3 specific cheeses and found the bacteria gives them their distinct flavors. They may have potential benefits for human health. The key is cheese aging, the process, which scientists say creates an army of helpful bacteria.
That bacteria travels along the digestive tract, bringing out probiotics to the gut. And then also researchers found that lactose, the sugar in cow's milk that some people have difficulty digesting, was almost entirely absent from all 3 cheeses once they matured. So this is a great excuse to have some cheese.
There's always a good excuse for cheese. If there's a health benefit, I love it even more. Okay, so Pizza Hut is trying out a new name, at least during football season. They are dropping the word pizza and going with just Hut, as in hut, like hut, hut, hike.
Restaurants are covering up the pizza part of their signs, and their Instagram has changed its profile picture to just say Hut. They will go back to Pizza Hut next month. But honestly, you know what? This is a great market.
The Hut. I like it.
I like it. The Hut. Because also I feel like people already kind of.
We know what it is.
You know what? If
We know
people
what
are
it
big
is.
fans of Pizza Hut, I feel like they probably would just refer to it as the Hut.
It's cute. And also, you got to get people talking about your business no matter what. So I like it. All right. Well, teens may be falling for harmful beauty trends from online influencers. A new study found beauty tutorials may increase teen exposure to hormone disrupting chemicals, including parabens and phenols.
So these chemicals can interfere with hormones that control growth, puberty, and reproduction. And researchers say that only 19% of teens following influencers regularly check the ingredients of these items. The study was conducted at Rutgers University. And of course, you know, I mean, kids aren't going to be checking ingredients.
I don't even check ingredients.
I know.
I
think, honestly, most adults don't
No,
either.
I don't have time for this.
But, I mean, it is, especially with the way that, I mean, we talked about this, I feel like, a year and a half ago when it was really big when kids were using retinol on their faces. And it's like, you're a child.
These kids know everything. My 13-year-old niece has all the Sol de Janeiro. She tells me, we go in, she's like, I want the drunk elephant. I'm like, girl, who's buying this? Who's buying this?
So real. I know, and it used to be like, yeah, you had a birthday party at Club Libby Lou. Now your birthday party's at Sephora.
That's right. I started with
girl,
Cetaphil. I still use Cetaphil.
exactly.
You know?
That's right.
Yep.
All you need is a little lotion,
That's
sister.
it. You'll be all right.
All right, well, some universities are accepting tuition payments through payment platforms. Michigan State, Bellarmine, Texas Tech, Butler, and Kansas State are among the first schools to accept the digital payments, and in some cases, a convenience or service fee might apply. Consumer advocates warn families should check the amount before they send it.
And especially be careful when transferring money, since tens of thousands of dollars might be difficult to recover if it's sent incorrectly. Now, PayPal and Venmo say transactions receive the same encryption and fraud monitoring as other payment on their platforms. So more schools are expected to add digital payment options later this year. I think, listen, college is so expensive. Give the money any way you can.
Whatever you can get it over. And also, here's my other thing. Who has a checkbook anymore?
I do.
Okay, all right.
Oh, Lady Alicia.
I'll take it back.
I use it
I'll
once a year.
take it back.
Don't hate, girl. Don't hate.
But like, I feel like now there's this whole new generation that does not have a checkbook,
Right.
and so that the way that they're paying for this is through Venmo.
I have a checkbook to pay my taxes.
You know what? And that's
I pay
fair.
my taxes.
And that's fair, sister.
All right, guys, how about a taste for sushi, or how about some steak? Yes, please. Uchi is a fun collaboration that brings us both with Garden Grace coming up.
And you're looking live over Independence Boulevard. Not too much traffic on that part of town. We'll be right back after this short break. Thanks so much for sticking with us. Chapter 6 is joining forces with Denver's acclaimed Garden Grace for a unique collaboration that will highlight Charlotte's flourishing food scene.
That's right. The night will feature an exclusive omakase experience with the culinary teams altering dishes that allows guests to taste each concept's signature flavors. Here to tell us more, Chef Adam Vero from Garden Grace and Chef Bernie Crate from Rare Roots Hospitality. Welcome, gentlemen.
Thank you. How are you?
We are so excited. Okay, I mean, I wish y'all could smell it in here. It smells
so good.
First of all, tell us both about both restaurants.
So Garden Grace, we started in Denver, Colorado. We have a restaurant in Houston, Texas as well. So we're getting really excited to get to our opening here in hopefully just a few weeks. So we're opening in South End in later this fall. It'll be a fine dining, modern steakhouse. It's really beautiful, nice, airy glass, beautiful building on the 10th floor of a new development. So
Very fun.
Love
Very
it,
and
love
Chapter 6 is, right along the rail trail,
Yeah.
and I love it. So you guys are in such a great spot. Tell us about what kind of food you guys have.
So we focus mainly with Western Mediterranean food, and we kind of work with the seasons and locality. So we'll get our fish from the coast of North Carolina, produce is from Boy and Girl Farm out in Waxhaw, mushrooms from K&W Farms, actually right up from South End. It's really cool. And yeah, now we got some brand new neighbors
Hey,
to
we love
help
it.
our community grow.
So this experience is $98, I believe, and people can buy tickets to this event. So tell us about what you're making.
So we're going to be opening the event with some small bites. Over here we have our brand new on the menu Wagyu beef tartare with a nice little cornet. This is going to be our whipped ricotta with some pea stew on a crostini. And over here we were assembling some local tomatoes
Yeah, I'll move this on over.
with some confit garlic.
Oh, wow.
And on also a crostini. Some nice fresh
fabulous.
bites. Keep them light so we can enjoy the rest of the food that Chef Adams made for us.
Okay, Chef Adam, tell us about the steak.
Absolutely. So really one of our signature items is our prime beef fillet. Comes from Creekstone Farms in Kansas. It's a farm we work with really since we opened our first restaurant in Denver. So that's what we have right here. This is our oak grilled prime fillet. It's finished with a little bit of rendered beef tallow that we take from the trim from the steaks themselves,
Yum.
and then a little bit of our veal demi-glace and an oak grilled heirloom carrot.
Wow. So what makes a good solid steak? What do you think it is? When folks are trying to make
Looking
them
like
at
a good
home.
Midwestern girl.
You know,
yeah.
we just want to know.
I think really for us, the quality of the original product is the most important thing. So we focus a lot on sourcing the best beef, really from the purveyors. The purveyors we've used for a very long time. Creekstone Farms we used for over 10 years. Snake River Farms, which is our Wagyu beef provider, we've used for almost as long as well. So that's really the first thing. We have our own steak seasoning that a company in Denver makes for us that they made customly just for us for 10 years. It's really amazing. And then we cook everything over a wood fire. So that's really kind of adds a nice little smoky element to it, which we really love.
How do y'all describe Charlotte's food scene? Because we're excited that you're coming in, but you've been doing these really interesting partners now with, Chapter 6. So what is Charlotte's food scene?
I mean, I think that Charlotte's food scene is growing, and I think it's really changing a lot right now, and we're really excited to be a part of that landscape. We're excited to be kind of in that bustling new era of what's going to happen here, I think, in the future. There's a lot of really amazing restaurants here, and we just want to be part of the community and grow with everybody else. So.
Yeah, I mean, very exciting. When people are coming for this menu, for both of you guys, what do you think is the one thing that everybody's got to look out for on the menu?
There's nothing better than steak.
It's
I mean, we're doing steak.
Steak
It's just
tartare is
raw.
pretty good.
Exactly.
Yeah.
All the different forms.
You're like a true chef. I couldn't help but notice the taco tattoo.
I do have a taco tattoo.
Yeah.
Yes.
You gotta have a food tattoo.
All right, guys. Well, we're so excited. And again, people can purchase tickets. We're going to put some info up on the screen. So it's going to be wonderful. Thank you guys so much for joining us and bringing us some food.
Yeah, I know. We so appreciate it, and good luck with this event. We so appreciate you coming in today. Thanks so much, gentlemen.
Appreciate it.
Well. Well, K-pop Demon Hunters was a massive success for Netflix and the music behind it, but now they face a legal battle with a band that claims that they were Demon Hunters first. So you were just hearing a little bit of their music right there at the beginning, but that's Demon Hunter. They've been playing Christian metal under that name for about 25 years now. They're suing Netflix and others for trademark infringement.
Well, they claim the K-pop Demon Hunters world tour has led to confusion over both groups' goods and services. Their lawsuit cited cites an example of a mother who thought she was buying K-pop tickets for her daughters, but the tickets really were for the Demon Hunters show. You know her daughter was mad.
You know they showed up and they were like, this is not K-pop Demon Hunters.
Oh, wow. Okay, so Netflix has not commentated. I'm going to say go ahead and run them their money. Like, Netflix, you got it.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Yeah,
It's
you
like,
got it.
Get your money. Get your money where you can.
Get your bag where you can.
And because that does actually sound like that is kind of impacting them.
I think
but it's
so.
also like at the same time, it's like I don't think either of them are in the wrong.
No.
Because they're just
life
making
happens.
K-pop Demon Hunters a movie.
K-pop has made so much money. Just give them a little something.
Exactly.
Well, a magnificent milestone has occurred for a pair of identical twins from Ohio. Mary Jean and Mary Alice turn 100 years old today on August 21st. Lauren Wood tells us about their lifetime of memories together.
We were never separated, were we, Jean?
No, never separated.
Twins often describe their relationship as two bodies sharing one heart. And that's never been more true than in the bond shared between Mary Jean Holzhauer and Mary Alice Haley. Growing up, they never left one another's side. As adults, distance left a gaping hole, but it didn't break the bond.
And I could tell when she was sick, when I was in Florida. So our minds always went together. It's hard to believe because people don't realize how twins are so close together.
In fact, closing that distance is described as one of the happiest times of the twins' lives.
I think when she moved back from Michigan, and so did I, and so then we got back together again. We could do things together again. I think that was a happy time for me.
Growing up, the twins describe it as a simpler time without many of the modern conveniences.
Growing up, we didn't have a TV. We just had radio. We didn't even have a bathroom in the house until I was about 15 years old.
But they had plenty of time for mischief.
I think both of us together was troublemakers.
We played hooky a lot.
They would sometimes switch places in class to fool their teachers, and that's not all.
Oh, when we were dating, we switched boyfriends. On dates, we would switch boyfriends.
Don't tell all the good secrets.
For the twins, 100 years passed more quickly than they could have ever imagined.
I don't feel any different.
Well, it was a surprise to me. I didn't think I'd go that far.
And their advice for the younger crowd?
Just be thankful that God gave you what you got.
These two still have each other, which is a blessing they don't take for granted.
The happiest time in my life is still every night we call each other and say goodnight to each other. That means a lot to me.
And we still do that.
Loving and supporting one another.
She means a lot to me because I always have somebody to hold on to. I can always call on.
From one century.
Well, as long as she's still here with me, I can get through it.
To the next.
I hope that we can both be together for another 100 years. It would be very nice.
And stick around to hear how one man is beating the summer heat and meeting some mermaids while he's at it. We'll give you more details coming up.
Here's a live look at the Charlotte Motor Speedway. You're watching Positively Charlotte. Stick with us. Well, a night at the ballpark is going to the dogs, but it's also helping some very deserving people and pets in our community. The Kannapolis Cannonballers Bark in the Park game is on Wednesday, September 2nd, and joining us this morning is David Kinney, the owner of Davidson Heating and Air, to tell us about his collaboration with the Cannonballers. Welcome to the show.
Thank you so much.
You just had a baby, not even a week old, but you're coming here for a very good cause. Okay, so you're sponsoring Bark in the Park, but you want to make this more about just putting your company's name on an event. So you did something special.
Yeah. So my wife and I, we love going to Bark in the Park. You get to see a baseball game.
Yes.
You get to see beautiful dogs. And so, you know, we also believe that giving back to the community is just core to who we are. The challenge with being small or local is you don't have a ton of reach. And so we partnered with the Cannonballers to get as much reach as possible, to meet as many people as possible, to try to give back to the community.
And I love it. Okay, so one local family is going to get some unexpected good news. You heard it here first because you guys are going to pay $1,000 towards their outstanding vet bill. That's huge.
Yeah. You know, animals are an incredible part of my family. We have 2 pit bulls. I know they're now part of, I think, Sheena's family.
Yes, we just had
a dog.
adoption, yes.
And they're incredible, but bills are a pain. And so, you know, if we can help out, if we can help people kind of have that experience, but also take some stress off their plate, that means a lot to us. And so that's what we're doing.
I love that y'all are doing that. And obviously, you know that we love our fur babies here at Positively Charlotte. But you're also looking for an unsung animal hero to throw out the first pitch. How's that going to work? Tell us about it.
Yeah, so anything worth doing has a ton of people behind the scenes. You know, even this show, I've met so many great people that are behind the scenes helping out. And so when you think about,
shout out the behind the scenes
shout out
people.
I met graphic, anyway, we don't have to go into it. But so many great people. And so when you think about the animal community, there's people cleaning the cages, people taking dogs on walks. And they don't do it because they want recognition, but they deserve recognition. So we have the opportunity to throw out the first pitch. We thought we'd look for someone who's doing great work, who would be fun to throw out the first pitch. And so we're looking for people who would enjoy that, to just get honored for a night and get recognized for what they do.
I think that's so cool because you're right. A lot of people behind the scenes don't get the recognition and shine that they deserve. Okay, so this is where we need community's help. How can people get involved?
Yeah, so there's a link on the Kannapolis Cannonballers website that you can go to and nominate either a family you know who could use vet relief or support, or nominate an unsung hero. You can go to the Kannapolis Cannonballers website and you can submit people there.
Perfect. And before we go, this event gets even better because dog owners can get 2 free tickets to Bark in the Park. How can they do that?
That's right. So when you go to the Cannonballers website, if you fill out the information, we'll send you 2 tickets to the game so you can go enjoy, and hopefully the weather gets a little cooler and you can bring your dog out to the park in September.
It's a beautiful field too. It's one of my favorites.
It's so cool.
I love what y'all are doing. Thank you so much for everything you're doing for the community.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, with the temperatures in the upper 80s this weekend, you may be looking for ways to cool off in this late summer heat. Whether that's by jumping in the quarry at Kerrigan Farms or taking a dip in Lake Norman. But there's one man who is taking cooling down to a whole new level. Dan O'Connor decided to jump into Lake Michigan every single day. And now years later, his morning ritual has turned into something much bigger. Aaron McElroy introduces us to the Great Lake Jumper.
You don't make it 6 years by skipping mornings.
2,228.
Back when we first met Dan, he was jumping into Lake Michigan by himself. Just looking for a little peace.
You just kind of get that just shock to, you know, to your hands and feet, and just feels amazing.
I saw Dan for the first time when he had just started. I was cross-country skiing by the lake, and I saw this like crazy person getting into the harbor. And I was like, what is happening?
Turns out Kim wasn't the only one watching.
If he can do it, we can do it too.
They call themselves the Mermaids. Who figured out Dan's morning elixir felt pretty good.
I really, really enjoy being in the water, being at the lake.
Because we have a great lake and it's magical all year round.
And people walk by and they're like, what are you doing?
4 years later, the mermaids, Dan and the other regulars, keep bobbing. Along with the one honorary merman.
I did feel like a merman, yeah. Yeah.
We just felt so happy, like, afterwards. And then it wasn't just like the water, it was like being together.
And everybody is welcome, and it's just such a great feeling.
After hearing all that, I figured there was only one thing left to do.
Go! Aren't you glad you came?
Yeah, I kind of am. Dan came looking for a little calm. What he found was a whole lot of company, helping each other.
Goodbye. See you guys later.
Keep their heads above water.
And after the break, a huge mood boost from the tiniest little creature. Stick around for more positivity in just a few minutes.
And you're taking a live look over Dallas. You're watching Positively Charlotte. We'll be right back. We're talking all things workers' compensation with personal injury attorneys Jason McConnell and Viral Mehta about this topic. You know, this can be something that a lot of people have questions about. So can you kind of give the rundown on what workers' compensation actually is?
Sure. Workers' compensation is the system whereby workers who are injured while working on the job in North Carolina can get compensated for things like time out of work or medical treatment or permanent injury.
Okay, that makes sense. Now, so what should someone do if they have been hurt at work?
Eliza, that's a good question. They should get medical treatment right away. North Carolina is somewhat unique in that an injured worker has to be injured as a result of an accident for most types of injuries. So it is important that an injured worker call an attorney as soon as possible. Of course, medical treatment is important. You want to get that right away. But when it's possible, do so. Call an attorney because you want to make sure your accident is described in a legally appropriate way to not prejudice your rights to get workers' compensation.
That makes sense. So what benefits can an injured worker receive under the North Carolina Workers' Compensation Act?
Really good question also. So workers' comp pays for basically three things. It pays for your time out of work if you miss more than 7 days from work. It pays for your medical treatment. In North Carolina, in accepted workers' compensation cases, the insurance companies direct you to the doctors that treat your injuries. And ultimately, when you're done treating and you've reached a point of what we call maximum medical improvement, you may be assigned what's called a permanent partial impairment rating. That's essentially an acknowledgement that any injury you suffer, regardless of how good of treatment you've gotten, you're never going to be exactly the way you were beforehand. So you're paid an award for what we call permanent injury suffered as a result of your accident.
Okay, that makes sense. Now, so how do workers' compensation lawyers get paid?
It's important for an injured worker to know that they will never have to pay our firm out of their pocket. We get a percentage of their workers' compensation recovery, and that's generally 25% of their final settlement. And so the way I like to explain it to injured workers is our firm is bearing the risk in their case, that we are going to be able to accept their case, take it as far as it needs to go down litigation, and obtain a favorable recovery to ensure that our clients get a satisfactory recovery even after our fee is taken out of that.
Really interesting information. I did not realize that was how that worked. How can people go to learn more information?
Sure. The easiest way is to go to metamcconnell.com. You can find us there.
Great. Thank you guys so much for coming in and for sharing this with us today. We really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you for having us.
All right, well, continuing on with more news from the music world. Now they always say congratulations.
Sing it, girl.
Yeah, singer Post Malone. He's not only back together with his ex-girlfriend, fashion stylist Christy Lee, he put a ring on it. They're engaged. The couple's friends shared the news on their Instagram stories, showing Lee's massive engagement ring.
The pair were first spotted together in March of 2025, and that was shortly after Post Malone's split with his former fiancée, Jamie Park.
He's just giving rings out, Liza.
Yeah, you know,
wow.
he loves those rings. But they appeared to call it quits last summer. Right now, it's unclear when they got back together, but it's clear that they did.
Hey, I'm not mad at it. I love love.
You know what? We love love.
That's right.
So
we
sweet.
do. So sweet.
Congrats
so
to
nice.
them. Congratulations to them.
There you go, Mahachek.
You know?
All right, well, Dune Part 3 doesn't come out for another 4 months, but it's already crashing ticket sites. Tickets for IMAX screenings went on sale Tuesday. That led to long lines at the box office and ticket websites such as AMC, Fandango. They're getting overwhelmed by the sheer demand.
Tickets soon began appearing on eBay, with some listed for thousands of dollars.
Wow.
A similar problem happened when tickets to The Odyssey went on sale in June. Dune Part 3 comes out on December 18th, and we are already crashing ticket sites.
You know, though, I love this. I'm sorry, because there was a time when the movie industry after COVID was dying.
That's true.
So I think
That
this
is
is
true.
good. Crash those sites. Don't resell the tickets, but crash the sites.
And that's my thing, is that it's, but also, you know what, we were talking about this. We need to bring back lines. Bring back lines, because I think that there's a certain level of draw. Like when you work hard for something, when you stand in line for 4 hours for a ticket, then you're like, wow, I'm so glad that I did this. You meet more people by doing that.
I wouldn't
You're
meet
not
anybody.
You would. I would. You know I would. Yeah, that's fair. Like, so, you know what? You can pop your AirPods in, and you can stand in line, and you can feel grateful for the work that you put in.
I like that. Right? Get your butt up and go to line.
Sometimes you just got to work.
Yeah.
All right, well, it's tiny, fast, and adorable. The newest resident at the Brookfield Zoo in Chicago has made its big debut. Take a look at this. The baby squirrel monkey made its first appearance after being born last month. Look at
the cute little primate was born to the mother Gizmo you're seeing and father Sandy. Well, this is Sandy's first baby. Gizmo, she's an experienced mama. Guess how the monkey babies at the zoo's Tropic World Experience. That's where you can check it out. This little monkey is so cute.
I can't believe he's a month old and this is how big he is.
Oh God, he's
like
so
he's
cute.
still a month old. Imagine
He's a
how
baby.
tiny he was when he was first born.
He's cute. All right, guys, as always, before we go, we want to share our closing thoughts with you, and here's mine. Be yourself so people looking for you can find you. And that's
girl.
Arlen was here. There's only one you. Be you and do you.
Yeah, I like that. Okay, so for my closing thoughts, I'll leave you with a book recommendation for your weekend, especially since it's going to be kind of rainy.
Yeah.
I kind of need something if you're sticking indoors. My book club read Theo of Golden by Alan Levi. It's a really sweet story. It's about this older gentleman who goes to a city in Georgia, but the author was a lawyer for years, became a musician, and then became an author. And this was his first novel, and it became a huge success.
She's been talking about this book all week,
Yes.
so you know it's good.
It's true, it's true. But we will see you back here on Monday. Thank you so much for spending a bit of your Friday with us.
Have a great weekend.
Welcome in to another episode of Morning Edition. Julian Sador, Eddie Satowski, Jason Harper, Andrew Brightman, talking about a lot of stuff today because a lot of stuff came out of the Lindsay Clancy trial, but also want to tease the fact that we're going to have a special guest coming up in just a little bit talking about freelance high school sports filming rules, how they're changing, the phenomena around that. So stay tuned for that. That's coming up in just a little bit. But want to start with, as I said, the developments coming out of the Lindsay Clancy trial. Annie, you've been following this nonstop, so I'm going to let you kind of intro what we saw yesterday, because a lot of the social media attorneys wanted to weigh in with their thoughts about what happened. So Annie, take the floor.
Yeah, okay. So obviously if you've been living under a rock, Lindsay Clancy is accused of or has admitted to strangling her 3 children. This happened in January of 2023. And we don't want to talk about this without mentioning just at its core level how horrific and sad this is, right? I think that point gets lost a lot. But I've been following this mostly because of the discussions around postpartum illness, depression, psychosis, which is extremely rare, but also just kind of analyzing the case itself here from a legal perspective. So we have everyone on social media. There's all these crazy theories about maybe that her now ex-husband Patrick is somehow involved in this. Even though she has admitted to doing this isn't a trial for it. Remember, everyone, about whether or not she did it. It's if she cannot be held criminally responsible because of postpartum psychosis. So this trial's been, now I believe it's in week 3. I think we just had day 16. I was talking to Kaleif Rhodes, our chief legal analyst, about this. The defense is now up. They have all their witnesses. The prosecution did about 2 weeks. So what happened yesterday is that the jury was dismissed early. But the judge didn't really give a reason why. He doesn't have to. He just said, due to unforeseen circumstances, we're breaking early for the day. The jury, should not ask questions why. Don't speculate as to why. We're going to see you all tomorrow. So we came to find out that, and Julian, you're going to have to say this fancy French word for me. It's all because
the Latin,
Is it Latin? Is it French?
I think so, because it had to do with voir dire.
Voir dire,
yes.
Yeah. So they were doing voir dire on and I hadn't either until this case. So we're learning so much. For a witness that the defense wanted to bring up, she was she's not an influencer, but a TikTok she made about the trial went viral. And they wanted to bring her as a witness, but the judge denied that. So Julian, go ahead and explain what that is.
So what the process of voir dire is that when they want further questioning with a potential witness, they kind of have like a closed door. The judge gets to ask questions. Defense is going to say why they want the witness, or prosecution would. And so they brought up this, her name is what, Andy?
Emily Thorndike.
Yeah. Thorndike.
She's a licensed clinical social worker, used to work at the hospital.
Right.
But yeah, posted all her comments on TikTok.
And so what they were trying to prove is why she could speak to what the facility that Lindsay Clancy was treated at, how they were understaffed during the holidays. And what the judge ended up deciding was, we already see all the stuff from the facility in terms of their records. We don't need an additional person. This witness won't add anything to the trial, so that's why they decided not to allow the witness. Now, why they decided to let the jury out, that could be because we've already spent too much time dealing with this for the day, and as Kaleif was saying, a judge needs to be able to control the flow of the trial, and if the jury has already been there for a long day and they know the next witness is going to be 4 or 5 hours, let's just break midday, we can pick it up tomorrow. But it's fascinating because the defense actually decided to bring her on after they saw that TikTok post, and that's why they added her to the witness list.
And I think this is, and I want to bring Andrew and Jason into
Yeah.
this because I'm not even going to go into why I'm fascinated with it. So my feed is just jam-packed with all of these people with a lot of conspiracy theories, but also just a critical analysis of how the case is going from a legal standpoint. And then obviously talking about postpartum illness. But have you guys been keeping up with it at all? Or what do you see? And, now we're all kind of like becoming, when we shouldn't be considered legal experts, right?
No.
But you have to be kind of careful about what you see on social media. What are you guys seeing?
It's not so much the legal. It's a lot of it is a larger discussion about postpartum depression,
Which I think we should all be having. Thank you for listening.
Yeah, and I will say, and a lot of it is usually from men, but some of it's very like sort of unsympathetic towards women dealing with.
Really? Okay, so mine's it's all about your feed, right? So I'm a mom, and so my feed is all, women saying like, thank you, or like, I'm glad we're talking about this because while I don't, while I, as in the person posting, I haven't had postpartum psychosis, but there are pieces of her story that were also me.
Yeah.
I didn't go psychotic. I didn't have this severe illness, but I was really depressed. I had all of these feelings that she had. It didn't amount to that clinical level. So
Yeah, Jason, what have you been seeing? Obviously, we've talked about this trial, but
Yeah.
what have you been seeing?
I haven't been following this. I'll be honest, as much as you guys have. So I've been picking pieces together from what you have been saying, your interest in trying to just have an open eye for what postpartum emotions, because that is a real thing. What is that like? Whether it's small depression or full-blown postpartum psychosis, which could be the issue here with Lindsay Clancy. But then I'm also, we've got Khalif Rhodes, who's our legal expert. I'm also trying to listen to some of the things he's saying. He's picking apart, a lot of the legal tactics from the prosecution side, the defense side, which I'm amazed that stuff intrigues me. But I go back to just the sadness of this whole story.
Yeah,
it's hard
the
to
bigger,
watch.
and it's hard when you've got kids. And then the bigger picture of, is she sick? Were there things along the way that might have been missed, some signs that might have helped her before things got to this bad? Like, those are some of the things. As amazed as I am with the strategies that are coming from both sides of the defense and the prosecution, if the other part of it is the human side of, it breaks my heart that a human does this or is even capable of doing something, which just shows the severity of our mental health.
Well,
Yeah, and from what I cut you off, so please continue.
No, I was going to say, well, the reason this has so much interest is just it's the most the tragedy of it and the larger discussion about postpartum. But like a mother killing her children is just like probably the most unthinkable thing in our society that can happen. But the larger kind of discussion about postpartum depression is just it's really interesting because I think this case in some ways is forced men, because obviously we can't grow a human inside of us. It's really confronting. It's like women go through such profound changes and such like wild things going through pregnancy, after birth, like so much stress, loss of sleep. It can all play a role into some of this stuff. And then for me, it's just, to a certain degree, it's given me, I think, greater empathy for women for what they go through, just reading about all this stuff. And then also, some people I really don't think are very educated about the topic, talking about as well. It's a very larger discourse in our society right now.
And one thing that came up from the prosecution, and it's interesting that these are women attorneys, but that they said that the postpartum psychosis doesn't line up because they said that it didn't start presenting itself until a few weeks after. And every single time they've played that soundbite, Annie, you make a grimace at that. Can you speak just from your own experience? There's no time like that to say 2 weeks. Oh, it didn't present itself immediately. Is that backed in any sort of, because everything that you've reported on in terms of postpartum, that doesn't line up?
No. So I mean, and I listened to maybe day 15 or day 14,
Right.
and she kind of like backtracked what she said, but they were saying
They initially said that, right?
They initially said like, well, she couldn't have had postpartum psychosis because this all happened 5 months, or she started having these symptoms 5 months after giving birth. Any psychologist, any OBGYN or person who studies this will tell you the postpartum period can be up to 2 years, but most of the time you talk about it up to a year. When you think of postpartum, I think a lot of it is like the major things that can happen are within the first 12 weeks. But it's like any pregnancy, any person's experience, right? It's all going to be on a sliding scale. I mean, obviously loss of sleep is a whole thing. It's not just like, oh, I'm tired. It's like you kind of feel like you're going crazy. But for me, like I didn't really kind of start to struggle with my mental health until my daughter was about maybe like 3 or 4 months old. And that's when her sleep regressions like really ramped up, right? So I was only sleeping for maybe 3 hours, but like broken hours every night for like
And Lindsay was at 5 months.
4 or 5 months for me is how long I did that.
Wow.
So she started feeling maybe 5 months postpartum, she started kind of feeling depressed and anxious and all these things. And then I think Callan who was the baby, was about 8 months old when all of this happened in January. So again, and a lot of this stuff online is, I'm not trying to like bash any person at all, but I don't think that the women prosecutors, I don't think they're moms. A lot of their lines of questioning are like, well, she was controlling because she made a schedule for their babysitter. you ain't a mom. Like that's just what they do, right? So I think it's opening up a lot of conversations. And when they said that, I was like, you have no understanding of how this actually works. And psychologists did take the stand and say, no, like this period can be as long as a year, maybe even 2 years sometimes. It's all it's just a lot of factors weigh into it. So like Andrew said, I think it's good to have these conversations, and for men or other people in your life who maybe don't have kids to just kind of to think about that. And not every woman who has a baby is going to feel these things. You might have like the perfect postpartum period, and like you got rainbows in your cereal and your coffee tastes amazing all the time. But it's a journey. It's a challenge. So I think the fact that we're talking about that is a positive thing. It's awful that this is the thing that had to open that conversation.
Sure.
Look, I feel like there's
Far
a
from
lot
over.
to unpack. Far from over. Also, as we mentioned, we do have a really interesting story coming up after the break. We are talking with somebody who has an interesting perspective on all these freelance photographers that are showing up on the sidelines of football games, how that's happening, the phenomena around it, and how NIL, factors into it. We're talking about that on the other side of this break. Watching Morning Edition, and we'll be right back. Welcome back into Morning Edition. We have a special guest with us for our next segment, John Show with Cornelius today, to talk about a phenomenon that we didn't even know was happening until we were scrolling on social media and started to see that apparently the sidelines at high school sporting events, football and basketball mainly, are starting to be littered with freelance photographers, and it's actually causing some changes in regulations happening. John, you've shot these events, you do it for Cornelius today. What are you seeing, and how has it changed over the past couple of years?
You know, I think it's just the popularity of football and basketball, high school sports has just exploded. It's always been huge in Charlotte. I mean, go back to the mid to late 90s with independence. I mean, it's always been a hugely popular sport. But then obviously with the decline of media outlets over the last, really 20 years, but really the last 5 to 10, there's fewer newspapers, there's fewer magazines, and what's kind of filled that vacuum has been, a lot of them are young people who are looking to build careers in the media. They want to be photographers, video freelancers, and they've been allowed to kind of use high school sports as a way to build their content libraries. So it's been a great way for them to get on the field. They're all good intentioned, well-intentioned. A lot of them are just kids that are getting started out. Some of them are hobbyists, obviously, but it's kind of just that Instagram freelance videographers kind of filled the void that's been created by the falling off of some of the smaller and niche media outlets.
Okay, so John, I could see that as a good thing, right? There are I've seen some teenagers out there on the sidelines that have nicer cameras, nicer DSLRs than what we may have at the station. And then, of course, you got a lot of people with just their iPhone or whatever they have. And that's fine. That's great. They're working on their skill, learning it. But then you also have athletes, and maybe this is their best friend. And you got the athlete who wants to get an NIL deal or something like that. It's almost like they partner up going, hey, you help me, I'll help you. Like, what's the downside? What have you seen in the last couple of years from this increase of photographers on the sidelines?
I think first of all, there's huge upside in my mind. I mean, but we're all in the media here. So for us, it gives people the opportunity to cover games, to show up and cover games. It also gives high schools content. It gives them access to content. Like I've got a son who plays high school lacrosse, and when he was going through his recruiting process, he was able to use all this professional video that had been shot on sidelines for years. So it benefits these kids that are looking for recruiting videos. It benefits the schools because they're essentially repurposing very, very high-end content that they otherwise wouldn't have access to. Otherwise they've got it's an old camcorder up in the press box and it's shooting 1080 video that's terrible. So to me, that's the upside. The downside is really just like any sporting event, losing control of the sidelines when you've got so many people out there, it just becomes difficult to manage. If you've got 30 cameras out there and you don't know who any of them are, as an athletic director who usually isn't heavily involved in processing credentials, it's just tough. So I think I think the intent is to kind of gain control of the sidelines again through some of these different practices. But that's really it. It's just downside is just they're trying to gain control of things.
And lots of ideas being floated would be, like you obviously have to register for events, maybe tightening that timeline, making sure that there's proper protocols followed. But in your mind, what would be the right way to keep that upside for creators and the athletes too, let's be honest, but also keep control of that sideline? Like, what's a good happy medium where both sides can kind of be happy about this?
Well, and it's funny because if you look at the history of this, I mean, all of us have been doing this. You want to go cover a sporting event, you apply for a credential, and then there's somebody who sits in an office and they look at your outlet. Do you cover high school sports? Are you local? Or are you just some person who's showing up trying to get a free ticket? So, in forever history, that's been the process of allowing people field access, press box access. I mean, that exists from high school all the way up into professional sports. The difference is that professional teams have a staff of people that are able to look at credentials, process, and determine whether or not you're legitimate and should be there. And the problem with everything in high school, at college, and professional sports is the pendulum is completely swung so far to one end that now they're trying to bring it back. And when you look at staffing that they have, they don't have 10 people on staff to go through credentials. Then it's, how do we cut this back? How do we make it more difficult for people to show up? And what we've seen in the last couple of years is, especially the last year, is that they're starting to charge for access to the sidelines, which as members of the media is just awful.
Wait. Who's doing the charging? The school or?
I think it probably varies. I mean, it's some of it's a state level, some of it's a school level. The CMS specifically put some restrictions in last season where you have to notify individual schools 24 hours in advance, which is fine. I think that's a good thing. I mean, if you're not responsible enough to ask for a credential or field access 24 hours, 48 hours prior to an event, then you're probably not a fully functioning, responsible media outlet. But that to me, that's the way, in my mind, nobody's said that to me, but if you just look at it from a logic standpoint, the pendulum swung where there's all these people and they're like, well, how do we easily get rid of it without creating more work for us? And it's let's charge them to be on the field.
John, but in an instance like tonight, where you've had games across the region move from Friday night to tonight because of the worry about severe thunderstorms, so all those freelance photographers under the credentialing system, your 24-hour window already passed. I mean, I think to what your earlier point, you're going to create a burden for somebody within the county or the school to have all these credentials to weed through on top of probably doing their other job, because let's be real, athletics directors, whoever it may be, they have a full day to begin with. So if you're dealing with last minute requests, I mean, this is going to create a bottleneck. We're going to have people saying, well, I want access to the game. I didn't have time to make this 24-hour window. Why do I not get a chance to get in, right?
Yeah, well, and the crazy thing too is that, I mean, there's a lot of other parts of this too. Like, so we're in Cornelius, is obviously Cornelius today. So our home high school is Huff High. Huff plays a huge game on Friday night against Northwestern down at Rock Hill. And we were told 48 hours ago that our North Carolina credentials aren't accepted in South Carolina, which is, it's crazy. I mean, it's like being credentialed by the Panthers and not being able to cover a Falcons game. Like, it's just, it makes no sense. And it's levels of bureaucracy that just, it just doesn't make any sense. It just, at the end of the day, it restricts media coverage, and it's not a good thing for anybody. We're not covering town hall scandals here. We're not covering, I covered Tiger Woods, throughout the 2000s. Like, this isn't the Tiger Woods scandal. It's a bunch of people who are just trying to promote and, give a level of notoriety to high schools and high school athletes. And in my mind, to restrict that is just, it's crazy.
Well, when you talk about, filling out these credentials, which again is a good thing, do you foresee though, you said it might weed out someone, right, who just decides to show up, but do you foresee there having to be a limit on those credentials then? If everyone catches on and they're like, okay, I have to register for this, do you think that really solves the problem? Do you see them putting a limit? And if so, what is that limit?
Well, so there should be, right? Every sporting event that you cover has a limit. You cover the Panthers, it's not like it was 25 years ago, but there's a limited number of seats. There's a limited number of camera windows, so that's existed forever. The difference is that they're trying to limit it by charging instead of actually going through a credentialing process. And in my mind, what I think stinks the most is because we cover all sports. This doesn't just apply to football and basketball. It's everything. So if I want to go cover a baseball game in the spring where there are 50 parents and 0 media members, you have to pay, depending on some of the schools, some of the counties are charging, it's kind of all varies all over the place. But if you're charging for full season coverage or a single sport, single season coverage, you have to pay hundreds of dollars in some of these schools to cover it, which is insane. Like, I get
you're
it.
there to do a positive story for them.
You're there to do that. And this is, I think a general, I don't know if it's North Carolina, it's the only place I've lived in as an adult, but it just, in CMS especially, if it applies to one sport, it applies to every sport. And it's no different than when it snows up north and it's sunny in the south, schools closed. So, CMS's way of dealing with a lot of these issues is that they just do it across the board because they don't want to create inequities at different things. They don't want to say you have to pay for football, but not baseball. But at the end of the day, there should be different rules. They're different sports. They're different rules at every level of professional sports. I can get in easily to go cover a Knights game. It'd probably take me 24, 48 hours to credential approve. I can't do that with the Panthers. And, there's a reason. Smaller teams are begging for coverage. The big dogs aren't. But just to me, the fact that it applies to every sport is, for some of these places that are charging fees, it's extremely disappointing.
John, kind of in the same vein as you just talked about with the Panthers, obviously we know the NFL has insane restrictions on what you're allowed to shoot, what you're allowed to then disseminate. It rules about selling the photography or video that you get from practice or from game footage. You can't really even shoot game footage. So do you foresee somewhere down the line, with the amount of money that can be made from some of these NIL athletes paying photographers, that at some point North Carolina or Mecklenburg County or these other counties are going to say, you know what, you can come and shoot, you just can't sell it?
Which, man, how do you regulate that? I mean, that's hard enough to regulate at a professional level. But I mean, I understand that. Like, if it's an individual child and an individual, Joe's Plumbing Company trying to get footage to run in their, cable access TV ad, that's not what we're talking about here. That's commercial footage. That's a totally different thing. They haven't specifically said that that's what they're trying to weed out. I guarantee you it's some, but again, we're just talking about football. there's not a lot of kids in other sports that are pulling down NIL deals at the high school level.
You mean nobody's getting that for ping pong or volleyball?
No, but it also speaks to just like the complete lack of regulation at every level. Like, there's no reason to get into politics here, but just from a national level, what they're trying to do with this National Collegiate Sports Act, instead of solving a real problem, they're just giving kids 5 years to have 5 years of eligibility. It's just there's no. The NCAA has not really been in charge for a long time, if they ever truly were. So it's a larger symptom that's now somehow trickling down to high school sports, which it just stinks because in my mind, I tell people all the time, I started taking my son to high school soccer games when he was in kindergarten. My daughter's the same way when she was in kindergarten. I just tell people all the time, it's just so much more fun to follow along a high school team through the season. Like, it's no different than watching a Panthers game. You get to feel the kids, how they play, you get different, you have different favorite players, and it's a couple dollars a game versus $300-400 to take your family to a professional sporting event.
Things have changed for sure, and I can't imagine some of these 14, 15, 16-year-old photographers that may one day make it big, and I hope they do. Yeah, boy, if we had this when we were their age. Look where we might be now. Who knows?
And it's there's a broader symptom of high school sports, especially in Charlotte, that kind of irks me too. Is like, high school kids have to pay to go to games. You have to pay $9-10 as a high school kid to go to a high school football game to watch your friends play. Or you can you can buy a season pass through the booster clubs. It's a couple $100. I believe it's like $80 to $100 a year. But it's just the fact that these kids aren't allowed. Again, this isn't what we're talking about, but
but like a free student section.
Yeah, it is. It's crazy. The fact they're charging kids to go watch their friends play sports.
Especially when colleges, you can go as a free student, to go to a college football game because it's part of your tuition.
I went to every home game for 3 years at Clemson. I didn't pay $1 to go watch Clemson. Now, it was the mid-90s and they were terrible, so it wasn't.
Wake Forest is the same way.
Well, I paid to go to Iowa football games.
Well, that's why they finished last in the Big Ten, Annie.
Look at that.
Anyway, look at that. John, we're going to
I'm just impressed he paid to go to Iowa games.
Oh, no.
Wow.
I wish we could continue this.
The rest of this without me, I gotta go.
The proud D1 Hawkeye over here representing Iowa. John, thank you so much for joining us. Yeah,
John.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Fantastic. This conversation is not over. We'll continue it. Not the one about Iowa, but about what we're talking about with high school sports. Thanks for your time, man. Appreciate it. We'll see you.
Go Hawks.
Thank you, guys.
There we go. All right, that does it for Morning Edition. As always, you can catch us Monday through Friday, 4 to 10 a.m. on your regular airwaves, QC News. That does it for us. We'll catch you guys next time.
Welcome into Turnkey on Queen City News Plus, your go-to show for everything real estate in the Carolinas. We talk about the latest market trends, do's and don'ts of the industry, and provide expert advice on navigating this dynamic landscape that we call home. I'm your host, Morgan Francis, and today I'm going to start the show with an interesting stat here. 61% of homeowners do DIY, that's do-it-yourself projects, because they can't afford hiring a professional. Think about that, 61%. Some might be really great at it. Others, not so much. That's why having a home inspector come in when you're purchasing a home is probably a good idea. And we have one on the show today. Jeff Tretter, he is the owner of 2020 Inspections. Jeff, appreciate you coming on the show.
Thanks for having me.
Josh, you kind of have been here, done that. Josh Stone with Stone Realty Group. We appreciate you coming back on.
Thank you for having us back.
So, why do I have both of these guys here today? Because one is the inspector and one is the real estate agent. And that relationship is a lot more important than people might think. So, Jeff, let's start with you. That statistic, 61% of homeowners do the projects themselves because they can't afford to contract out. It's expensive to hire someone just to come in the door to do something.
Yeah, it definitely is. And it's definitely something we see on inspections all the time. Different eras of homes, you can tell, if a home was built in the 50s and you have plumbing from the 70s or the 80s, there's definitely indications at different points of the years when things were done. It's definitely something that we see often, and there's definitely times it can be the cheaper route, but it's not going to be cheaper when the inspector comes in and we find it, and then we have to ask for different types of repairs when it comes to your due diligence. So if you can afford a repair, it's always good. If you're a true craftsman, then go ahead and do it. If just stay at your level of expertise, so you're making the things correctly. Plumbing is something that we see people try to do on their own all the time. And it's probably an area where I see the most things wrong on an inspection with the DYI. Same with decks. We've had one actually this week. We did an inspection, and it was a warranty inspection for a builder. And my inspector, Chris, who did that one, called me and he said, they added a deck onto the home. And I was finding a lot of things wrong with it, but the builder didn't do this one. And so that just was a situation where they have a brand new house, they built a deck, and they already know they had problems with how it was built.
On the news side of things, I've interviewed people who have had issues with their decks, and it's like it's not even properly attached to the house. You can't just take wood and nail it straight to the home and think that everything's going to be fine. There's structural integrity to consider. And that's when DIY, you may have to just bite the bullet if you want that kind of an upgrade to your home, not a necessity. Maybe hiring the professional would be the best route.
And while you might be saving money on the front end, oftentimes you're going to have to either disclose that when it comes time to sell or address it most likely.
Why you don't have any permits.
Exactly. And even if you don't address it prior to listing, an inspector like Jeff and his team is going to find that and disclose that. And now you're kind of between a rock and a hard place. Again, either concede that money to have it fixed and brought up to speed for code purposes, or go ahead and do the work prior to selling the property.
Jeff, question for you. How many, and obviously you're the one who does the inspections, but how many people call you kind of in a panic because they never had the inspection done when they purchased the home, and now they're noticing a lot of issues and they think we need someone to take a look at this? I know you can't put a percentage on it because you do a lot of inspections, but I'm just curious how many people kind of go back and think we should have had this done. Why don't we call someone?
So with something like a deck, I wouldn't say too often. I would say in that situation, we actually find it more when they're about to buy the home and the seller's shocked that we found so many items wrong with the deck that was built. But what we will have is people that have hired a GC that didn't do that didn't pull permits or anything like that when they were doing a remodel, and they started calling us and saying, hey, we're seeing a lot wrong. Can you come inspect the area that we had worked on, because we're seeing these issues? And then if it's not a permitted one, we definitely have gone behind and find different issues from plumbing to electrical that wasn't done correctly to today's standards.
Yeah. What about new builds?
New builds are a fun one. A lot of people.
Why fun?
Because you think they're going to be easy, and while from
they're brand new, what could be wrong?
You think you're getting a turnkey, no pun intended, purchase?
No. You get 5 points for that.
Right?
That's what that is.
But you think you're getting a turnkey property, and 99% of the time, that's not the case.
Yeah, there's not a perfect home out there. There's never been a time that we have walked into a house and didn't find something to write up. And it's not that we're ever going in with the intention of we have to write everything up that we can find. It's just people are building these homes. It doesn't matter the name of the builder or what company did it. They're still human beings, so there's going to be room for error on it. I have a cool story about a new construction property, and we actually inspected that one at the warranty period. These people did not get an inspection prior to closing. They waited until the 11-month warranty when they started having issues coming up. When I went there, one of the things they were discussing was high energy bills, high energy cost. And when I went into the attic, it was kind of a unique setup.
This is the attic.
Yep.
This is the actual picture.
This is the actual picture.
For people at home, think to yourself, what is wrong here? Let's play a game here. All right. I'll give you a hint. What's missing in the attic?
Yeah, and this one was, I could see why the builder forgot, because it was a unique setup where half of the home was on a 2-story, and the half we're looking at is actually a 1-story area over the living room and master suite. The only way that I could get into that area was to go stick my hand and flashlight around a piece of ductwork and take a photo. And when I took my phone out and looked at the photo, there was no insulation. And the only way that they're gonna have to cut holes in there and blow the insulation in to get that added. But these poor homeowners were talking about how they were spending close to $1,000 a month to heat it in the winter time. So new construction, I mean, this passed county inspections. It passed, all of everything the county was going to do, and we didn't find it until a year after them living there.
Well, and hats off to you, because some inspectors would say couldn't get back there. You can't. There's no access, and then it just kind of is what it is. And the bills, that's a whole nother thing, is
And I think a lot of first-time buyers, especially when I'm thinking like, first-time buying new construction,
Mhm.
they're enticed by closing cost incentives, possibly rate buy downs. And we have great rapport with a lot of the local builders in our area, but oftentimes they're not thinking more long-term like
Mhm.
this. And safeguarding that investment that you're likely going to be tied to for a potential 30-year mortgage is truly key. And spending that couple $100s on a third-party inspector is really going to hold the builder's feet to the fire and is going to avoid potentially any circumstances like this with insulation issues, plumbing issues,
Right.
things like that.
because the warranty is one thing. If they have the warranty, the builder's going to come through and fix it, unless there's something crazy going on. Then it turns into probably a legal mess. But the bills, that's another thing, because where's the recourse there? And I'm not expecting you guys to know an answer because you're not attorneys, but they paid higher electricity bills because of this mistake that was done on their property. Now they
Typically,
should.
when you do that,
Yeah.
different builders have different verbiage for it. That builder
Mhm.
walk, celebration walk, whatever it's called, you do have to sign a document saying that you're taking the property as seen in
Mhm.
this condition. So I would imagine it falls under that umbrella. But that is a very good point. They've been fitting the quite literal bill up until they'd had that third party inspection done.
Right. I mean, they agreed to buy the house without doing that final inspection. And so that's kind of on them that they didn't notice it. But thankfully, you guys were able to catch it before the warranty was up
Right.
and they could
Yeah,
get those
and
things fixed.
the other thing that I would like to touch on with that, so this was a private build, and the builder built 2 homes on it. I inspected the one house at closing. They had a realtor, they had an inspector, and we also did their 11-month warranty. The other house where I found the missing insulation, they had no agent involved, no home inspector involved, because they thought it was a new build. And it was just a really good comparison where one house had everything from the jump, where you had the realtor, the inspector. Process went a lot
The
smoother.
insulation.
Yes, the insulation. And then the other one, they came in and they wanted to save a little bit of money up there in the front cost, and ended up costing more at the end. Right.
Mm-hmm. So with your inspection, you're going to get pictures and kind of a list, a very long list. You're going to be shocked when you get it. You're like, why is this inspection like 50 pages long? That's kind of how long they are. But I think this will give people a great idea of when they purchase a home, what they can expect to see. and what it might mean. So this particular issue, what's the problem with the tub?
Yeah, so this bathtub, we're doing our inspection of the plumbing and we're noticing that it's not draining. And when we do an inspection, we run all the water on a home, every fixture that we can get to. And sometimes if we'll have one slow drain or two slow drains, we want to try deciphering as best as we can what's going on. This house in particular, we had this slow drain. I think there was another bathtub on this floor that had also a slow drain, which is telling me that there's more than a localized problem. Where if I have one bathroom on a higher floor that's slow, but the rest of the home is draining properly, most likely that's going to be localized. This house in particular, more than one, so we recommend them getting a sewer scope. Well, what the sewer scope is, that's a video inspection of the sewer line that goes underground. So it goes from the house to the street.
It's not the prettiest looking video when you get it.
No, I'm not going to lie. It's not my favorite service to do. You're playing in a little bit of mess, but this was a good time I'm glad they got it because we had that slow drain. Then we get into the pipe and you can see that there's some roots growing into the pipe and then also just a major blockage in it. And that slow drain, this is what that's being caused by, is the water is nowhere to go and that pipe's filling up and going in towards the home.
Okay, so Jeff is the one who says, here's the issue. Then it gets turned over to Josh. Josh, what are the conversations like? And I know these are just a couple of issues that we've gone through, but for this particular one, what are the conversations like with the seller's agent when there's clearly an issue and the buyers are like, does this need to be fixed? Or, am I being over the top with this? What are those conversations on your end like?
I always try to triage things. If it's a situation like this where it's very clearly a plumbing issue that's not localized, that needs to be a seller's issue. That is the listing agent's job. I'm relaying this information back to them during negotiations. Exactly what this due diligence period is for. It's for us as the buyer's agent and as the buyer to discover anything that might not have been disclosed or oftentimes even known that was wrong with the property. The seller very well might have thought, and you always want to give the benefit of the doubt, they very well might have thought that hair was clogging a drain, something like that. This is nothing to be worried about. This happens with older homes. When you find out during the due diligence period with a sewer scope like this that there's an issue, that's not a problem that I'm okay having my client absorb, taking on ownership of the property. During that,
it can be thousands.
It can be, yes, tens of thousands. And anything from the sewer connection to the home itself is a homeowner's issue. So we're now letting the sellers know, like, this is a problem that needs to be addressed during this due diligence period. And oftentimes a situation like this, I love to get my clients' money back at closing, monetary concession. But a situation like this and all the experiences I've had working with vendors and general contractors, I've never once had a general contractor come back during the inspection period and say, I think we overcharged you. Here's $2,500 back. Usually when you get into a situation like this and start peeling back the curtain, it's the opposite. This is $2,500, $5,000, $10,000 more than we anticipated. So in a situation like that, we're writing it up in the DDRA to make sure that the seller is the one that's on the hook for using a licensed vendor to solve the issue.
So there are two approaches to this, right? You can have someone take a look at Jeff's report and give an estimate of how much they think this would cost to repair,
right,
and present that to the seller and say, hey, can you cover this? Or you can have someone actually come in and fix it and the seller just takes care of the repair.
Correct.
In a situation like this, what would this be? A full pipe replacement, or can they be patched? Like what?
There's no patch in that one. That they had to dig up
Roots coming through.
Yeah, so this one they had to dig up the front yard and replace the pipe that's underground. That was the only way to fix that. Sometimes if it's just roots, there's things that the plumber can do to repair smaller sections or get it cleared out. But if roots are going into a pipe, it's either going in through a union where it's connected or there's a crack in the pipe somewhere where they're getting in. So that section is usually full replacement.
So going back to the original picture, okay, water's not draining, but then the sewer scope, which is an additional cost, correct?
Yes.
So that's usually where a lot of buyers are like, oh, should I get it done? We're spending so much money already. But realistically, with the scope of the work that needed to be done after finding out what the real issue was, that would have cost them a lot more money in the long run.
I know this house was repaired for about $15,000 because of the report. It spoke to the agent after that one because they they're thanking us
But
because
if
we
you
were
could
able to
spend
find it.
if you could spend a couple $100s as a buyer and being more insistent and persistent as a buyer's agent, we really need to do this. This is a must. This is your insurance policy, basically, before you take ownership and have homeowners insurance. This due diligence period is the time to kick the tires and discover something like this. Why would you not spend a couple of $100s to safeguard your purchase?
Well, and then on the seller's side, fortunately and unfortunately, once you disclose the issue to them, they can't, if your buyer backs out, it's not like the issue goes away. Then they
Material
have to, it's a material fact, they have to disclose it to anyone else who might purchase a home after that. If for instance, if you out there are buying this home and you back out, the next buyer has to be told that this issue exists. So it doesn't, once they know about it, it's not going away. So it's in their best interest to find some sort of resolution to it. Let's keep moving along here. Obviously, that looks like there's a little bit of moisture going on.
Yeah, so this is a situation, anytime when we're in a crawl space or a foundation of a house, we're taking moisture readings in the sections of wood we can get to. And anytime that you have over 20% moisture, it's considered actively wet. Now, 30% across a whole crawl space, that's pretty high, and it's something that you want to have looked at during your due diligence period because you got to figure out how to stop that moisture.
Or where it's coming from.
And it's not always a plumbing leak. A lot of times it has to do with drainage. How's the water draining around the home? Are the gutters cleared out? Is there gutters? But crawl spaces in North Carolina, I kind of joke with some of my clients, it's great that you have it, and it's also bad that you have it because we have similar problems all the time. This in particular crawl space, this one was kind of in the woods. Drainage wasn't great around the home, and the entire crawl space had moisture throughout it. And it was definitely a situation where they were probably thinking about encapsulating it to really get full control of where that moisture was going because it was at the point where it was starting to go into the subfloor. Above.
All right, what are we looking at here? Is this GFCI?
Yep. So this,
I love that we're talking about this. So they come up in like, I swear,
95%
every
of
inspection.
reports.
And, do they need to be fixed? Is that something that you need to bring up to the seller? What do you think, Jeff?
I am triaging. So if we have an issue, I'm trying to think, I always try to put myself in the perspective of the seller as well. You don't want to, I always want to make sure that I'm advocating for my client. I take my fiduciary role very seriously, but I want to make sure we're asking for realistic things. If we're already asking for a $15,000 concession, like the previous plumbing issue, if we're having that addressed and in tandem, like a 1-2 punch of high moisture readings in the crawl space, we're looking for a concession for a vapor barrier, we are likely overlooking an outlet to be replaced because that's something that can easily be done after closing. If we're getting $20,000 in concessions, I feel like that's kind of a kick in the shin to the deal. And I don't want to derail things or put such a sour taste in the other party's mouth that they say, absolutely not, we're just not doing anything now.
So Jeff, GFCI, educate us, please.
Yeah, I mean, so you got to have them on the exterior, in the kitchen, bathrooms, anywhere there's a water source that could get to the receptacle. The whole point of it is safety. If it gets wet, there's an overcurrent in it, it's going to trip and go off. It is something that safety thing. Yeah, you got to have it. You got to have it fixed. I agree with Josh. Usually that's something if you're on a house that has a lot more issues, it can wait. You got to have a working plug and it has to be safe for you and your family. But I think we get a little extreme with some of them on some of the newer home setups. And when I'm looking at a house too, I have to look at it through the lens of different eras and wear different glasses. When I'm looking at a 1970s home, my thoughts are a little bit different than when we're looking at a new home. While I will recommend them, if the house is still original, it's not. It was built to a different standard than it is today.
Very well might have been up to code in the time that
Most likely it is, yeah, and they're not expensive to put in.
Can I DIY? Can I be the 61% that
Well,
does
legally
it
speaking,
myself?
if with electric, I don't know that we should answer that, but I've done it myself. It's
Yeah,
not that
I
difficult.
mean,
It's a YouTubeable fix. And swap
There are if you search it online, there are plenty of tutorials to say here's how you do it.
Correct.
But then again, you are working with electricity, so
Right.
there's that risk that you take.
As people ask me, my clients, they ask me if they could do it themselves sometimes. It is based on your skill level.
Right,
Don't
right.
go above and beyond what you're comfortable with.
Mhm. So these are all your inspections that you've done, just under 400. And the top one, more than half of the homes that you inspect don't have service records for their HVAC.
Yeah, so these stats came from March and July of this year. So this was a small snapshot of what we're seeing
Right.
lately. So the HVAC records, the reason I put that on there, especially with the high heat we had this summer,
Mhm.
when we go into a house, if an air conditioning system is not working well at 80 degrees, when we walk in and it's 100 degrees outside, we're going to see that a lot easier. And when there's no type of records for their disclosures or anything to give the potential buyers, there's a good sign that system's not been serviced in a long time. And servicing an HVAC is something I recommend everyone to do. Do your annual maintenance to it. It makes them last longer.
And keep those records.
Yeah.
That's what I always tell my clients. My goodness, keep your records. It's a pain to keep track of everything, but it certainly pays its dividends when it does come.
Most of the time it's through email. You know,
Correct,
they email you a receipt and everything, so it's searchable.
Yep.
Crack in the slab perimeter.
Yeah.
These are just, small cracks that I feel like are on a lot of homes, right?
Yes. So when I'm doing an inspection, either slab or regular masonry, if I don't see a crack the first time I walk around, I take a second look because they're that common that I feel like there's going to be some type of cracking. Most of the time, hairline cracks where there's very little movement, that's very normal to see. Concrete, when it dries out and loses moisture, it's going to have some type of settlement in it. I always say, get it sealed to prevent water from getting in there because that's always going to make cracks worse, especially over the winter time. But it's something that I talk about in inspections a lot at the summary at the end, because as soon as I start talking about cracks in a foundation, people get really worked
Alarm
up
bells
about
start
it.
going
Yeah,
off.
and I explain what I just said about walking around the house twice, because if I see a large crack that is a problem, we're gonna have a much different conversation than talking about the standard shrinkage crack that we're seeing. So it is something super common that we see in almost majority new construction, residential. Doesn't really matter what it is. If it's concrete, there's a lot of times there's going to be some type of
That
crack
brick or
there.
concrete slab is a hard surface that is sitting on top of an ever-moving and ever-rotating earth. There is going to be cracks at some point. It's just a matter of if you're going to catch it during your due diligence period or 5 years into ownership. So again, just delivering that to clients in a palatable and knowledgeable way of this is very common. My rule of thumb is if you can take a quarter, flip it on its side, and fit it inside of the crack, that's when we need to have this assessed by a structural engineer. Otherwise, just monitor until it potentially gets to that point. But there's a high probability it's never actually going to get to that point.
The one that stands out to me on this list as something that is oftentimes maybe not noticed in the first view of the home, but is caught a lot of times in the inspection process is the HVAC unit and its age.
Yep.
Which when you place an offer on a home, I know everyone when they walk in the home, they want to look at just how beautiful it is because that's easy to, but you really do need to look at everything that's past.
Lifespan of major
Right.
systems and mechanicals.
And in replacing an HVAC a year after you move in because it was old to begin with and you didn't account for that when you purchased the home, that can be a huge expense. And you find that, a quarter of the time almost, that the HVAC systems are old.
I think that's why they might start moving. Their appliances are getting old.
Truly.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely, once we get to about that 10-year mark, I mean, it's funny. The way they make these systems now is they kind of don't make them like they used to. I'll
Yeah.
have stuff from the 90s.
I feel like that's with a lot of things.
Right.
Yeah.
Any major appliance I would agree with.
Yeah, sometimes I'll have one from the 90s that's working great, and then one from 2010 that's failing. So yeah, when we start approaching that 10-year mark, that's when I start getting worried about the age of it. And it could be working today, but tomorrow it may not. So that's why maintenance is important, because you keep that system clean, filters changed, it's going to make it work less hard.
And I would say as well, working with an agent that knows negotiations, that knows things like this ahead of time. Your client is wowed and dazzled coming into a home, and oftentimes they have those rose-colored glasses on, looking at envisioning their family moving into this home. They definitely need an advocate that is keeping things like this in mind for age of systems and mechanicals, and is structuring the offer in a way that they can leverage that to their benefit. If you know that the home is a little bit older, you might not want to ask for a large concession in the base contract, because you know during due diligence, we are likely going to be asking for the cost of the HVAC to be replaced. The roof is 15 to 17 years old. This might come up with homeowners insurance. We might be asking for that concession. So knowing that there are ceilings to the amount that a lender will even allow oftentimes a seller to concede, structuring the offer initially, knowing that is essential, because oftentimes buyers don't know what they don't know. So they're looking for a coach.
We're running out of time, but can you explain that? Because you made a very good point. Sometimes when you ask for such a large amount in concessions, you can't really work with those numbers all the time.
So, for instance, I had a client recently that we found quite a bit. It was a 1920s built home in Gaston County. We found quite a bit that came up during the inspection report. They had a conventional loan on the property, and based on how much money they were putting down on the conventional loan, the lender was only allowed to have them receive a 3% concession of the sales price at closing. So I think for this one, it came out to roughly $16,000 to $18,000, something in that ballpark. But we had just close to that on inspection reports and summaries from other vendors. So when I constructed the offer, whenever I'd showed the property a couple of times to these clients, I let them know, like, we are aware this home is old. We are aware that there are going to be issues. So we need to kind of do our best constructing this offer. Let's offer a lower purchase price that is palatable enough for the sellers to sign that, and know that we're going to have to bake in during that due diligence period some type of concession. And lo and behold, we got to the penny what we asked for during due diligence.
Okay.
But the lender will not allow any more than that 3% ceiling. There are a couple of workarounds to that. You can get creative with things. The closing attorney can hold a check that's made out to those specific vendors. So let's say that we would have had to have septic system installed, a whole new septic system installed. The seller can have a check made out of their proceeds that's held by the closing attorney to that said septic company, and then is dispersed to that company at closing. That has no interference with that 3% overall concession.
Well, Josh, Jeff, we ran out of time. It was a really fun show. I feel like I could have made it into an hour, and there are a whole lot of interesting pictures that you provided that we weren't able to get to today. So that just means I'll have to come back on.
I would love to.
Both very much nerd out on stuff like this too. So.
But as do I. Thank you so much, guys, and to everyone else out there, thank you so much for watching this episode of Turnkey on Queen City News Plus. We'll see you next time.
Now at noon, we're tracking flood watches that are now in effect for parts of the Queen City News viewing area, including Stanley County down through Anson and Richmond County. But these aren't the only counties that will be in the threat for flooding today. We'll let you know where that flooding threat exists, and also when showers and storms will get back going this afternoon. We're timing it out for you now at noon.
Plus, 1 year later, Queen City News takes a look at what's changed and what remains as tomorrow marks 1 year since Irina Zarutska's murder on the Charlotte Light Rail.
I got her.
Wow, new audio surrounding this viral arrest in Shelby, so the details revealed, and what's next in the case. Good afternoon, happy Friday to you. I'm Alicia Barnes. Queen City News at noon starts right now.
Queen City News starts now.
A Well, first at noon, an active afternoon and evening now on tap with Carolina. So thousands of Duke Energy customers in Charlotte are already without power from last night's storm. And we're also preparing for widespread showers and storms today. Let's get right over to meteorologist Brandon Lawson in the Pinpoint Weather Center. So Brandon, a flood watch is already in effect for a few counties.
Yeah, east of I-77, Alicia, that's where that flood watch has been issued by the Raleigh National Weather Service office, issuing the flood watch for Richmond, Anson County, and also Stanley County. These are counties where the flood threat is the highest today, but as you get farther south in the spots like Chesterfield County, South Carolina, also Lancaster County, could see a flood threat there today as well, and even farther west, more isolated flooding possible. You look at the rainfall totals from today, what do you notice? Most of the rain is up north and along of I-40. That's where we saw most of the rain this morning. Charlotte, we barely got rain, but we did have that big-time storm overnight last night. Actually woke me up. This was the storm. I screenshot the radar at 12:25 in the morning, and this is what was over Mecklenburg County, a severe thunderstorm with a lot of lightning and thunder. And as a matter of fact, Zaria Clay, which is the daughter of one of our camera operators, Lynn Clay, she actually took this picture. Beautiful lightning strikes there. Zaria's great. She's an aspiring meteorologist, and we always have her in here sometimes on the weekend. She's always trying to help me forecast, so appreciate that, Zaria, giving us that wonderful shot from this morning. Again, radar is mainly dry. We do have some storms trying to work into Chesterfield County as we speak, but for the most part, we're dry here at lunch. But notice what happens later this afternoon. Clouds increase, and then storms start to develop, especially southeast of I-85. These are going to be big-time tropical downpours, and also could have the chance to produce damaging wind gusts later today as well. Here's 7 o'clock. Storms still moving through the area, just in time for Friday Night Football tonight for the varsity team. So could have some delays there, and even overnight tonight, storms still trying to trickle through. So coming up in just a bit, we'll time out when the storms move out, and a wonderful weekend ahead. We'll detail that weekend forecast for you coming up in just a bit. Alicia.
All right, thank you, Brandon. And also you can find out when storms are headed to your neighborhood on the Queen City News Pinpoint Weather app. It's free to download from the Apple App Store, and also you can always find it on Google Play. Well, tomorrow will mark 1 year since the deadly stabbing of Irina Zarutska on Charlotte's light rail. The Ukrainian refugee was killed on the Blue Line while riding home from work, and the unprovoked violent attack put the Queen City the Queen City area in the international spotlight over transit safety concerns. Well, in the years since her death, there has been sweeping changes in the Tar Heel state, including consequential criminal justice. Irina's law, which took effect months after the stabbing, tightens up the state's bail regulations and also creates new protocols for mental health evaluations. Zarutska's accused murderer, DeCarlos Brown Jr., was on pretrial release for a misdemeanor at the time of the attack. So Irina's law now also bans cashless bail for certain violent crimes. Well, CAS leaders now say they've also made significant improvements to their security staffing and fair enforcement efforts, and the agency is set to launch a Fair Ambassador program in October. Uniformed inspectors will also check if passengers now have paid for their ride on the Blue and Gold Line as well as buses.
It's not about are there personnel on every vehicle every day, all day long. It's are there personnel visibly present throughout the entire system, always throughout the day.
So despite the changes, though, outlined by transit officials, some riders and some regulators just don't agree. State auditors also released a report this week highlighting gaps in CAT security. So it states that the city misses out on up to $6.5 million in unpaid fares. So those findings are now at the center of a potential lawsuit set to be filed in the case. And Queen City News anchor Savannah Rudisell is along the Blue Line with how Irina's family is now taking a new path for justice and accountability.
The Zarutska family attorney says that they're preparing to file a civil lawsuit here within the next coming days. They say someone needs to be held accountable for ensuring that something like this never happens to another family. Now, the man accused of stabbing Irina Zarutska, DeCarlos Brown Jr., he still faces state and federal charges related to the attack. Local attorney Lauren Newton says systemic failures by the city and the transit system led to Zarutska's death. She cites gaps in the CAT security as highlighted in a recent report from State Auditor Dave Boliak, such as the lack of gates or turnstiles at light rail stops. She says the family is still processing their loss, but they want to see positive, lasting change come from the tragedy.
We know that violent crime was already an issue, and you can't turn a blind eye. You have to do something. You have to keep people safe. And the way you do that at a basic level is you enforce fares. You have physical barriers. You have validators. You have to collect the fares. You have to have a plan. You have to have the guards on the train. You have to have something for deterrence.
Newton also shares the family has been very appreciative of the outpouring support they have seen from the past year, whether that be in the form of mural or artwork in honor of Irina, or cards and flowers they say they've received from across the world. Reporting in South End, Savannah Rudisell, Queen City News.
Thank you, Savannah. And our full coverage of the stabbing on Charlotte's light rail can be found on our website at qcnews.com. We're going to have much more coverage of Irina Zurutska, CAT's changes also since the stabbing happened, and where the suspect's case stands now. This is all starting today on Queen City News at 5. One person is dead after a shooting in southwest Charlotte. This all happened around 10 o'clock last night on Yeager Creek Drive off of South Tryon Street and I-45. So the details in this case are still limited, but police say the victim died at the hospital from gunshot wounds. CMPD is now asking the public to share any information they may have on the suspect. So that was the second deadly shooting in the city in just a few hours. In northeast Charlotte, one person was killed on Milton Road near Sharon Amity and East W.T. Harris Boulevard. So that shooting happened last night just after 6:30. No other details were released in the investigation. Well, Queen City News has obtained new audio in the case of a former Shelby police officer charged with assaulting a woman during an arrest. We do want to warn you right now that the video of the incident is graphic.
We've lost eyes on her. She took off running. EMS is going to be transported to the ER. I'll be riding with.
That was police radio traffic surrounding the viral May arrest. So Carson Hyder was fired from the Shelby Police Department in connection with the incident and now faces assault charges. The video allegedly shows Hyder repeatedly punching Cherry Moore during the arrest. Police say that officers had seen Moore come out of a vacant house and determined that she was homeless before arresting her on the charges of breaking and entering. The arrest prompted angry calls from concerned residents in the area.
I'm calling because I just received a video of one of your officers brutally beating my niece in the face.
That is unacceptable. And I'm pretty sure y'all gonna have a lawsuit for that. It's going viral on Facebook.
Samora is back in jail on a $20,000 bond after being arrested this week for failing to appear for a court date. Hyder is out on a $10,000 bond. His next hearing is in September. All right, now to a live look here over at the White House as the war with Iran nears the 6th month mark. President Trump is now calling on U.S. allies to ramp up the pressure on Iran financially. As Trevor Shirley reports, this is a move to further isolate the country and force a deal to end the war.
President Donald Trump also threatened economic pain for any country doing business with the Iranians. President Donald Trump says the U.S. will soon launch what he's calling Economic D-Day against Iran. On social media, the president vowed to unleash the most crushing economic operation ever taken against any country. The Iranians dismissed the president's threats aimed not just at Iran, but any other country that does business with the Iranians.
Our announcement is for economic action.
The White House offered few specifics about its renewed pressure campaign, and Iran is already under massive global sanctions. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent says more details will be revealed Monday.
I think that the economic action will mean that oil prices will come down sooner.
Oil prices spiked on Thursday as the two sides wrestle over control of the Strait of Hormuz, as the president paints a positive picture of the situation.
The blockade has been 100% successful.
The president also warned Oman, a close U.S. ally, to not get involved. Oman is on the verge of striking its own deal with Iran to move ships through the strait, an arrangement the U.S. opposes. The president says negotiations are still on the table, but so far hasn't given any kind of timeline as to when those might resume. Reporting in Washington, I'm Trevor Shirley for News Nation.
Thank you, Trevor. And President Trump will be in Myrtle Beach today to be able to host a rally in support of South Carolina Senate Candidate Darlene Graham, Senator Graham, and Congressman Ralph Norman are facing off to replace the late Senator Lindsey Graham on the ballot in November. The city and staff at the convention center are now preparing for tonight's rally. The event gets underway at 7 tonight. The city is urging residents to expect some road closures and long lines for anyone in attendance. Well, today is the last day for early voting in South Carolina's special Republican primary runoff. You can scan this QR code right here with a list of your polling places on our website at qcnews.com. They are open until 5 p.m. today. The runoff will